Hold up, wait a minute, I'm back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to act. They can't imitate or replicate what I do, it's a rap. I'm turning up, the price went up, yeah, you can do the math. Hold up, round their yeah. Better than ya. Holla, my name. Next big thing off the yeah. Wanna be. Holla, my name. Yeah, let's get it, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. For the past couple of weeks, we have watched the Titans in the Americas region battle it out non-stop to prove they are the best. But now, over the next 3 days, we will truly know who is the best, who's going to the Esports World Cup, who's earning the majority of the money, the prize pool for the finals, and who can win in this new format. The new format that we've been having, of course, Smash Point is what I'm talking about. Today starts that journey, and the brick will be laid to the long road to EWC. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, today joined by Mustache Dave and Enigma. It's going to be a wonderful day, Dave. Welcome back on the desk. How you feeling?
Hey, man, feeling good. We got 3 days. We are locked in. We're seeing those player cams, the players getting warmed up, getting ready to go. Reflections, we got some intense action underway here shortly.
Without a doubt, especially with you, Enigma, on the desk. You always bring the analysis, previous pro player, now turned caster. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. And just seeing the player cams there, man, grinning ear to ear, remembering how it is to kind of be up on that stage, having the lights, the cameras, all the action going on around you with that sort of live audience as well there in Sao Paulo. And for the most part, I'm excited as ever to see what today has in store for us, because with it being the grand finals, we're hearing Revo saying some secrets. I want to know what those secrets are about here now.
I do too. Did anybody ask? Oh, what are these secrets? I guess they wouldn't be a secret if they told us, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. But I'm sure we'll be able to figure out all that and more as we watch Revo, one of the top slayers in the league, on one of the best teams in the world. We're talking Alpha 7. But before I get too ahead of myself, let's get you caught up to speed with what PMSL America Spring Season is all about, because this time around it was a bit different from last year's spring and fall season. This year, of course, 16 teams, 5 North America, 5 LATAM, 6 Brazilian teams joined on the same stage in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to play in our league phase, round 1 and round 2. You notice from those dates, well, both of those rounds have concluded. The points have been gathered, leading us to the finals. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the 6 matches per day. We've had a lot of matches played, a lot of opportunity to get the jitters out of the way, get that team chemistry, and fall into form for Grand Finals Day. Now, we've been talking about the scoring system. Well, of course, prize pool, excuse me. We'll talk about prize pool because, of course, that's why everybody is here. We have a lot of money, but points at least going for the prize pool is first place. Of course, the winner chicken dinner, you walk away with 10 total points. You do have the 1 point per elimination. That will stay true. But this big thing that we've mentioned, this head start points, what's all the head start points about? Well, that's what they've been playing through for at least after round 1 and round 2 of the regular season play. So you'll notice when we get to the overall, at least leaderboard going into the standings today, you'll notice some teams are ahead of the curve when it comes to obviously the point system. But Smash Point, what is Smash Point all about? Smash Point is very, very different, and I want to explain this for you because there was some confusion out there in the chat, but we're getting closer and closer. This will take place over the next 2 days of gathering points. Now, let's give you a theoretical. Let's say Alpha 7. They end day 1 and day 2. After day 2, they end with 200 points. 200 points will be the threshold. 10 points will be added onto it. So 210 points is what they need to reach in order to be eligible for Smash Point on day 3. On day 3, once Alpha 7, let's say Alpha 7, let's keep with it. Alpha 7, they get 200 points. They start with 200 points. They reach 210 points. Now they're eligible to win. So going into the next game, once they win, they have won the tournament. And everybody else below them, they'll have to stay where they're currently at. So the point is, reach the point threshold, win the next game or the game after that. The point is, be the first team to win a game after you reach the point threshold, you win the tournament, okay? And then you obviously, hopefully, are within the top 3. You'll earn your spot over for the EWC Championship, which a lot of money on the line for that. So it's going to be a long road. We'll be explaining it as we go along, but there's been multiple steps whenever it comes to the Smash Point format, but it's a fun one without question. And of course, they've been playing for a lot of money. We're talking a ton of money. $200,000, money, baby. Split up, of course, throughout league play, but also grand finals. And a couple of boys on the desk are wanting some money. I'm wanting some money too. We're getting paid, of course, but the players are getting paid the big bucks. And it makes sense. Now, of course, prize pool is there. Let's talk about these head start points, something that has been played throughout the last couple of phases. And this is where the real conversation starts. Round points, right? Let's talk about Alpha 7 and their dominance throughout round 1. They were truly incredible, Dave.
Absolutely amazing. And this is 2 rounds, right? So because of their consistency throughout those 2 rounds, they're going to be awarded much earned, right? Much earned plus 15 points coming into the finals that kickstart here today. So consistency was rewarded here, fellas, over the last 2 weeks, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm also just looking at the round 1 to round 2 differences. Team Liquid, Wolves, as well as even iNCO, they moved up from that round 1 to round 2 placements. Those 18 games they played at the start didn't let them phase themselves. They went into that round 2. They got themselves a few extra sort of advancement points for the grand finals here today. And Taylor, I'm really just interested in seeing which of these teams here today are going to be able to capitalize on the lead they've already had, or maybe some of them might have to use it as a cushion, a fallback if they don't perform well today.
I hope they don't have to use it as a fallback. That's the last thing you want, right? As a team, using your bonus points to fallback. Curse. I don't know. Are we saying there's a curse, Dave, of the bonus points?
No curse.
Start point?
Alpha 7. Come on, man. I don't think so at all. So
okay.
We saw right there, Alpha 7. They're going to have 27 loops with 22. Let's pull it up, actually. By the way, my camera's looking kind of crispy today, man. What's happening? It's looking good. But, yeah, point being, they got a ton of points, right? So I like what Enigma said, that some of these teams can definitely use this as like a cushion. So say if they have like 1 or maybe 2 bad games here today, they can kind of write it off, right? But I'm looking at Alpha 7. It's gonna be rare to see this team have a bad day, in my opinion. Reflections.
So, bad day? I hope not. Honestly, I expect them not to have a bad day, but round 2 was a little bit different. Loops ended up taking the win over Alpha 7, which was pretty incredible. They finished off in first place. That's why they'll be in second place here, because, of course, the round 2 performance. Enigma Loops looking like a team that could provide a bit of an upset.
Yeah, and if you wanted to perform better compared to phase 1 or phase 2, you want to perform better in phase 2. You come into the finals feeling that you have the recipe to success. We saw a lot of teams as well just underneath Loops being able to kind of show those signs. I'm noting Wolves, Team Liquid, as well as iNCO. iNCO, that last day of phase 2, 3 out of 6 for the win squad. And comparing them kind of to 9Z, Dave, I want to get your opinion on it. I believe that final day of 9Z, 14 total points. They sat in second at the start of the day, dropping down, ultimately resulting in them losing a lot of those placement points. And it's always that what if of if they just performed decent that last day there, Dave, could they have actually kind of been up there right next to Alpha 7 here?
Listen, it is what it is. And on that topic, I want to get your opinion because, it's a great point because I asked Powerbang and I asked Jukes, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but like the top three, right, at the end of this weekend, they both had 9Z in there and actually had 9Z swapped for Loop. So like Enigma, end of this weekend, like what's your top three, man? I'm so curious. I'm writing it down, by the way. I'm writing it down. So I'm locking
7,
it in.
it's got to be Alpha 7. I'm going to throw in Loops. And then I got to go with the NA bias of Wolves. Okay, I think 9Z, that last day was a little too sketchy, in my opinion. 14 points. I can't be seeing that here, especially on the last day of phase 2.
That's crazy. Well, we got the same lineup. What about your reflections? I know we got some stuff to go through, but like I gotta know, man.
Well, Alpha 7 without a doubt at the top of the food chain, baby. Have to be. But no, I love the call of Wolves. Come on, boys, let's talk about it. Wolves iNCO, at least in round 2, finish off in top 8. We couldn't get a North American team in top 8 throughout spring PMSL last year and fall PMSL last year. Now we finally got them at least in one round. I'm saying it. There's a chance North America can score a top 3 placing, especially if we start talking about the wins Enigma just mentioned. Speaking of which, let's keep the conversation going. Wolves, iNCO, 2 dominant teams representing the same region of North America with very similar stats. Boys, there is a chance they end up in the top 3. Enigma, is it a real chance?
It's, of course, a real chance. And we had the hype of Wolves through Titan Series. They were blowing everyone out of the water. We wanted to see that phase 1, didn't get to, but phase 2 came into play and it was able to show itself out for the most part. And with iNCO Gaming as well, man. We didn't get to see them in the Titan Series, Dave, and we were casting it and stuff like that for North America, but I was happy to see them, especially the last day of phase 2, man. I mean, going back to back on the first 2 maps, winner chicken dinners, and then closing it out on the last Miramar. They got a win on each map that's going to be played here. That's something that speaks volumes.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and I like that they kind of picked up the steam throughout the different rounds, right? So in my eyes, they should be locked in and ready to perform here this weekend. And we did see they were able to capitalize and get a couple of those head start points. I believe they got 12, and they're going to be right behind Wolves Esports, who are sitting on a nice 13, a lucky 13. But yeah, the Wolves definitely a team. When we're talking about improvements from round 1 to round 2, the Wolves completely shifted gears. And, well, they're the team from USA, North America, that finished on that second, that first half of the leaderboards in round 2. So, Wolves, I got them on my top 3 list here. Reflections. What about you, Reflections? I got Alpha 7 for you, but who else you got, man?
Alpha 7, I think 9Z's a good shout. I think 9Z's been really, really consistent, been highly incredible, been on the radar. Who was the first one? I think it was 7 was the first one to shout out 9Z Globant. Like, okay, this roster could go very far, and I truly believe in it. I really do, but I would be remiss. I think I'm going to lock it in. I would be remiss if I didn't say Loops. You know me. I'm a big Loops supporter. I've been supporting Loops for the longest time, even throughout Titan Series. Way back in the day, and I say way back in the day because we got a lot of young viewers, including Enigma. Okay, he's one of those young guys out there. Way back in the day. So Alpha 7 Loops, and then I'm going to throw Wolves in there. I think Wolves is our best chance for North America to represent at the Esports World Cup. That's the 3. That's the 3. Hey, Alpha 7, Alpha 7 Loops, and Wolves. All right, okay. Alpha 7, Loops, and Wolves. That's my 3. I'm locking it in there.
Because you said 9Z a second ago. So I'm gonna pencil them out and put the Wolves for you then.
Pencil them out. Put the Wolves in there. We got Alpha 7, Loops, and Wolves. Those are going to be my 2 teams, number 1, number 2, and the number 7, I believe. Let's talk about Esports World Cup, though, because that's been one of the biggest stories. Yes, the money is great, but the Esports World Cup is coming around again, and for life-changing money, and we've got our winner from last year. We're talking Alpha 7 competing once again in PMSL Americas, and in my opinion, it's elevated the region tremendously, even for North America. That's why they're playing as well as they have. PMWC, July 24th through the 2nd of August, 3 stages, a lot to get through. It's going to be fun, and we hope each and every one of you tune in and watch your teams from PMSL Americas joined alongside the global squadrons, this global squads to come in and compete with them. EWC, Dave, a tremendous opportunity for, like I said, life-changing money, but really to cement yourselves as the best in the world, cement yourself as a legendary PUBG Mobile player.
Yeah, without doubt. And we're already starting to kind of see those storylines develop. We had Revo here last 2 weeks. 86 eliminations for this one player. Vitten from Loops right behind him with 62. So we're already starting to see like standout players start to rise through the ranks here. I mean, Revo was already there, but he's just showing his dominance, right? So to be able to take that to the global level, it brings high hopes, right, for our region as a whole, in that we're not a region to mess with. You know, you better put some respect on it out here, baby.
Respect. Alpha 7, did they have respect, Enigma, on the world stage? Are they still that Alpha 7 roster that can win it all once again and go back-to-back?
Oh, of course. And I mean, for Revo, especially this tournament, we're talking he's probably going to reach that triple-digit threshold of elim. 16 or whatever that number is, he needs to reach at least 100 eliminations. That's definitely doable from a player of his caliber. And you definitely know he's doing something right, or at least Alpha 7 is doing something right when you see the haters in the chat preying on their downfall, and they keep kind of just proving them wrong, right? They keep coming back and saying, yeah, you know, we're still here, we're still winning. We don't care if the lead goes from 10 points to 50 points from first to second. We want to show that we're still the best here in this region, and to carry it over to EWC, they want to obviously replicate that first place performance.
Replicate. That's the goal. If you're the champion, you want to replicate the championship, right? That's the ultimate goal. Today's going to be a fun one. It's going to follow the same trend as before in terms of our maps. Of course, we've got 6 wonderful maps to go in front of you. Starting off, we are going to be on Sandhawk, which is a great opportunity for the teams to just open up the gameplay wide. I mean, we're talking a highly aggressive map, tons of opportunities to get third party or doing the third party. It makes things spicy. Going into our next 3 Erangels back to back to back. And of course, at the end of the day, we've got the 2 Miramar. So we start hot and spicy. We go to Erangel, which can be hot, spicy, or sometimes slow, depending on what we get. I'll be asking, of course, the boys of what zones they want, because they typically call it. They are the magicians on the desk. And in Miramar, we slow things down a little bit, but we end with some high-pace action. Let us know, Chad. What do you think about the map rotation? What do you think about the format? What do you think about 2025 PMSL Americas? It's the finals after all. This is the chance to punch their ticket, or for the competitors at least, to EWC, to earn the money, to prove they are the best in the Americas region, which again, I'll say it, it's been getting better and better each and every season, from spring season to fall season of last year, now into spring season of 2025. The competition is wonderful, and I'm truly loving every single bit of it. We named our top 3 teams, by the way. For me, Alpha 7, Loops, and of course we'll throw Wolves in there. What are your top 3 teams to move forward? And you can't say Alpha 7 3 times in a row, okay? You got to give me 3 different teams. Get spicy up. Let me know if there's any other teams, maybe even towards the bottom, that you maybe feel that could make an impact during our finals play. But let's talk about the tried and true storyline. Let's talk Team Liquid. All right, Team Liquid, the heavy hitters, man, who came out of round 1 a bit sluggish there, Enigma, and not looking like really the Team Liquid we expected to be. Granted, what did we expect Team Liquid to look like after fall season? Honestly, I can't even answer that, because they look sluggish there too. But it seems like, Enigma, they cleaned up their act in round 2 of our league play for PMSL 2025. Number 4th place. That is a far cry better performance from what they had during the previous seasons.
Listen, but with it being Team Liquid, we're wanting to see the 1st and 2nd place here. We're not wanting to see them near the middle of the pack sort of squads. That's a team that's won one of the Americas before. It's supposed to be that counterpart of Alpha 7. Now, luckily, we can see it here with the team stats, 150 eliminations. They're getting a lot under their belt over the 2 phases, but the damage numbers, it's looking a little low in my opinion. The survival time as well, compared to the Team Liquid we remember in past events. Dave, it's just too low in my eyes. It's not enough for what they're usually putting up.
Too low. And most of their points over the last 2 rounds actually came from the eliminations, right? So we know when we see them in the engagements, 8 out of 10 times they win that. You know, they win that. They got the gun skill. They're veterans of the game. Their game sense is on point. It's just I think they're having difficulties with their early to mid game rotations, and they're missing out on a lot of position points because of that, right? So I think if they can kind of tighten up over the next 3 days and try to survive a little longer, so that late game gets some more winner chicken dinners in the pocket, Team Liquid could be looking like a 4th place team. You know, I'm not going to say top 3 because, you know, I already got my top 3 locked in.
That's right.
But regardless, you know, 4th place, you get some good money here. So they'll be happy with that.
That's crazy though to think, you know, Team Liquid have even during their struggles have always been a shoo-in, I feel, from the prediction standpoint to go to Esports World Cup or at least be in the top 3 conversation. I mean, after all, granted, yes, they struggled during the fall season, but they still finished towards the top. I mean, that's what Team Liquid does, but are they still the Team Liquid that we saw from spring season of 2024? I don't think so. They've definitely had their struggles. Something's been going on with them. You know, one of the things I prided them on, Enigma, was their positioning, their zone positioning, specifically to always find the right spot, center zone of the stages as they progressed. And they've still been doing that. But in my opinion, where they've been struggling is winning their gunfights. They're not winning the gunfights like they used to. I look at Mythic, for example. He's number 13 on the list for overall eliminations, hitting at 44. His teammates, the next closest one is Chief, and he's down there in 19th place. Team Liquid, their positioning is still rock solid. Their game understanding is still there, but their elimination stats, they're simply not enough to defend against the countless rosters that are gunning them down.
Yeah, and I think the big changes from last PMSL at the end of last year to this one now is the fact that a lot of our teams are opting to play center circle. I feel Team Liquid in previous tournaments were able to get those free positioning points early on in the match. They're able to set themselves up in those strong POI, or I guess you could say focal points in those late game zones. But this time around, it's like you said, Taylor, they're not winning the crucial engagements that need to happen, the ones that get you from that 8th place to that top 3 finish. It always comes down essentially to a 4v4, maybe even a 1v1 in some instances, right? But for Team Liquid, they're obviously one of those teams, kind of like a dark horse in my eyes, which is, I feel rude of me to even refer to them as that. But for this event, they are of being able to maybe be an upset in that top 3. I still can't put them up in there, but they are a team that through the pedigree that they have, they definitely can perform.
Well, speaking of upsets, let's talk about a team that is currently in 13th place. I'm bringing up one of our North American rosters, Shoot to Survive. They've had great moments, but they've yet to find their foothold in the top echelon of rosters. I'm talking about top 5, but Shoot to Survive, they're still in existence. They're playing today. Well, let's see what they're all about.
It feels great. It was my first time playing qualifiers with this team, and then it's like a biggest accomplishment for me and my team. It feels great.
Expectations, honestly, just do our best. We have nothing to lose. Since it's our first time here, we have nothing to lose, so hopefully do the best we can and maybe even make EWC.
It feels cool to be here. Just hope we can do our best and adapt to the way other teams play.
We played 2 qualifiers to make Americas last year, and we didn't make it, but we made some changes, and we got the final pieces this year, and now we are in Americas.
To begin with, I'm really happy to be back here in Brazil, and with this new team, I feel a lot more confident. We've been playing together for years with each other, so it's more comfortable, and I'm really happy to finally meet them.
I think it definitely makes a difference that we've had someone that has been through it before and can kind of help us through like the learning phase of being here.
This is my first Americas and my first LAN event. I feel pretty confident. I trust my teammates around me, and I think we can have some good success.
I feel great about the team chemistry because we've been playing for almost 5 months now, and Our team is really good, and I feel like we can accomplish a lot of things in Americas this split.
Well, to begin with, since I played Americas last season, I think I learned a lot with how these other region teams play, and it's not really that different. And I think my teammates, they won't really be nervous. They're all really good players.
It means a lot representing the NA region. It's everybody's dream to make it to a international LAN, and to be able to represent is a really big opportunity for us.
All positivity, happy to be there, and we're happy to have them. What do the stats tell us, Dave?
Listen, I'm glad that we get those interviews, right? We get to really dive deep and get the mindset from the players at LAN. And I love that they're all really confident, they're feeling good, they're happy to be participating, and they're proud of their current achievements. So to me, it's just up from here. So round one, round two might not have been the best results they wanted to see, but for some of these players, their first LAN, like we heard, they've only been playing together for 5 months, and they're competing up against champions like Team Liquid, Alpha 7, Loops. I think Enigma, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like they're doing a solid job here, man.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, you got to be able to foster your talent as a region, right? We have Titan Series, we'll have a lot of community events, but nothing's going to compare to that international events like Americas, where you're on stage, you've got the lights, you're playing maybe on a different phone, if that's something new and kind of unique, I guess you could say to you. And for the most part, with them having Casper, someone that was previously on NRG last year in the Americas split, we understand that, yeah, maybe they should lean on him a bit more when it comes to mental fortitude and positivity, because we've seen them perform. I mean, there's a reason why they're here. They were able to qualify through the Titan Series and stuff like that. It's a squad that definitely is a fan favorite, at least for anyone watching from NA, especially when it comes to Klaus and Bob. Seeing them be able to perform on stage, maybe not as much as we'd like to see, but at least to say the least, us seeing them up there on stage, it's definitely a nice thing for our region.
Yeah, without a doubt. Bob is always a talking point. Klaus as well. Casper's, you mentioned quite a few. Casper's been competing for many years. I think 4 years now, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even longer. But, you know, just a staple in the scene without question. Bob coming back. I believe, am I wrong in saying Bob took a bit of a break competitively and then came back? Yeah, so... And I tell you what, he's been playing really well. Again, being a major talking point on this roster to take a break, I believe at least a year, couple years potentially, and then come back Enigma and play as well as he have. Like, yeah, Shoot to Survive, they've had their struggles. They're in 13th place towards the bottom, but like Dave said, it's still great to have them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those strange things. It's like riding a bike. You never really forget it with some people. And for this kind of game, it's counterintuitive for the most part. Some people really lose their touch after maybe a week of not even playing the game. But for him, I believe it was maybe a month or two. It wasn't too long. Maybe he was just kind of just playing casually on the side to keep his sort of fingers warmed up. But for a player like him being here at the event, I'd like to see him, at least for these sort of grand finals, be able to have some moments we can highlight on stream, right? We don't want to see it always just being Alpha 7, Loops, or 9Z performing. Bob is definitely someone, at least in my opinion, him and Klaus on that squad, that roster, are the two players that I always want to see perform as someone that's competed before. It's always nice having someone on your squad that is able to step up and really kind of have the light shine on them.
Yeah, I mean, and the light is shining on, like I said, North America, this region in general for Americas, which I feel was highly underrepresented for the longest time. But Alpha 7 blew that out of the water, again, winning Esports World Cup last year. That's what put us on the radar. Viewership's been great. The eyes on this region has improved. And again, North America specifically has improved quite a bit. But yeah, game one about to get started, which I'm so excited for this, right? This is the start of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. The first chance, the first opportunity to gain points, get as many as you can, because again, you're trying to set the standard for everybody else. They need to match your energy going or after game two. If you're in first place, you're 10 points away from being on Smash Point. That's the reality of the situation here, and it starts with game number one. Time is out. You have no more time. Yeah, you got several days, but you fall behind in the points. Day three, well, it's going to feel like an impossible come up, an impossible task to come back. So let's get it started, boys. Game number one, we're on Sanhok to start the day. Dave, where we drop.
Let's get it. Game 1. We got those head start points, but besides that, we got 18 matches ahead of us, fellas. 18 games, then we got our top 3 going on to the World Cup, baby. So it's a huge game for a lot of teams here at Enigma, looking to kickstart their journey this weekend and get a good start, get that momentum we talk about all the time kind of flowing on the team comm here. So let's see, Enigma. I'm looking at IG Camp Alpha. We're looking at Shoot to Survive. We just heard from them moments ago. World's War. I mean, those 3 squads up there, you already know they got their fingers crossed and they're hoping circle number 1 blesses them here.
Yeah, anywhere on the north side would be good for any of those 3 squads. Worlds of War especially, having David kind of dropped more south side, maybe going for one of those vehicle spawns. Centerhawk, with it being such a small map, those vehicle rotations definitely come in clutch if you get something like the buggy or the boot. But you see it right now, Bob tried to drop down on the mountain, actually kind of getting caught out. Luckily, Intense Gaming players able to miss their shots, but this is one of the scary things. We actually saw it all through phase 2 here, Taylor, is the fact that Shoot to Survive was losing every 4v4 engagement with Intense Game. And with that, actually, the north shift, this is what I wanted to see.
Yes.
Not only for those northwestern teams, but obviously Wolves as well, having the split drop. This is a pristine zone for them.
Without a doubt, Wolves could be starting the day off strong. You know, we don't often get to see a zone so far north, so this is going to be a pleasure. Typically, we're dropping down low. We're going towards boot camp, maybe quarry, maybe paradise, but not this time. All the way up on the northern side, which means everyone has to rotate up, basically, minus a handful of teams who are already within the stage 1 and, of course, the future zone. So good stuff. Shoot to Survive on your screen. We highlighted them. Klaus a bit separated from his roster, but not so far that I'm going to be concerned. Luckily, it's got no one around him. And VIOUS Gaming, where did they stand, Dave? How did they look after the round 2 league play competition?
Hey, they picked it up. They picked it up here a little bit. I kept hearing that this was your squad, Reflections. Day 1, you're like, VIOUS, Vamonos all the way, top 3. And then I was like, whoa, what's happening here? But no, we saw them, 2 days ago? And I was like, okay, I can kind of see where he's coming from. We saw Nunez, Hygor. They're putting in some work. You know, they had some good team fights going on. And that's what you want to see, right? And it's really a good opportunity. So even if they don't have the most head start points here in game number 1, to me, it's like a fresh slate. You know, whatever happened last 2 rounds, you kind of bounce back, learn from those mistakes, and really look to get that momentum going here in game 1 and game 2. So looking at them specifically, they're going to have a nice little position out there on the east side, just a little north of Paradise Resort. And, well, they might have a good opportunity to possibly gatekeep a couple squads here, Enigma.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing it. iNCO Game in full sending in the water. This is actually going to be right down the middle river north of boot camp. 9-4 Gaming set up, getting shots down, and they actually pick off Vitali on the rotation. iNCO Gaming, the squad that I was throwing the question mark out of, hey, is this squad going to be able to perform, keep that dirt ball going from the last day of phase 2, but fortunately, a rough start for him. And actually, they full slam onto Loops here, taking a 3v4 engagement. But 7, he gets the first one initially. Nenabete not playing it slow. And Nate comes through, evening it up. 2v2 situation in the compound. Make it a 3v2 now. And Zelda cleaning it up with the shotguns. 3 elims now. iNCO Gaming, Taylor, the first squad out of grand finals. That's never a good sight to see.
No, it's not. It's a bit bittersweet, isn't it? You know, Loops within my top 3, but also taking down iNCO from North America, who had such a positive and stellar round 2 during league play. Tough start to the tournament. I mean, I guess there is one silver lining. They could walk away at least with 1 point, so it's not going to be a goose egg for round 1, but Loops looking stronger than ever, dethroning Alpha 7 in round 2 league play. You knew they were serious coming into today's competition. They just proved it. They lose 1 player, but I mean, hey, to pick up 3 eliminations, lose 1 player, the math is mathing. It seems right to me, Dave.
Yeah, the math is definitely mathing. And fortunate for iNCO, they did have those 12 head start points, right? So they can kind of use that as their throwaway match. And honestly, after this, so we can't see that again from this squad if they want to have the dreams of reaching that top 3. So let's see. ATG looking to avoid the sight lines right now, looking to avoid the gunfire from Team Liquid. M2M doing some scouting. He's like, yeah, there's a squad over here, boys. Let's pull back and go back to where they originally came from. Still getting shot up, though. Vehicle's almost going to blow up. So all that scouting, all that work just to come back with your tail tucked between your legs here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, the tire popped as well, I think we heard. So All Glory Gaming, the only vehicle it looks like they have, forced to still play the edge of the circle. And with a circle shift like this, I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone taking a botation yet all the way to the north. Maybe kind of go for that Navy SEAL play up onto the Wolves if it centers up there. But going back to that sort of center point of these teams right now, Xforce being able to move right in next to Loops. A lot of these teams, which I'm surprised are opting to play so close to the river, so centered up, really hoping, I think, kind of just blessing themselves, thinking that the PUBG gods might be able to give them that circle shift. But one team that always kind of seems to make note of how these circle shifts go and where that slow point of the circle is going to be, Taylor, it's got to be Alpha 7. They always come in slow. They take their sweet, methodical time, and they always just get themselves in these engagements that ultimately win themselves the games.
Yeah, that's right. And Alpha 7, dead into the zone. They're going to be just northeast of Paradise. The only team to really challenge them potentially will be VIP, but they've also got dead side of the zone. They're going to be all the way north. No reason for them to rotate down and challenge Alpha 7. Team Liquid in between Shoot as well as Influence Rage. AGG maybe 2. Maybe a tricky situation developing there, but for the moment, Team Liquid, they're going to be chilling. Eyes on Xforce in the meantime, though, as they've got a couple of teams in their line of sights. Loop specifically was around them. Xforce a chance to get revenge for the North American region, take down Loops. That would be a positive in my eyes. Xforce, a team that has had so many highlight moments, but has fallen so far behind. But it's a fresh start. An opportunity during the finals to come up. And Dave, we've got a zone shift.
Zone shifting. The Wolves going to be looking pretty good. VIP, pretty solid as well up there in the north. And the teams that do need to start to make a move here. AGG, you got 9Z, you got Influence out here on the horse, bringing it back. Game number 1. I haven't seen like a jump shot off the horse knockdown. No. That would be something else. But this is how you rotate on Sandhawk here, boys.
The horse tape.
The horse tape. No boat tape. We got the horse tape now.
We got the horse tape. I like it. The horse is one of the best additions in the game as far as I'm concerned. Man, Influence Rage. It's getting quite busy, as you can see there, Enigma. Influence Rage, Xforce, Alpha 7, Loops, all within the same confined area. 9Z, Globant, AGG also getting close to each other as well. I'm thinking now with this zone, especially with so much water encompassing Stage 2, we're going to lose quite a few rosters before Stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think a lot of these squads are going to have to recognize that they might just have to sit the zone out in blue zone, see where the next circle shift goes, to be honest, because not only is it the river going right down the middle of the map, but about a third of the map all the way up north on that circle shift is completely water. So VIP, Wolves, yeah, they've got their back to it, but that means less playable area for these other squads. I'm talking Intense Game all the way to the west, Savage Esports, as well as even Team Liquid having to make the great migration down south. But we're getting the engagement now. Shoot to Survive. This is going to be all the way up north against Rose of War. One elimination already, it seems, maybe caught off one of the Shoot to Survive players. Big Tech's going to be the one challenged here. Nade
Big
comes
Bob.
through. Bob walks on
Big
it.
Bob, not
Gives
like
him the
this.
one, but Dave, man, you got to get the thirst. Actually looks like Casper was knocked there too. Shoot to Survive just completely wiped.
Completely destroyed right there. We'll get back to that because 9Z were on the rotate down here in the south. Looks like Savage was able to catch a Remix, one of the top players from the squad, off guard here. Reyes has a grenade, going to be following up with their last one, but on the opposite end, Colgo wants that revenge. Colgo not too pleased that his dynamic duo Remix was taken out,
Nice.
but oh, Octi doing Octi things here from the bush. Number 1 snake in the lobby, making it look too easy. Too easy reflections.
Too easy indeed. 9Z, their job just got harder, but Reyes, he's got his head on a swivel. He's ready to take it to Octi. Nice nade out. Does it connect? It does. Octi is one shot. He'll get the finish. No worries on the snacks. Octi will go ahead and heal up as much as he possibly can. He's back to square one. Meanwhile, Milos is cooking up yet another nade. It's coming over the hill, and it's going over the rock, and Octi is down. Great fights and a good opportunity for Savage Esports, but ultimately they will fall. They do score at least 2 points with 2 eliminations. 9Z Globant, they survive, but man, only with 2 players, Enigma.
Yeah, they're hoping maybe for this sort of southern shift, get blessed a little bit. Unfortunately for them as well, they have not 1 but 2 squads making the rotation. And the circle shift, Dave, it's not going anywhere down south. Wolves is, I mean, they've got everything right now.
They got it all. I would like to see them tighten up a little bit, though, because I feel like other teams are going to be looking in this area, and this is a huge advantage, right, for the Wolves to really have first dibs. But United 4 Gaming, there's going to be hate sending it right now. Reflections trying to take out Royals of War.
He's trying. Royals of War, they played so very well. Plenty of highlight moments. But United for Gaming has also taken down some Titans in the Americas region. That's why they are here, after all. David down and out. I don't know if he's going to be able to get picked back up. But you got Victex cooking a nade, throwing it long, but it's going to be way off in the distance. So that gives an opportunity for Jocko to reposition himself and focus his attention back onto Victix. You've got Tonka, who's still staying up top of the second story, and he's making the use of it, taking down Hate. Meanwhile, just want to get you guys to keep this in the back of your mind. Cardozan is also down from Team Liquid. They lose a player, so struggles potentially developing for them, but all eyes on Jocko once again. Nade cooked, but he's lost sight of the guy. He's lost sight of Tonka. Tonka's repositioned, and Jocko, he's got to reposition himself, Enigma.
Yeah, and Jocko, I mean, his teammates off in Narnia. We saw the bridge angle coming through, so he's essentially just isolated here in the 1v1, really forcing it, but just look at Tonka, making him run around the buildings left and right. The reset comes through as well, so not only is it just a 1v2, it's turned into a 1v3 scenario. Nades, mollies, everything getting thrown from the kitchen sink, and now it's always a matter of time. We know the utility's going to connect at some point. The stairs angle is looking pretty good, but he runs backwards, almost dodging the nade, but shotguns, they reign supreme. Free elimination for Royals of War, and I was really surprised they had the early initial knock, but we're going to take note of that because 9Z, we were wondering what's happening. They're shooting IG in the back, and they only get 1 knock there. Dave, intense game. The eliminations, they came all the way from Camp Alpha. They're keeping 4 players up right now.
Keeping them up. It's all about the horse, man. The horse rotate, get you where you need to go. So United 4 Gaming, Mystic, last one alive in the back of the dump truck, just trying to survive. Here comes Team Liquid, though, rolling around the mountainside. This was the team that we were gassing up on the pre-show, kind of looking to see what they can accomplish here today, especially in game number 1. Cardozan already eliminated, as it does look like Team Liquid going to be rolling up on this east side right between Alpha 7 and VIOUS Gaming. Already receiving some shots from Alpha 7. Here comes the full clip spray down from both sides, and they are just gassing it up the hill. Vehicle blows up, and there goes Team Liquid eliminated.
VIOUS Gaming, Alpha 7, just peppering shots into Team Liquid. They are known for being a roster that loves to full send it in between teams. It doesn't matter how many teams are firing at them. They'll just continue to go forward. They love getting center zone, but VIOUS Gaming was already there, head on a swivel, mow down Team Liquid, and we talked about their struggles in the last seasons. Even this season, right in phase 1, struggling tremendously. They cleaned it up in round 2, but as we head into the finals, game 1, the bonus points are great, but they're still in 9th place, and game 1 is completely wasted. For Team Liquid fans, I'm sorry, but they've got 5 more games today. We'll see how well they can continue to do, but right now, that is not the start that they were wanting. All attention on AGG versus Alpha 7.
Yeah, we're talking, what does this influence Rage as well to the west? Intense game down south. This is going to be 4, if not 5 squads having to rotate exactly where Team Liquid just got wiped. VIOUS Gaming overwatching all of the southern edge, and I'm really interested in seeing which of these squads actually even have the vehicles to make this rotation. Alpha 7's got that whole roadside across. Influence Rage, we saw, had that horse station come into play earlier, but that's scoped out by Loops. All these players are essentially shooting each other in the foot right now. I don't think anyone really from here is going to make it into this next circle shift.
Yeah, Diego with the suppressed M4. I love the sound of suppressed M4 on a Friday nights here, especially on Sanok. Going for the follow-up grenade. Looks like AGG Well, they're just getting picked apart, like you said, Enigma, from multiple angles right now. Here comes the pressure from Papa Blue, though. Reflections. Let's see who makes it out alive.
Well, not Lil Boy. He's down. Diego, he's also gone.
Wow.
Lorenzen forced to go. He's gone, and they fall in nearly the same fashion Team Liquid does. Just by a different roster. Of course, we're talking intense game, but they can't get out of the way. The shots are straight today, boys. Nobody's safe. And even if you get in the vehicle, you think you're going to make an easy rotate. It's just simply not going to happen. I love this fight developing, however. Alpha 7 versus Loops. Loops, the only team to mow down Alpha 7 during round 2 league play. Carrillo also gone. Dave, these cars, they're death traps.
Feast up and creased up. Squash Food trying to get that last minute heal. Going for another one. His teammates, Revo's like, pick me up, bro. He's like, nah, I'm going to get this heal real quick. I'll see you later, my dude. As it does look like a couple Loops members are just right inside the compound. And there goes Squash. Taken down and out. Enigma.
Yeah, and it's just, what was that? All 4 of those teams eliminated. Loops thankfully had the compound they could sit from, but now they've got to deal with VG right on their doorstep. Only 2 players currently close up and personal, and unfortunately, this whole northern side is going to have to be congested down more and more. Wolves and VIP kind of neck and neck with each other, but unfortunately, with that circle shift, I believe we went from 11 teams to 6 in one shift. So the water as well as the terrain here, Taylor, definitely causing the chaos to say the least. But hey, I'm seeing someone all the way out west, the United 4 Gaming solo, somehow still alive. But these other squads, Taylor, all 4 players up.
Yeah, 4 players up indeed. My eyes are on Wolves. You shouted out Wolves early on in their positioning up north. Obviously, they haven't had to travel far. In fact, I think they've kind of stayed in this area, maybe move a little bit more north towards the shoreline. But I mean, after all, this is where they've been primarily. You can also throw out Xforce too. Naturally, a little bias towards North America, right? This is the America's region, but you know, in English, North America, we hope they go far. But for Xforce and Wolves, a true chance to go big. And well, you mentioned not for gaming that solo, and well, he's going to get mowed down. They'll walk away with 2 eliminations, 2 points for the day, of course, on top of whatever bonus points they came in with. We're down to our top 5 teams: Wolves, VIOUS, Xforce, Loops, and VIP. And the one that's walking away right now with the most points is Loops. They come in today nearly catching up to Alpha 7. In fact, they're 1 point away from catching up to Alpha 7. Dave, we can already have a shift in our standings.
Yep, you love to see it. Let's see how many points they can acquire here. A winner chicken dinner will be massive for the catch-up, as you mentioned. They're going to be down in Abete, but they do have 7 elimination points. But Reflections, that's your team across the way. VIOUS Gaming. VIOUS Gaming with 4 up. So we'll have to see if VIOUS are able to shut them down. But Enigma, we got the Wolves. We got Xforce. 2 North America squads showing up in game number 1, baby.
Hey, we got 3 in here, Dave. We got
Puerto
VIP
Rico
up
in
north.
the house.
We got VIP up there. Come on. And with the circle
it's
shift,
actually
unfortunately,
insane.
it's got to be, you know, this fight between Wolves and VIP is going to be the main deciding factor. Who here is really going to have those casualties? Because Loops, they lost their players. Circle 1, getting 3 eliminations. They haven't had to move until now. And with them being forced into VIOUS, they actually get an opening knock on the Igor. With the vehicle setup, Taylor, they're full sending them immediately.
They definitely are, but the vehicle's been a death trap, and it'll be no different here. A nice nade will catch onto 2 from Loops. Rafina and Zelda drop in. Vitten has no choice but to try and go for the pickup, go for the res, but he's taking his time. He's expecting to get pushed. Meanwhile, X Factor is going to take advantage of this as well to push up for the third party. In the meantime, the job doesn't stop for Vitten, but now finally done with VIOUS Gaming. A nice nade and cleanup. They keep 3 alive. Of course, they need to pick one up, but as I mentioned, Xforce, they're not going to stop. They're not going to slow down. They're going to take priority. They were far away from the zone. They were posted up in hardcover POI. When that fight breaks out between Loops, or excuse me, VIOUS Gaming And of course, the other, they did push forward, and Xforce has all the advantage here, unless the nades connect once again. That's the big thing. Marlon throws one out. Xforce got to be very careful and has to avoid the damage. And in fact, Valak is going to fall. VIOUS Gaming might be few, but they are mighty, Dave.
What a spray down right there, trying to open up with the grenades, but Xforce, they are just steamrolling. We'll get back to that because the Wolves on the opposite end here, Enigma, looking to close it up in the north, up against VIP.
Yeah, but it's looking like a 3v3 scenario. Wolves, VIP, they're just one ridge over the next Dorn being the one knocked. Coop's trying to find the angle himself, but the level 1 gear almost knocks him down from the shots. Xforce from the third party. We see it there on the top right. Wolves trying to reposition themselves. I think you got to leave Dorn possibly, or at least pick them up. Yeah, go to the west side, allow the resets to come through, kind of collect yourselves. And guys, by the way, it's 100% guaranteed now.
Yes!
NA win. Game number 1. The question is, Taylor, of course, which of these 3 teams is going to come out on top for this Sandhawk?
Well, you might favor VIP because the pressure on Wolves is looking promising. Plus, they get the drop on Coops. Ayuya, all eyes on him as he pushes with the cavalry. Wolves, no problem. VIP mow them down in an instant. Wolves will secure a 3rd place. A great game coming out from them, but now all eyes on VIP versus Xforce. Xforce took advantage of that third party between Loops and VIOUS. Can they do the same in this case with Fate pushing forward, charging ahead, full steam? He's the tip of the spear, but now the snake in the grass setting up a trap, and Legend in his line of sight, maybe Frady, but he's spotted. And it will not, the spring or the trap will be sprung. Xforce is down, and VIP going to be in the victory circle relatively soon, and there it is. It's official. North America will claim 1, 2, and 3, but VIP will be the biggest victor. 7 eliminations. The winner chicken dinner, Dave.
There we go. VIP. Zarky boys in the house. Boom, baby. That's a huge win. Talk about confidence. We heard multiple interviews with that team specifically. The vibes already on point. So to be able to come into game number 1, come grand finals time, get the first win here in Enigma, that's all they needed, baby.
Hey, they don't care about the bonus points, the advanced points. They'll say, we'll get all our points from the regular matches. We got 18 games, the first one being Sandhawk. That's the coin flip. And you're the momentum guy, Dave. I'm the dirt ball factor of it all. That's a game that you definitely could have it going through. That's a team that definitely feels it. And I mean, the dancing, I was kind of memeing it early on, seeing the placement like, the league phase, not doing too hot for you guys, but coming into finals, especially the first game, you love to see it.
So awesome, man. North America. Now, historically, I will say we do really well as a region on Sandhawk. Like, for some reason, this map just works for us. I think it's because it's so open. There's so much chaos, and I've always said it, North America loves and thrives in chaos, in my opinion. So VIP Xforce Wolves doing a beautiful job. But it wasn't all them, was it? Royals of War, 10th, or should be 7th place, but 7 eliminations. We had a chance to catch up on one of their engagements against United 4 Gaming, which they ultimately ended up winning. They did a beautiful job in that case. Loops as well, top 5 and 5th place respectively with 8 total eliminations. They also looked great, but you got to give VIOUS credit. But here's the highlight for me, man. Loops taking down Alpha 7 on the rotate was huge, but Dave, this moment, that nade, beautiful from VIOUS Game.
Yeah, I mean, that right there just put a stop to whatever push Loops were trying to accomplish right there, and they weren't done yet. They popped up, tried to take shots at Xforce, but Xforce just kept a couple more grenades in the pocket to finish what they started right there. VIP, though, shout out to them. I know the circle heavily favored them up in the north, but they showed up in the late game, and it wasn't just like, hey, there he goes. It wasn't just like winner chicken dinner with like 2 eliminations, you know? No, instead they capitalized on their advantage up in the north, getting those zones, and they walk away with 7 total eliminations. And not only that, just the dirtball momentum, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think as well, just noting the fact that they won the 4v4 against Wolves. It wasn't no third parties really going down. That was a straight up fight on the hillside. And with it being late game Wolves, they had the prime positioning of where they could choose, what they could really take, to say the least, in that match, Taylor. But ultimately, of course, VIP showing that got to win the gunfights. And for them, the 7 elims, like you mentioned, secured them 17 points that match.
Yeah, 17 is huge. It really is. And that takes away a lot of the bonus points that were awarded, or I guess start forward points that were awarded from round 1 and round 2 of the league plays. So that's going to be a tremendous boost for VIP Esports. And of course, same thing can be said for Xforce and Wolves, VIOUS, Loops, Royals of War, having a tremendous opportunity. And Loops excites me because not only do they have a very solid game, they took down who I'm going to call their arch nemesis. Unconfirmed, but I'm calling it here only because they were 1 and 2 during the round 2 phase of league play. But taking down Alpha 7 on the rotate was tremendous. Loops holding their ground and doing it confidently should be in first place over that even of Alpha 7, who started the day obviously in first. Now, as we go to 9th through 16th, a couple of trouble points. iNCO Gaming, much hyped up, had a tremendous performance in round 2 league play. Last place, first team to be eliminated, 9Z Globant, Team Liquid. A lot of eyes on them. Chat still believing in them, though. I saw a couple of your comments a little bit earlier. But we take a look at our overall standings. And Dave, already we have some shakeups.
Shaking it up. Loops up here at the top. We got Alpha 7 right beneath them. Only 3 points. Tomato, I'm not worried. 9Z, VIP. Holy cow, fellas. VIP, talk about the biggest come up here. Yes, it's only one game, but honestly, Enigma for VIP, maintain it. You know, that's all you gotta do now. Like, you got here, you're in 4th place. Now it's just being consistent. And, you know, that's going to be a challenge. We haven't seen them consistent in the last 2 rounds, but guess what? It's a whole new week. We got 17 more games to go. They're feeling good. They got a nice little lead. So I'm all for the VIP come up right now, Enigma.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, and I think when we look at VIP all the way down to even 10th place, right, the point spread is neck and neck between all those teams, but the difference is that you're the squad that won the first match of the day. You're not the squad that went out early or got eliminated on rotation. You're the team that got the winner chicken dinner. For you to go from 16th all the way to 4th, I understand it's the first game, but that definitely does numbers on the medal, Taylor.
I'm so glad you said that. Yes, 16th place to 4th. Dave and yourself are right. That's the come up, okay? That's one of the biggest come ups we have seen yet. VIP Esports, talk about a tremendous performance. But like Dave said, now it's all about maintaining. Can you maintain and gain a little bit more? Top 3, right, is where you want to be. You're in the money. You're making money for sure. But do you want to secure that EWC spot? Do you want to play for life-changing money? Well, it's up for them to decide. It would be incredibly exciting, especially from a narrative perspective, to have a North American roster qualify in top 3, which would be a first for our PMSL Americas region. We watched them in spring last year. We watched them in fall. North America didn't even come close. They were on the second page both times. This time, though, North America has a tremendous opportunity. Game 1 has concluded. 5 more games to go. That's the last time you'll see Sandhawk today. Coming up, we're going to see Erangel for the first time during the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to day one of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Enigma. Game one's done. That was Sandhawk, and it was top 3 all North America, looking stellar, and VIP goes from 16th to 4th place. Loops takes over first from Alpha 7, albeit just 3 points, but they stay competitive, keeping the narrative strong from round 2 league play into the finals. A lot of great narrative storylines to galore, but more importantly, things are starting to heat up. One thing, Dave, about these finals, it's 2 days of accumulating the most points you can, and then it goes into that smash point, which is super unique, right? You try to reach the threshold, win the next game, you are now a champion. But the reality is we've had a lot of games, we've had a lot of days of PMSL Americas for 2025. Now we only have 3 left.
Yeah, in other words, the team, they must reach the target score and then the game after win the match. Like, that is going to be a wild, Enigma, and I am all for the smash rules out here. So, yeah, Loops walking away game 1, 8 elimination points. Alpha 7, only 2. Only 2. We saw that little crossfire action they had with VIOUS Gaming when Team Liquid just kind of decided to donate some points right there. But I think a big surprise for me here, Enigma, and I want to get your take on this one. Royals of War, right off the drop, man. Super aggressive, 7 elimination points going their way. I'm kind of getting vibes like we are from VIP. Like, sure, round 1, round 2, we didn't do the best, but we're here now and we're going to show up.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, the key component's going to be how these next Aaron Gills go. We're not playing Sandhawk anymore today. The Miramar's coming all the way at the end, the caboose of the last 2 games. These 3 Aaron Gills, we're going to have to really see which of these squads can consistently get the eliminations like Loops, like Alpha 7 have been able to do in the last 2 phases. And for the most part, Taylor, the squads that I'm looking at in terms of the Aaron Gill matches here, it's got to be Wolves, it's got to be iNCO, and it's got to be Team Liquid. 2 of those 3 squads eliminated in that last match immediately off rotation. They didn't get to play the game. They died in the vehicles, unfortunately. But Wolves, on the other hand, being able to keep strong with the consistency from phase 2. My question, I guess I could say, is do you think it's just going to be Wolves still going into those Aaron Gill matches?
I don't think so. I mean, based off of VIP and the way that they played that, no, I think VIP looks stronger than ever. The way they were pushing engagements showed confidence in their ability not only to win the fight, but also like, hey, we want to lock in these positions. VIP, great roster. A roster that was highly under the radar. We didn't really talk about them outside of when they were on screen because we had to. But boys, let's face it, like VIP, they weren't really a talking point going into today. They were in 16th place. No disrespect to them. That's just the results and how they landed. But VIP now, a tremendous talking point to be in 4th place. And I'm going to give them credit where credit is due. Can they be a roster that goes the distance? Now I think so. Granted, Sandhawk has only played once. If we did Sandhawk 6 times in a row each and every day, I'd put VIP at the top of my list. But they've got to be well-versed. They're going into Erangel. And the scary thing about Erangel, this is a map that obviously is the bread and butter for the majority of the teams out there. It should be for VIP, but is scary in the sense that Loops, very consistent on Erangel. They were really, really powerful in game number 1 with 8 eliminations and a 5th place finish. You also have Alpha 7, who had a ton of wins on Erangel, specifically in round 1 of the league play. Alpha 7, still scary. I wouldn't want to run into them. And the thing about them, Dave, is they start off all the way on the right-hand side, and they rotate pretty much the entirety of the map. Nobody is safe because Alpha 7 somehow turns up. Even in the furthest points of the zones, they travel, they know their routes, and anybody who runs into them, well, they're in danger.
Yeah, Alpha 7, you can never underestimate this squad. They always know what they're doing. You know, they're not only thinking the next step, they're thinking 3 steps, maybe even 4 steps ahead, right? So Alpha 7, they're at the top of this lobby for a reason. Kind of doubling back, though, to VIP, because I know I wasn't here with both of you last week. I'm calling these guys the Zarky Bros, by the way, because they dropped Zarky. I don't know if you heard me say that a couple times, and honestly, if we can get some like Zarky love up there, North George pool and a couple of these zones, I can see them I'm sticking with the storyline reflections because we can't talk about VIP. We haven't that much, right, in the past. So now that they're up here, I'm talking about them all damn day until I can't no more. But yeah, if they can get some love up there, I want to see this team like finish at the top. I'm pumped up for the boys.
Without a doubt, Zarky is a fun place to go. It's a little bit out of the way though, especially if you have a military zone. You know, I mean, you got a long way to rotate. But VIP, maybe it works out for them. Outside of Zarky, have they gone anywhere else? I mean, is that where they're truly the Zarky boys?
That's it.
That's the only place.
Out, baby. Zarky in and out. All right, that's their home. They ain't leaving their home, man.
There's no plan B, man.
No plan B.
It's either Zarky or nothing. I think. Am I wrong in thinking Alpha 7, they do go to Lipovka, but they also go to Georgia Pool?
Yep.
Yeah,
North Georgia.
go North Georgia there.
That's their plan B, right? So it's kind of scary. Zarky boys are there, but Alpha 7 also has a chance to be up there depending on who challenges them over in Lipovka, which hasn't been anybody. They've not had a reason to rotate out of Lipovka since fall season.
Well, that's what's so curious with this squad VIP, because they like to kind of mimic almost Alpha 7 on their rotates. So say there's a circle, Alpha 7 might push that Georgia Pool bridge. Minute later, VIP doing the same thing, right? And that was one of the critiques over the last 2 weeks, is that they were a little too slow on the mimic play, the rotates or whatnot. And yes, game number 1, they didn't really have to move too much because those circles heavily favored where they dropped. But if we can see VIP kind of pick up the pace a little bit here on this final week, we already know Alpha 7, their rotations are, beautiful. Mom's lasagna. So if VIP can kind of pick up the slack, this could be a serious contender here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, if you're a VIP fan, you're hoping that these sort of circle shifts either go right into Zarky, which I've still never seen a zone finish directly in the point of interest Zarky, or you're hoping it goes all the way up north towards that shooting range, Severny even, maybe Stalber if VIP is able to make that rotation early on. But like you said, having your rotations kind of more of just a mimicry of Alpha 7 is a bit of a concern in my mind, because if you were to finish top 3, how would that play out on the global stage at EWC? I can't picture it going all too well for that squad, especially maybe if Alpha 7 decides, hey, we're kind of annoyed at this kind of fly in my ear, kind of the back over the shoulder. We don't want them anymore. So they just start taking those 4v4 fights. And obviously we know Squash, Revo, those are players that definitely can, in my eyes, at least even 2v4 VIP to say the least. But Taylor, for this Erangel and stuff like that, I'd be fine with a Northern Circle shift. Team Liquid, AGG, they're the military teams that you're making note of saying they'd have to struggle with the rotation. They've already been struggling all tournament with the rotations. Wolves as well, kind of being the team that comes to mind that's always, they're being rats on the bridge every single time, whether it's north or south side of the river.
Yeah, also VIOUS Gaming. VIOUS Gaming, watched them plenty of times throughout round 1, specifically on the right-hand bridge. That's where they love to hang out and gatekeep any roster. And I do believe it is AGG who often runs into VIOUS Gaming, specifically on the right side. So you're calling a northern zone. I would love a military zone again. And those military zones during round 1 league play was incredible, spicy. And even one day, I believe we had 2 out of our 3 Erangel matches go to the way of military. That led to plenty of boat tates. We saw a glider, and it led to X Factor getting our first North American win, which was truly exciting to see. They played it so very well, which was great because it was polar opposite from the map before, where they got dominated by Alpha 7 as they were trying to rotate through, go into the mainland, and then they go to the next game, short-term memory. They forget all about that, but they remember how they got punished, and they made the rotate early. They get onto the island of military, and they ended up winning the game, which is truly exciting. So military never disappoints. The bridge rotations are so powerful and incredibly fun to watch. And it also gives hope for me for Team Liquid as well, because they start down at military. So as long as they can get blessed by zone, they're going to be just fine, because that last game was rough for them. Dave, are you calling a specific zone? Because I'm telling you, you're a wizard, man. Where are we going? Where's the zone going?
I want to see it at least circle number 1, kind of be up there in the north, west. Of course, Zarky just kind of maintain a storyline. I don't know if he'll finish Zarky, but at least kind of, show some love to Zarky. But yeah, I totally agree. I think Military Base Island really hasn't gotten any love here throughout the last 2 weeks. And I think Enigma, it's time. It's time to start showing some love to the South Side down here, man.
Yeah, and I think some of these teams, they're really just hoping the love goes their way, right? A lot of these squads, especially when we were looking at sort of bonus points at the start of the day, a lot of these teams on the right side, single digits. Most of those sort of advancement points were just sponged up by Alpha 7, Loops, 9Z as well. The only really kind of middle of the pack teams that we can make note of is going to be Influence, Rage, Intense Game, Team Liquid, and then, of course, the 2 NA squads we were making note of at the start of the broadcast. But for the most part, these teams, especially with it being Aaron Gale, I'm wanting to see the hovercrafts for one.
Sure,
NA, I
of
know
course.
that's kind of our trademark now, is bringing that into the competitive sphere. But if it goes Millie or even Zarky, Taylor, I'm wanting to see more gliders. Okay, get them in the air.
Sure.
We saw, people shooting them out of the sky, if I recall, which I'm not a fan of, to say the least. Let them make the rotation, respect the efforts, to say the least. But these teams right now, especially I think this first Erangel going into it, got to make sure your rotations are on point. Give yourself that fighting chance, because if you don't, if you have a repeat of Sandhawk, maybe like Team Liquid or iNCO Gaming, if you butcher this first rotation, I mean, it's really just going to mental boom you for the day.
And that's it, isn't it? You need to prioritize. Hey, Amazon gift card. Hold on, where'd that come from? Hey, make sure you're cashing out of the Amazon gift card. Stay tuned during the fly-through. Stay tuned during the fill segments and the commentary and the analysis. You never know when that card's going to be. It surprised me. All right, Amazon gift card. Cash in, baby. We're going to have them going all day long. But you're right, Enigma. If Sandhawk is any indication of how punishing the rotations are if you're not getting ahead of them, you're in trouble. Take the lessons learned. You're not guaranteed to get safely in between teams anymore. Everybody is going to fire upon you. I'm not going to lie, boys. That's Sandhawk. Those rotations, that is the most punished rotations I have seen during the 2025 PMSL America spring season so far. And that gives me great hope that these guys are all firing on all 4 cylinders, maybe 6, maybe 8, 12. I don't know. However many cylinders they got in their car, baby.
All
but
right.
It's getting fun. Let's get into it. Dave, where are we dropping?
Right here. That's why I want the circle in. Right there,
Wait, are you drawing that?
Hey, back end.
What is this a thing?
Whoa, hey, there he is. AGG going up there to Stallber. Team Liquid looks like they're going to be long dropping down there to their tried and true spot. But I am all for VIP Esports right now to kind of all of the storyline. See how they can take advantage of the momentum. You know what Enigma would call a dirt ball, which we'll get to that in just a moment. But it is so true, right? Because week 1, week 2, this was a team. They were nice circle, by the way, not Zarky, but they were a team that were constantly at the bottom of leaderboards. And every time we heard an interview, they were always so positive. They were always ready for that next match. So the fact that now they're at the top of the leaderboards, I'm so curious on how that dynamic will play a role here in this match and maybe the next match here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of, if you perform well, you can hit the mental reset button a lot easier than if you were to really struggle and underperform. And I feel those first 2 phases we watched, phase 1 and phase 2, same amount of matches, same amount of days, but those matches feel a lot easier and slower. With this being finals now, you're counting every single placement, every single elimination point. You're looking at the day and saying, we've only got 5, 4, 3, 2, maybe even 1 more match to move up the leaderboard. And it really does become this mental mind game for these squads. You got to really determine what you want to focus on, who is able to kind of hit the button for you on the mental reset if you can't do it yourself. And that's why when it comes to our North American talent and stuff like that, I know a lot of us are, more new players, to say the least, in this region and stuff like that. They're squads that haven't played on LAN as much. And Taylor, for the most part, obviously you'd made note of it at the start of the broadcast, going up against the likes of Alpha 7, Team Liquid, who've not only been a team for years, but have played LAN events for years. It definitely is a mental fatigue that really you can't replicate anywhere else.
Without a doubt, LAN experience, it's hard. It's tough, right? I mean, you wake up in the morning, obviously in a hotel, look, that can affect your sleep. I'm getting deep with it. I'm going deep with it, okay? That can affect your sleep.
All the way.
maybe you're not getting the same food you're used to. All right, now you got to take a bus. You go to the venue. You're getting set up. Maybe the venue's a little bit too cold. Maybe it's a little bit too hot. The point is, it's not your house. It's not your bedroom. It's not your couch. Okay.
Yeah.
It does play an impact in the way that you compete. And I've been watching it for years across multiple esports. The LAN experience, some people cannot adapt to it. And truly, the only way to really adapt to it, unless you're just a certified beast and can go into your first LAN, your rookie LAN, and just dominate, is just to get the experience under your belt. And I will say, that's why I do love this PMSL Americas experience, sending the teams out there to Sao Paulo, having an opportunity to play in studio. And I believe at one point having a live audience, if I'm not mistaken, potentially. I don't know if they're going to have it during the finals, but that's going to elevate the experience and really bring the nerves into play. Because you got to imagine, it's like Alpha 7. They're the favorites, right? I mean, clearly, because they are the best in the region. They're the best in the world. So you look at Alpha 7, they're going to have probably a ton of fans out there screaming their name. So if you're opposite of them, if you're out there playing and you're trying to clutch up against Alpha 7, meanwhile, the crowd is chanting their name and not yours, Dave, come on, man. You want to talk about shaky hands? If you don't have a strong mental and block them out, that can mess you up.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to see what some of these players will be able to accomplish and overcome. And I think one good thing about this current format is, now in week 3. Right. So hopefully they are a little more comfortable compared to week number 1, and week 3 is really where it all counts. It's really where you gotta show your mental fortitude and just your overall ability to produce results, right, as a team here. So we'll have to continue to see, as it looks like Influence Rage Diego doing some scouting. I love the player cams. I can't talk about that enough. I mean, the player cams, it gives you a glimpse at just how locked in these players are here. And we're seeing Diego on the rotate, trying to avoid the sightlines. Did lose a buggy tire. Looks like Shoot to Survive here, Enigma. Possibly trying to go for a little baby hunt down. Looks like they're going to be pulling back, and Diego able to find a boulder to heal up.
Yeah, that's one of those plays from Shoot to Survive that you sit there and really get annoyed by them. They shot the back tire out of your buggy. They slow you down. You're worried about having to stop the whole entire squad to bail out one teammate, all for Shoot to Survive to allow you to rotate by. Casper barely missing the last few shots to maybe get that knock, which if you get the knock there, I mean, you really could potentially full wipe Influence Rage having to double back. Luckily for them, of course, for Influence Rage, they made it by. They were able to sit right up on that sort of ridge line on the mountaintop just south of that sort of new compound, is what the players like to call it. And a lot of these squads are actually opting to stay on this northern side of the river. The only squad kind of going south, getting the free loot, is going to be 9Z all the way down there. Cold Goat already kind of on the far western edge of the circle, while rest of these teams, I'm seeing it as well, all the way up north here, Taylor. Alpha 7 made the early rotation like we expect, and how we know, VIP kind of coming in shortly behind them, making the same rotation in.
Yeah, that could be fun, right? Because VIP is right on track to potentially rotate into Alpha 7 if Alpha 7 stays over at Roshawk. But I do expect them to go a little bit further in. Are you able to draw on the screen, Dave? Like whenever like the map and stuff
pops up, bro. You tested
Can
my
you pull
skills?
up that map, man? Pull up that map. I want to.
Yeah, Bob Ross?
Circle that big glob of players and teams just right there north of the right bridge, bro. Look at how deadly that's going to be, because you got Team Liquid.
Right there.
There it is, right there.
Right
Team
there.
Liquid, Wolves right next to each other, VIOUS Gaming. You got Savage, United for Gaming, all right there. 9Z, 9Z is just really split. You got Remix on the left-hand side. I don't know what he's scouting. You got Gogo all the way in the south. He's still locking down the shoreline from an invasion that's never going to come.
Look at this.
And then you got got Milos, Reyes, also by themselves. Of course, they're not at risk, but I mean, that right-hand side, that northern bridge, Dave, that's going to get nasty soon.
Oh, it's gonna get hectic. We talk about clown fiestas almost weekly at this point, and well, this is gonna be one of those times. You know, hopefully you got the hat on and the red nose, because it's gonna get crazy.
Right
Would
on,
you-
dude. Crazy
would you-
indeed with
the
the
red
red
nose?
nose, baby.
Well, because
We
the
gotta
clown,
get a
the
player
clown
dressed up as a
fiesta.
clown.
It's a clown
We gotta get
fiesta,
a
so you
player
gotta
as
show
a
up.
clown.
You know, the birthday cake, the sprinkles, the sparklers, the whole
I have
nine
red
yards.
noses in my house. I could
Oh,
put
of
one on.
course you do.
The whole.
I do.
You
You
seem
know,
like
nine
seem like
yards.
someone that likes to be a clown in their free
that's
time.
actually
I'm gonna say it.
insane.
I'm
First
gonna
off,
say
I'm going to say that is insane. You would say that so confidently with your chest puffed up,
Yeah.
even though it's
Oh,
a
yeah,
bird
you
chest.
know it.
That's crazy to me, but that's okay. Hey,
Yeah,
Here we
that's
go.
okay.
Here we go. Look at this
Here
circle.
we go.
Though. I like
Oh.
that 9Z. I really did like that they were kind of using military base island, kind of hedging their bets. The only team really that was looking down here. But you made a note of it, Reflections. They're just so separated. You know, Reyes already up in the mix. Milo's sending it across that bridge as well. But by the time the Colgo and Remix are able to group up, VIOUS Gaming, they might be looking in this direction, right, to take them out. So 9Z playing a little too slow here, fellas, in my opinion.
I think so. And Reyes, Milos have already moved in. Like you mentioned, Kogoat Remix going to be too far behind. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 potentially crashing into intense game. Squash Boo already has it down to the right-hand side, but taking a little bit, actually taking a lot of damage. I think he's still up, but not by much. He's got to retreat. In fact, he's going to be down. So Alpha 7 ran into troubles early on against Loops and Sandhawk. This time around, even earlier, intense game, getting a couple of downs. And in fact, I do believe there is a team rolling up on him from behind as well. Maybe Shoot to Survive. So Alpha 7, they've got to get busy, lock down this hardcover POY, and push forward aggressively and take down intense game. The first one they're looking to do is going to be Adrian just up ahead, who's had plenty of great opportunities. There it is, Casper. Klaus have also moved in. Alpha 7 needs to win this flawlessly, so they've got a full man unit to face off against Shoot to Survive just up ahead, Dave.
Look at this. Shoot to Survive, like you said, applying the pressure on the ridge side. The Alpha 7 were really trying to use for cover to set this engagement up, but forced their hand here to push into the buildings. Casper on the outskirts going to spray down through the smokes right now. Carrillo, there's a grenade. I don't believe that's going to touch him. Nope, it's not. He's going to be safe for the time being, but they lost 2 of their squad mates in the process. And to make matters worse, Enigma, not only is Shoot to Survive out there trying to get a piece of the Alpha 7 pie, we also got, who's that? VIP, the Zarky Bro, showing up to take out Alpha 7 as well.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of we're talking about VIP rotating behind Alpha 7. If you go for that engagement, you get that opening knock, you can't allow yourself to get traded out. And with Squash being one of your top 2 fraggers on the team, being immediately knocked and thirsted is not the way you want the fight to go. And I feel like with Alpha 7, with it being so early on, you got to remind yourself to take it slow. We're getting too eager off of these knocks, looking for these real estate spots in the circle. What was that? 4 teams ultimately ending up at the compound there. And yeah, the circle shift goes up there, but I felt like Alpha 7 could have been more than comfortable playing their original spot towards the west. But now we're switching back to the southern edge of the zone here. Taylor Wolves Esports having to battle it out against United 4 Gaming. They already have a knockdown on one of the players, but Baton and the rest of the team, they're spread, they're damaged up a little bit. They've got to win this fight.
They do. Top 3 performance in Sandhawk in map 1, but only with 1 elimination. This time, they could get the party started a lot earlier. You take a look at the overall standings. 5th place, 20 points. 13 points away from first, which is Loops. Very, very easily coverable in this game alone, but it depends on how this fight against United 4 Gaming ends up unfolding, and the longer it takes, obviously, the more teams that might roll up into their position. 9Z Globant have all gotten together. They were so spread apart on military. Now they are just south of Wolves and potentially setting up for a third party to crash in on the Wolves United 4 Gaming attempt. Meanwhile, VIP, intense game. Intense game are few but mighty. They're sitting with just 2 players, and that's in conjunction with, of course, that fight from Alpha 7 and Shoot to Survive just a little bit earlier, but they're putting the hurting on VIP. We're in shambles, low health, getting back up, but the shots are ringing true, and VIP starting to fall. Intense game. 1 player left. It's Silence. But he's not going
Third
down in
party.
silence. He's going out with a bang. But like you said, the third party, Xforce is back at it once again, much like they did in map number 1 on Sandhawk. Xforce is unrelenting, intense game. Silence can't get away, and he can't. He will fall. And the last remaining player, iYouYa from VIP, trying his best to stay alive. But Xforce is tightening the vice grip, and iYouYa can't go anywhere. And VIP are out of there.
Wow. I mean, Xforce, man, coming in hot. They came all the way from the edge of Potato Hill, essentially where Royals of War and Loops are at, finding the right timing, the right moment to come into that fight. And I was really feeling for VIP being able to come in there, go for that third-party potential, but ultimately just taking way too much time to deal with 2 players. I believe actually even having 2 of their players knocked and thirsted out. But now with the Loops, they're trying to have their mark on the third party, unfortunately getting caught out by Xforce. And this is one of those awkward moments where Xforce knows their side of the map is somewhat clear. They can look for the aggression. It actually looks like they are. And Zelda, they're leaving him to get wiped here, Dave.
Let's see. Yep, looks like he's going to be bleeding on out. There goes a little follow-up grenade. But hold up, Kogo with the hovercraft, just bullying Royals of War. Pushing him out of the way with the Dacia, and not only do they got one, but what's better than one hovercraft? 2 hovercrafts. 9Z not too happy about their game 1 performance, so guess what? They're calling in the big guns. They're looking to take on Royals of War and push them off of this Potato Hill position. As the next circle does pop, it will go a little further to the northeast, but 9Z Reflections, the duo hovercraft combo, it's a listen, it's an almost guaranteed win in my opinion, but let's see. Let's see. So. They got Royals of War to deal with first.
Yeah, they do, but they're dealing with them. A quick knockdown plus a run over will take down David. He's out of there. 9Z not slowing down. Up close and personal. Victix is gone. We'll see you later. Royals of War in shambles. A beautiful push from 9Z Globant, from spread apart now to all together as they pick apart Royals of War one by one until they are completely out of there, at least nearly. Only one more player remains, and that's going to be Aragods, who's forced to run away. If it's not Xforce gunning him down, it's going to be 9Z Globant or even Shoot to Survive. But either way, he's a solo. The damage done. 9Z Globant. A flawless win, and sticking with the hovercraft strat, man, that's a beautiful thing there.
That's all you need, man. 2 hovercrafts, that's all. I mean, who can ask for more, right? So, her god over here found a nice boulder, trying to blow up that vehicle, create that hard cover. Pretty center, not too bad. And has the elevation of the hillside to kind of protect his backside from Xforce as well. But VIOUS, your squad, Reflections, 4 eliminations so far. They're going to be hugging the east side right now. But guess what? The Wolves, that yellow indicator on the top right-hand corner, that little map right there, those yellow spots, that's going to be the Wolves looking to backstab Enigma. VIOUS over here.
Yeah, but the issue with Wolves is it's only 2 players. I'm not sure what happened to the other 2 members, but it's going to be just Dorn and Juancho making the rotation. They will get a knock. It looks like they are going to get a bit active on the eastern edge, but the south is still unfolding here. Loops now. They lost the player early on, trying to hold the mountaintop against Influence Rage. Little boy, we see all the way in the back with the Overwatch, trying to get Loranzan up on his feet. Law putting the utility down, and I think this is one of those moments. Yeah, Loops, they're trying to really decide, we're a 3-man. Do we want to give him a potential opening knock to a squad like Influence Rage? And with the zone still being in stage 4 here, there's still a lot of time left for these squads to play. I understand we saw a lot of action in this circle shift, mostly from teams wanting to get active instead of playing passive on the first day of grand finals. But this is where that moment comes in, that sort of mental understanding of the game here. Do you want to go for it? Do you want to relax, kind of recollect yourself throughout the game? And ultimately, Loops, it's going to decide that's going to be the case, trying to get themselves grounded, understanding where this next circle shift could go. Because with this sort of circle shift here, Taylor, if it goes south, you have a pristine spot on the mountain. You can take that 3v4. But if it goes anywhere north or east and you're a Loops player, you're really going to be struggling getting into that next circle if you have anyone less than 3 players.
Yeah, and you can see, or at least I can witness, right, Loops, Xforce are keeping each other in check quite a bit. Inabete stuck behind the tree, but so is 24K. Luckily for Inabete, he does have a vehicle he can get in and rotate. Here's that zone shift, and it goes north. So everything you just set up, unfortunately, now is a bit of a disadvantage for Loops & Co., who now have to rotate in. You got Shoot to Survive set up before them. Doran also just ahead of him. He might be a solo, but actually, excuse me, I think no, he is a solo.
Yeah,
my
solo.
bad. Yeah, one got taken down.
He's going to
VIOUS
Ergon's
up
spot.
ahead, but and yeah, he's going to go where Aragon's
he
at.
got him.
Xforce is going to move in. Mystic will drop. Things are starting to fall apart for a couple of rosters, but for Xforce, I'm kind of like all eyes on them only because they're pushing the door and they got iNCO up ahead. Xforce could have a solid game number 2, and they've been known to win on Erangel, so I'm hoping they do, Dave.
Yeah, they could, but they also have iNCO to the north. Looks like Loops haven't really made up their mind on which route they want to take before pushing into the play zone either. One team I'm looking at, I'm still looking at 9Z. Remember, they were all the way down on Military Base Island. They're still showing up in the late game with 4 alive, and they're going to be playing nice and tight with a 2-1-1 split. Potentially looking to battle VIOUS Gaming as Team Liquid, the duo. Hey, guess what, fellas? They're not out, all right? They didn't get eliminated early. They are going to be in a shack trying to pepper some shots down range. And here comes Loops. It looks like they finally made the call to push Savage Esports. My dudes are still shooting the air over here. I mean, they were caught off guard themselves, but they did get the elimination. But here comes Team Liquid from downtown in the shack. A yellow 4-3. Can we get the bounce? Snacks just out of range. That would have been nice.
Yeah, but I would have liked to see Team Liquid get in one of the vehicles and just start full sending it. Yeah, now they're doing it, but unfortunately for them, VIOUS Gaming has the same idea. Savage, oh man, imagine the timing if Team Liquid was a bit sooner. VIOUS could have had full control of the eastern edge, but now we're seeing the unfold on the northwest side. You were wondering, Xforce, iNCO, Xforce Fate, he's going to be the spearhead trying to pressure back 7 and the rest of the squad. Actually, one of the players, McGrellin, being knocked on the cross. 9Z as well, starting to turn their sights towards the commotion on the west. And Xforce, they're getting active. They're getting close. The utility's coming through. Can they find the mark? They have 7 pinned on the back, but got to be worried about the front. Thankfully, Alim gets the knocks through the smoke. And with Xforce having the uphill advantage now here, Taylor, iNCO Gaming, you wonder, how do you get out of this position?
Well, not by taking a lot of damage like that. Unfortunately, can't really go too far. Also, Reyes, you throw him in the mix as a solo with the rest of the roster coming in. This fight is going to go from bad to worse for iNCO, who are getting picked apart left and right. Xforce in full control of the situation. They've got all their members up. They've got plenty of utility to use, and there's zero cover, basically, besides this little hillside and, of course, the buggy in front with the smoke for the side of iNCO. There's 9Z Globant, who have moved in. Valak needs to read the situation well. McGrellin's pretty much dead to rights as far as I'm concerned. He's going to either get shot in the back or shot in the front. A nade's going to take him out, and that's exactly what's going to end up happening. So now for Xforce, iNCO's gone. They're fully eliminated. 7th place with 0 eliminations. Now my attention focuses straight onto 9Z Globant, who are looking to take their real estate because the zone has shifted once again, Dave.
Yeah, you got Remix pretty much focusing on VIOUS up there in the north. Then we got the trio over here making sure that Xforce can backstab them. So got to see what ends up happening is now Reyes going to be firing some shots. Here comes Remix doubling back. Now they're going to group up. They recognize there's a whole team up here. We'll leave VIOUS Gaming to worry about them another day because we got to make sure to take out Xforce. That way they don't overthrow our position.
Yeah, and that nade finish as well. Really a key component, unfortunately, as well for Xforce. 24Ks gets re-knocked after the reset, leaving just the duo. And the Bison, it's got 50 rounds in it. The free fire comes through, getting some damage, but ultimately being knocked. Leaving it down to, I believe, just Alim up on the hillside. And Xforce, unfortunately, eliminated 6th place. They got a few Elims under their belt, but S2S rotated out of the compound. They sandwiched him on that western hillside. And if you're a 9Z fan, you were hoping for them to show up. You didn't want them to have a repeat of the final day of Phase 2. You wanted them to have that expertise come into play. And Remix, that squad and friends all showing that they can put up the numbers when needed to the most. With it now, we're talking a top 5 situation, 13 total players up here, Taylor. But the matter of the fact is these teams still trying to work with more than what they got.
Comes down really who wants it the most in this situation. For VIOUS, they've had a tremendous game. 6 eliminations, 4 players still alive. A chance to catapult themselves up ahead of Xforce, 9Z Globant, who knows, even Alpha 7. Depending on how they close this game out, that would be a tremendous come up for that roster who's been hyped up since round 1 of league play into round 2 and ultimately into the finals. But 9Z Globant, another consistent talking point, highlighted by 7 very early on during the spring season here in 2025. And a chance for them to have a tremendous finish. They're already at 7 eliminations, 3 strong. Influence rage from VIOUS Gaming, easily getting picked apart. Diminor chucking nades. Diego has no choice but to hug the corner of the shack. He's pretty much dead. The rights depending. Another one. Does it thread the needle? Oh, no. Actually, Diego gets back in, and VIOUS Gaming now start to run into a bit of trouble. I believe Team Liquid from afar, Dave.
Yeah, it's going to be Team Liquid really third-partying and really putting a stop to the grenades that we saw VIOUS trying to use to flush out Influence in the Death Shack over there. But finally, looks like Team Liquid, they have been dealt with. So now VIOUS, they're able to focus. Yep, they did. They took out Influence as well. So VIOUS currently sitting on 9 eliminations as we head into the top 3 right now. Shoot to survive still with a duo. 9Z looking for winner chicken dinner to pretty much make the come up here and make up for lost ground that we saw from them in game number 1. So 4v3 v2 right now, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think my eyes are going to be really set on VIOUS Gaming. The only squad with a 4-man. They get the shift as well down south, as well as having Team Liquid cleared out. They understand that they could maybe even send a player to that check, have that whole southern edge of the hill that Shoot to Survive is trying to play on, potentially under their scopes. And with 9Z, I really hope that they would have had their last player up, at least that 4th member being Cold Goat. Him and Remix both have been performing exceptionally well throughout the first 2 phases of the event, but it's always still anyone's game here. We actually see as well Shoot to Survive Bob having a Groza to his name, a weapon that definitely could change the tides of battle. But we see it now, 9Z. It looks like they're turning their sights towards Shoot to Survive. It's a matter of if you can land the shots, if you can get the engagement going the way you want it to. Because if you make a single mistake, Taylor, VIOUS Gaming is going to be able to come up and capitalize. You got to have the clean engagement. We see it now, 9Z. They're making their move.
They have to. They're going into the lesser of 2 evils, which is going to be Shoot to Survive with only 2 players alive. So the numbers are on the side of 9Z Globant. For VIOUS Gaming, most likely going to chill, maybe pop some shots in that vicinity, potentially go for a bit of a third party, maybe a knock if they can. But I don't believe they want to get too actively involved in this fight. So for all eyes on 9Z Globant, Shoot to Survive, which shout out to them. It's a miraculous performance, really, in game number 2 from Shoot to Survive. They were in that early fight against Intense game that we highlighted with Alpha 7 also rolling in. So the fact that Shoot to Survive makes it the top 3 after that massive battle at a bit of a disadvantage with only 2 players walking away from it is pretty spectacular. The fact that they're top 3 and also have 6 eliminations speaks volumes about how special this roster truly is. But the fight is starting to get a little bit closer. For now, distance is still there, but utility is going to be the friend of 9Z Globant and Shoot to Survive. And Remix, a beautiful throw, will take Bob down below half health. And I said VIOUS Gaming was going to stay quiet. Well, not at all, Dave. They're getting involved too, and 9Z Globant are now pincered between 2 rosters.
Yeah, they want a piece of the action. They knew they had the advantage over there. They heard the shots. They heard the vehicles out here on the west side. They're going to keep one of their squad mates down there on the east coast to make sure that that circle is free and clear. But here comes the grenade barrage right now. Remix really low in the health department, needs to get the heal off, but the Molotov, the spread behind the tree, they got him locked in right there. But Bob from downtown will be the deciding factor to take out 9Z here, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Shoot to Survive, they don't understand Menor is all the way off on that eastern edge, still having that off angle for the squad, allowing this 3-man to really just crane over the top of the hillside. And with it being this 4v2, I mean, what was that, 11 eliminations for VG, just being able to really put on a clinic on this first Erangel. I can't really picture Shoot to Survive getting any eliminations under their belt, or at least winning this match, to say the least. But Bob, he does have the Groza. We did see the utility usage come in clutch against the fight, at least with 9Z, but we're seeing it now. I mean, Taylor Nunez, he's already got such a good angle here. It's only a matter of time, really, until they just start going down.
There goes Bob.
And there's Bob. Bob will fall. Dark Light. Good shot, Sean to Nunez, but like you said, the vice grip, it's getting tightened. Diminor's moving up.
Oh!
Like a zombie in the night, but Dark Light tries to clutch. He can't do it. Shoot to survive. We'll have to settle for second with 7 elims. And VIOUS Gaming come out on top, elevate themselves up the leaderboard. The question is how far, but a tremendous game 2. 13 eliminations, the winner chicken dinner, and giving the old MJ shoulder shrug right there in the middle. Beautiful job from VIOUS. A team that's been hyped up again since round 1. We loved them. We shouted them out so many different times, Dave, and for good reason. Now that they're in the finals, they look comfortable.
Yeah, showing up in the late game with all 4 alive, definitely helping them. The grenade placements were on point right there. Nunez with 4 eliminations. Then Marlon with the off angle that we were talking about, pretty much making sure that the trio has enough room to make those moves happen. But kind of rewinding just a little bit, I really did like the heads up play from 9Z. They had Milos and Riaz in the vehicle, and Riaz was trying to be sneaky. And let's play the replays, and dropped off Milos with the MG3 in the grass, and then started trying to bait out Shoot to Survive. But Shoot to Survive didn't take the bait there at the end. Sure. But I did see that play from 9Z, and I was like, ooh, I like that. I don't see that very often. But talking about not seeing very often here, fellas, Alpha 7 just getting destroyed on a aggressive push.
Yeah, first it was Loops on Sanhok map 1. This time around it was Intense Game, or a mixture of Intense Game and Shoot to Survive. Again, Shoot to Survive in that culmination, in that fight. They run away, and I say run away, it was the smartest decision, the smartest play. They get away with 2 players and ultimately finish off in second place. So the fact that they get in there, they take down 2 giants of Intense Game and Alpha 7, and then get away to fight for a top 3 position is truly special. Heads up play, well done. For 9Z Globant, big story around them. They led military. They're super spread apart. What are they doing? Are they all on the same page? Once they got on the same page, they were just an unstoppable force. Beautifully done for a top 3 finish, 7 eliminations. But VIOUS stole the show and started getting heated up here on Influence Rage in the Shack. And they didn't stop there, did they, Enigma? They continued to go forward, and they third-party successfully 9Z to focus their attention on the last remaining members of Shoot to Survive.
Yeah, and I really was kind of discrediting the squad for the most part after that Phase 1 performance at the end, into Phase 2, really just struggling to kind of find themselves on the map. But seeing here as well, I mean, wow, just the damage numbers from Marlon and Dimenor, 600-700 totals, 4 elims on 2 of the players. This is a squad that, like VIP, we all knew they had it in them to get the wins, to get these sort of standout moments in the tournament. We just would have liked to see more of it. You know, we would have liked to see it in the phases, but nonetheless, with the format as well, yeah, those bonus points come into play somewhat, but you still have the chance, you still have the opportunity. Just one game closes that gap after it's all said and done, Taylor. And with the match rankings, I mean, 23 total points as a squad,
Huge.
That's definitely moving you up.
Without a doubt, for 9Z Global getting 12, Shoot to Survive getting 13, all 3 of those rosters are going to catapult up the ranks. That's what happens so early in the finals, right? I mean, yeah, bonus points are there, but these early games matter so much to set the tone for your roster, but also to set the tone on the overall standings, which we'll get to in a bit. For Team Liquid, a much better game compared to their game number 1. They walk away with 7 total points. That's going to help out just a little bit. A lot of work still needed. They started game 2 in 9th place. They may move up just a little bit, but not as much, of course, as they're wanting and their fans are wanting. For Intense Game, they were finished off early, but they still walk away with 5 points with the 5 eliminations. The question remains, if they didn't get third-partied by Shoot to Survive and Alpha 7, do they walk away with more? Do they get a top 3? Well, possibly, but hey, Dave, at first it was Loops overtaking first. Now it's VIOUS Gaming with 41. That's a decent lead as well.
Yeah, VIOUS Gaming had 7 head start points heading into the last 2 matches. VIP with only 2. And it just goes to show you, like, having one really good match, it just puts you right at the top. And talking about those head start points, well, I'm scratching them off for Alpha 7. They had 27 head start points. We see them in 4th place. And then Loops, they started today with 22 head start points. So our top 2 big dogs in the lobby had, well, back-to-back, I'm going to call it mud balls the last 2 games. You know, just falling apart here, Enigma.
Yeah, and thankfully for our NA squads, at least we got to give credit to Xforce as well. 5th place, they came in with just 6 total points at the start of the day. Not many from the sort of 2 phases we had played earlier on in the weeks, but for a squad like that, they've been in those situations where they could be in that top 2, top 3 winning position even, but unfortunately it comes down to just those micro 1v1 decisions. Wolves as well, kind of a question mark in my eyes right now. I expected them to be performing a lot better, especially in that circle there, but seemed like stage 4, they're losing both Coops and Baton. Something that really was apparent in phase 1, the mistakes that they were making, and it seems like they're kind of repeating them now in grand finals here, Taylor.
Well, I was really disappointed because Wolves had a beautiful setup with the hovercraft, the 2 vehicles.
Yeah.
I think they had maybe 2 hovercrafts, but for sure one, you know, I'm thinking that's setting them up for success. They saw the best do it, which was Xforce during the Titan series. So I highly expected Wolves to have a much better game than they did, but yeah, finished off way too early as far as I'm concerned. 10th place, 2 elims. Wolves, a team that was much hyped up during round 2, much hyped up going in today for North America, but a slow start once the finals begin. But hey, let's go back in time to Titan series. We're watching Xforce, and they are dominating primarily on Aaron Gale for the military zones because they started the hovercraft strat. If you missed it, let's get you caught up with what went down.
The idea for the hovercraft meta is obviously we land Primorsk. There's 4 hovercraft spawns in Primorsk. That's why we land there. We got the ideas because it's like a BDRM in the airdrop, and it's hard to shoot out of. It's like a tank. So it's like the idea.
Hovercraft strategy. I jumped out of my seat. By itself against the village. He's calling in support. He's calling in the hovercrafts right now. Any moment now, Hogan with a nice little trade on the valley. Here comes in the air right there. They got the call. Now we're down to just 1 player.
During the clip just now, obviously it takes about 4 clips of a gun to blow up our hovercrafts, and our hovercrafts were full health. So me and Freepoint knew that we could just wait it out, and once the hovercrafts came in, it would be an easy wipe. So that's what we did.
From the villains. That's the meta. Asta doesn't want that smoke. Wasn't a vehicle. Oh, hovercraft. Another one. Illusion down. Asta, the hovercrafts from Xforce. It's unstoppable. It's over.
Oh my god, you remember this. Bro, I remember Wolves were so pissed.
Really 24? Why are you shooting boxes?
They're the only competition in NA, so I like shooting their boxes to mess with them.
They may not have hovercrafts, but they got a hovercraft at their home, and it's mowing everybody down. They are the hovercraft. They hit
that. That was Hot Jukes who did that? What the fuck?
He tried to do his best Transformer sound effect, but I don't really know how a hovercraft can be a Transformer. But
are we gonna try the hovercraft meta in PMSL?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason we practiced in Titan series. So I think a lot of other teams, though, caught on. A lot of teams did VOD review on us and saw that when people see us on hovercrafts now, they try to shoot us. So we have to hide our hovercrafts for endgame. Because we blow them up early in the early stages, zones 1, zone 2, they're useless for us. And then we just don't have cars. So we're definitely gonna do the strat. There's a reason we're landing Primorsk for a reason, especially for melee zones.
Liu, tem cara comigo, me ajuda agora.
Mano, segura um pouco, Lau.
Nossa, tô sem cura, velho.
Tu me tira das costas, mano.
Tá travando muito, velho.
Tomei capa, mano.
Caí também, velho, já era.
Ah, eu sabia que vocês iam perder.
Relaxa, galera. Esse aqui é o novo GT30 Pro da Infinix.
Como que esse velhinho faz isso?
Brabo demais.
A situação de clutch, 1v3, não erra nenhum tiro, tá acertando todo mundo.
Ô, louco, vovô, matou 3. Que isso? Como ele tá fazendo isso?
Esse vovô é insano. Eu acho que ele é pro player aqui. Winner, chicken dinner.
Ah, ganhei! Agora eu vou deitar, chega.
E aí, vai encarar? Com o GT30 Pro, até o seu avô vira uma lenda.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Enigma. 2 games done, but 2 more Erangels to go, right? I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. After that first Erangel, we wanted a Northern Zone. Zarky boys, it didn't happen. But that's okay, because the zone that we did get was pretty exciting. And for VIOUS Gaming, it ended up working out quite well indeed. Dave, I'm not sounding the alarm bells just yet, because it's way too early, okay? But I do like the fact that Alpha 7 isn't in first place. It's not because I have a vendetta against them, but it's because now we're seeing quite a few teams start to challenge the top echelon of the standings, which is always a great thing because it makes things fun outside of just having one team dominate each and every day.
I don't know, man. I know what your Reddit username is. I see what you post about Alpha 7. So, we won't go there. But yeah, Alpha 7 back-to-back games. This last match, only 1 elimination point going their way, and that is from Mafioso. So I think it's time for Alpha 7 to start firing some weapons here and start looking to get into some really good team fights moving forward and not lose their grip on the overall here. This last game, though, pretty challenging for Alpha 7. I think we got a replay here. We'll see if we do or not. But they had the right play. They were trying to make the push. They had like a little dip to work with, a little ridge line in order to, plan it out. This was it. Some nice grenades from IG, but the pressure from the third party really forced their hand here. So Alpha 7 traditionally would have spent, in my opinion, Enigma, a lot more time behind that ridge to try to get maybe 1 or 2 more knocks with the utility. But because of that pressure from that third party, they just had to full send it and win that fight. And, it is what it is, Enigma. I mean, what do you take away from that play?
Well, the first initial point that started it all was Adrian getting knocked from, I believe, Squash on the ridgeline. Then Alpha 7 pulls up. It takes him more than 10 seconds to really kind of get up and close and personal, so to speak, on that compound, allowing Adrian to get the reset. And then it just starts going into this back and forth, something that's rare of us to see from Alpha 7. Usually when we see them get that knock, it ultimately leads to them getting the full wipe relatively within those 5 or 6 crucial seconds. But it's like you said, they allowed themselves too many openings, too many different angles that they weren't watching for, especially with obviously Shoot to Survive to be coming in through the back. And the big key component at the end of it all, though, Taylor, is the fact that it wasn't either of those squads that won it out the compound, not even VIP that came in for the third party. It was Xforce that came in all the way from that western side. They cleaned up what seemed to be the remaining 3-4 teams from that compound. It's a play that you don't expect to see, but when people start leaving themselves open like that, you got to capitalize.
Yeah, and I really appreciated the way Alpha 7 played that, even though they ended up losing. Once Shoot to Survive rolled up on them, they read that situation appropriately, and that's why they pushed aggressively into intense game. But in those third parties, it's hard, even for the top-level rosters like Alpha 7, to survive in a third party like that. It's impossible, made even more impossible, like you mentioned, Xforce rolling in, crashing in, and getting the cleanups on the last remaining members there. Shoot to Survive made the best play they could. They disengaged, and that was the proper play because they didn't even know Xforce was moving in. So if Shoot to Survive didn't leave when they did, most likely they lose to Xforce. Xforce gets to clean up on Shoot to Survive. And then do they make it the top 3 like Shoot to Survive did? Well, potentially. Xforce has been highly aggressive, and their third parties have been beautiful. which I've truly appreciated without question. Bob, though, had some great moments throughout Shoot to Survive's run, throughout that map number 2. We actually had a chance to interview him. Let's hear what Sarpatch and Bob had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Bob after match 2, second place, 7 kills. It could have been a bit more if VIOUS didn't push up right there at the end, kill some guys from 9C. A good match overall.
Yeah, losing too early definitely not the start we wanted, but we still got good points as a duo, so pretty good. We'll take second on that match.
Yeah, sure. First they're in jail out of 3. How are you guys feeling on this map?
This map definitely probably not a strong map so far, but first game we got 13 points on it, so hopefully we can keep it up into Miramar at least, because that's our best map.
Yeah, consistency is always key, so let's try to keep it up. Stay at the first half of the table. It's always nice seeing you guys there, so let's keep it up. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well played. Let's go back.
All right, Bob from Shoot to Survive after the map 2 victory. And did my ears deceive me, Dave? Did they say Miramar was their best map? They just got to survive until then?
Hey, Bob was happy, man. He said, hey, we got a couple eliminations. We're doing pretty good. And South Patch is like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
I like it, man. The reality check, bro. The reality check. Hey, good call right there, though, because, yeah, you might have got like 1 or 2. But remember, we only got 3 days, 18 total games. So you can't walk away like, hey, I got a point this match and I'm feeling good. Nah, you got to get multiple points because remember, fellas, only the top 3 make it to the next round, make it to the World Cup. Yes, there's a lot of money on the line, $200,000 total prize pool for this event, $140K for the grand finals, but everybody should have their eye on that next round, that next stage, because that next stage is where legends are made, right? So if you are happy with 1 or 2 points, your team died early, I like the call from South Patch, like, nah, that ain't it, man. That ain't it.
Yeah, and I gotta even add on to that, Dave. The fact that at least Bob was able to recognize and say, yeah, well, we lost 2 players early on, kind of making that more reluctancy of getting into the top 3. He understands that it was maybe more luck-based, I think, going into those final few circle shifts, but that's a squad where, they got Survive in the name. They haven't been doing it that much outside of the last game we just saw throughout both phases previously in this sort of tournament, but obviously we know they're here for a reason. We know they can get wins or at least top placements under their belt. My eyes are going to be see on these next 2 Aaron Gills. Can you repeat the same thing? We play it 3 times each day. And like you said, being 18 total matches here, 2 of them are already done. People really start counting the matches they have and saying, oh, we're halfway done with day 1, and then we have to go into day 2. And then ultimately, after it's all said and done, you end up on that smash point format, looking at the point spread, saying, do we even have a shot at it, Taylor?
Yeah, real quick on that point, too, reflections, maybe like a segue here, is I feel like we are 2 games deep already, that those head start points, they're almost like, we understand, like, yeah, you had them, but now we're going into game 3, right? So it's like they're kind of voided out almost, in a sense. Like, yeah, they're still there, and that's why a lot of these teams are where they are in the overall leaderboards. But the fact that we have like VIP VIOUS popping off in the first 2 games, the leaderboards isn't what a lot of people would have expected heading into game number 3 reflections.
Not at all. Not at all. I think the bonus points still matter without question, but like they don't matter as much as they did. You're right. I mean, they've kind of been canceled out, especially if you're not performing as well as you were expecting. For example, iNCO, right? Looking at Wolves not performing as well as we expected them or wanted them to. They started the day in 7th and 8th place respectively, and they've done nothing but fall behind because the performance just hasn't been good. Team Liquid has been a little bit slow. Granted, that game 2 was a lot better, but they haven't reached the form that they need to be that legendary Team Liquid roster. In top 3, look, guys, there's a real chance we don't see them in the Esports World Cup. They don't earn their spot. And that's a scary prospect for such a legendary roster, organization, and a team in general. And the fact that they've been together this long and they're still having these struggles just shows maybe a change is needed. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll see what they look like after Smash Point Day 3, right? Because they could still make it in the top 3, but they've got some work to do. But it is nice to see the likes of Shoot to Survive playing as well as they did, VIP Esports, Xforce also having plenty of highlight moments. North America's playing very well. Loops have had some good moments too. Game 1 was phenomenal from them. Game 2 a little bit lackluster, but they were still involved in a couple of situations. So you're seeing some great teams, some familiar faces, but also some new ones like VIOUS Gaming, for example, who have truly come into their full form as far as I'm concerned. And that was always what I was saying at the beginning, was like, how good can this roster be in the next coming days with their LAN experience and they get their legs underneath them? Well, that's how good they can be. First place. Amazon gift card. Cash it in, ladies and gentlemen. Second one of the night. More to come. If you win it, let us know in chat. Celebrate. Hey, I ended up getting that code. What are you buying with it? What are you taking home? We're always interested to know what the viewers like to buy, and maybe it's weird, but that's okay. We like weird sometimes on the desk. So let us know. What are you getting with your newfound money? Let's get into it, guys. We got a playing path that's all the way in the north. That means one thing. We're going to military. That's where the zone's going to be. Let's get wild. Let's get weird. Dave, where are we going?
Where are we going? I'm feeling right here. Once again, all the circles just going to be spawning right there. VIP, they're going to be dropping it out right out the gates here with this plane path looking pretty solid. Honestly, though, all jokes aside, like, I want to see the Zarky, but with this plane path, a lot of the times, at least in my crystal ball experience here at Enigma, we tend to see like Circle 1 favor military-based islands.
Yeah.
So this might actually be a pretty solid game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think Team Liquid's desperately needing something like that. They want to get the eliminations, the win under their belt as well. I think with Shoot to Survive and Team Liquid, they both kind of have the same scenario in that last game. Duo maybe got reluctant in how those circle shifts ended up being in those last 4, 5, 6 stages, giving them the placement and the eliminations. But nonetheless, Team Liquid, of course, is a team that we've all known and loved over the last few years, staying together mostly as the same squad. And you kind of spoke it into fruition, Dave. It's not fully onto that military base side, but there is going to be that portion of it, kind of like last match on the southern edge, but identical. Well, Taylor, I mean, I like identical.
Do you
want? Are you a twin?
Yeah. Please.
Well, are you a twin?
What's the lore, bro? You can't just drop that on us.
The lore is I'm a twin, but I'm not an identical twin. So it's like I've always been on that weird. Are you guys twins? I always like to ask this to people just randomly. It throws them off.
Me and Dave?
Yeah. Are you a twin? Is there 2 Taylors that look like clowns?
We do actually. It's a fun story between me and Dave. So we are twin brothers.
Okay.
One of the things about us is it's very difficult for a lot of people to see the difference between me and him. Mainly because I'm from Kentucky. He's from I think he's Italian or something. But still, we're relatively the same. But we're twins. That's why he grew the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is. If he didn't grow that mustache, you would have no idea which one is which on the desk. I could be Reflections. I could be Mustache Dave. Same thing goes for him. So that's the lore behind that, if you didn't know.
That's why we made the name Reflections, because like looking in a mirror every time, you know, we're like,
That's
who's
it.
who? Who's
And that's the lore. Everybody knows now.
That's the lore.
Cat's out of the bag.
Cat's
And,
out of the bag.
So I like identical too, I guess.
Okay.
Enigma. I like identical too. Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna have you one of these days. You're putting on that red
What does that
nose.
mean?
You're putting on that red nose one of these days.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's got the
Yeah.
stash. You got the nose, and I've got the baby face going on.
There you go. Well, you're still a baby. You're what? 21, 22?
No, oh man, I wish.
You
24.
wish. Oh,
People say I'm old.
You're
When that's
so
not even old.
man.
People in the gaming space say I'm old, man. I don't like
I know it. Well, I'm 33. Just wait till
Well,
you
you're
get
an
there,
unk.
and you're in the game. I'm 33. Imagine being 33 in the gaming space. I'm like a grandpa. I'm unk. I'm unk status at this point, bro, compared to everybody. But me and Dave, well, I can't speak for Dave. Excuse me. We're both 33. All right.
Hey, you guys, can you pull up the map while you guys keep talking about this so I can draw at least, you know? Pull
Yeah,
up
what do you
the
want to
map.
draw?
All right, you guys keep talking about how much you love each other, but going over here, 9Z, probably going to be going for the same thing. Last time around, we saw Kogo, the first one to kind of break across the island and call his own, get this nice loot over here. And one thing that I really did like about their strat on game number 1 is they sent a squad mate kind of on the shoreline, in my opinion, to be proactive, to maybe get a knock or two on the side of Xforce, because everybody and their mother knows that this squad, they love getting in a boat, they love getting the hovercraft, and they love going for the ultra wide rotate down here. We've seen it multiple times, right? So the fact that 9Z last game were proactive, I want to see it again this time around, but I want to see it kind of go their way a little more. Yeah, we saw them in the late game last game, so their rotation's still beautiful, but I like when teams dedicate time and resources for these heads-up plays to really play spoiler to other squads on their rotations, kind of predicting where they might go. So we'll see if that will play a role here in game number 3, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of playing the same as last match. You were saying it, the identical factor, shoot to survive, is going to be the predictable squad here, taking the same exact compound that they were at in the last iNCO match. Influence Rage opting not to make the same rotation. They full slam on United 4 Gaming. Law winning the crucial 1v1, catching one of the players out on rotation. It's actually going to be all of United 4 Gaming kind of in their own vehicle spread out, making the southern wrap. And with Influence Rage, you're kind of happy that Law didn't go down there. VIOUS Gaming, Taylor, was right next to them on the same road, it seemed, but you having the clean, the perfection in terms of those engagements you take, it allows you to still make those safe rotations. And that's kind of a crucial thing I think we see with some of these squads, Taylors. They take some of these initial fights and they leave themselves open to too many players getting knocked on their squad, allowing the third party to always be a possibility.
Yeah, disengaging sometimes the best play. Get away. Again, that's what Shoot to Survive did so very well. Map 2 during that fight against Alpha 7, intense game, and ultimately Xforce moving in. Them disengaging was the best play and ultimately secured them a second place or finish with a beautiful performance for VIOUS Gaming. Also disengaging too. Everybody just roaming around each other. Team Liquid, Influence Rage, United 4 Gaming, all within the same area. Nobody wanting to stop and fight just yet. Same thing can be said for Loops. Intense game also coming out of Pochiki, relatively close to each other. But nobody down just yet. I don't think anybody's been lost besides United 4 Gaming. They did lose at least once, but they're still relatively heavy. Now, VIOUS Gaming's making things a little bit interesting, setting up top against Team Liquid, who have now struck first. Marlon is down. VIOUS Gaming need to get them back up, Dave.
Yeah, VIOUS Gaming on such a steamroll here today. Game 1, Game 2. It looks like one of their squad mates on their knees, bleeding out. Were we able to get the pickup? I believe so, just in time. And Octi from Savage Esports is going to be the receiving end of that one. Octi has been such a key player for Savage Esports. Octi has had some clutch moments here in this tournament. So to lose Octi this early on, I would compare it to like losing Coops early on or losing maybe Remix early on. I mean, that is how crucial having Octi alive for Savage Esports is, in my opinion. So that will set them back a couple pegs, but hey, we still got the trio and we still got Milta Power to our backside, free and clear. So they might be able to get some placement points. But yeah, losing Octi, that's a oof, in my opinion, for Savage Esports.
Oof.
Oof.
That's a way of putting it.
Yeah.
I think as well, if you're Savage Esports, you have the zone shift happening in roughly 40 or so seconds. If it was to pull down southeast towards that Milta power side, you'd really kind of be punching the air thinking, man, if we just didn't go for that, if we just played chill, because I feel a lot of these squads, we're having so many teams rotate so close together for these central points, forgetting that it's stage 1. We could have teams like Xforce, like VIP. There's enough room on the edge for everyone in the first circle here, and with it being so, we could see it there. I mean, just everyone clustered around that shelter area. Team Liquid having a bit of a spread, but for the most part, every other team here being 4 stacked, one on top of each other, and it's still just stage 1. Obviously, we've got some water in play. It's going to shrink the zone a little bit, but that zone shift, it's not going to add any sort of help to the chaos. All these teams, they're elbow to elbow here, Taylor. You got to be fighting your way in here now.
The only thing that's going to be weird is for 9Z Globant, because Wolves recognize, hey, there's most likely a team on military. They set up to potentially camp the bridge, which 9Z Globant is going to be traveling straight into. So a little bit worried about them. You also have Savage Esports potentially moving in for the third party. They're still far away. Alpha 7 also moving into Savage. So things are setting up. But AGG into an engagement themselves. And Melgar was on fire for just a little bit. iNCO off in the distance, who have to really win this. iNCO has had such a slow start, but so has AGG. So both of these rosters so valuable that they win this fight.
Wow. AGG, the whole team, Enigma, just on fire, not even waiting a moment. They're just straight up pushing. They're trying to take out iNCO. We'll get back to that because the main stars here, game 1, game 2, where have they been? Alpha 7 Esports. Looks like they got a nice little defense right here, trying to poke out Savage Esports on their rotate down range. So iNCO Gaming, they were successfully wiped out, eliminated right there on that push to the hands of AGG. AGG sitting on 4 elimination points. But going back to Alpha 7, just their rotations this game have been on point, and well, it's gonna be playing dividends. I mean, if we could pull up the map here for just a moment, looking at Alpha 7, they were all the way out here. They wrapped right down here, and they found themselves in such a prime spot. And guess who else did the same thing? VIP, the same thing right there. So both these teams are going to be right smack on top of each other.
Yeah, and the scary thing, Taylor, as well, is Savage Esports, they lost Octi early on. Alpha 7 was actually tailing them through the logging area, understanding that was the squad that lost a member. Now, they were able to kind of rotate in closer through Milta. Alpha 7 not wanting to go to the closer end of POI on the circle shift. But now, I think Alpha 7, they understand VIP, they're real close. It's going to be Frady driving right next to Squash, I believe, on the hillside. But if you're VIP, you desperately have to be careful. They're Alpha 7. They've got to spread Creo up on the north with the rest of the players holding different compounds just in front of you. And that's a team where if you get a knock from Alpha 7 onto VIP there, they 100% will fight you. They understand the backside will be free for the 4v4. It won't be like last match where you're fighting dead center of the circle. So your VIP desperately have to be careful. And driving, I think, honestly, would be more of a curse, not a blessing, to say the least, in this sort of circle position.
I'm a bit concerned for VIP, though, because the zone's about to shift, and it shifts away from them. They're going to have to go into Alpha 7, who have VIP directly in their line of sights, and, well, that's exactly what ends up happening. VIP now have to go forward, and I think doing it earlier rather than later is going to be the gameplay. Notice Alpha 7, they've already started to move inwards, closer towards VIOUS, closer towards Savage Gaming, but doing so truly important. And for VIP, again, get a move on, and honestly, maybe even go a little bit north. That might be the play. But Royals of War, once again on our screen, they've kind of had a bit of a story in each and every map at certain points, and this time it's going to be against Loops, a roster that was at one point in first place before they were overtaken by VIOUS Gaming off their impressive Game 2 performance, looking to reclaim the throne. But it's a bloodbath back and forth. Luckily, though, for Loops, Nazelda evens up the odds to take down a couple from Royals of War. Loops, though, running on fumes, and Loops will be eliminated with 0 eliminations. And I mentioned Royals of War a couple down, but Loops doesn't get the finish, and therefore they're done. And who else? Who else comes in for the cleanup of the third party than Xforce, Dave? Yeah. Xforce is always here crashing in on other teams once they're in shambles.
Yeah, the timing was perfect right there. Royals of War just finishing their engagement. David trying to get those grenades. That little slit on the windowsill was flushed out himself, but Royals of War winning that team fight. That's a big fight. And then Xforce kind of scooping up their position. Here comes VIP, though, on the shorelines, trying to go towards the bridge, trying to kind of backfill where the Wolves might have rotated through here, right on the shoreline. So this is a good spot for VIP. Looks like all of them able to survive and avoid the gunfire from Alpha 7 right there, Enigma. So they're going to be safe for the time being. And then you got the Wolves right in front of them, who have been holding down that position for a good amount of time. So if the circle does favor VIP, well, they're going to be looking to survive just a little longer after that heads-up rotation.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, if you're VIP, if it shifts anywhere, you're hoping it's either dead north or northeast, because Ayuya actually got stranded out a little bit on the coastline. Luckily, they're still in range to kind of overwatch him, make sure he doesn't get pushed by the trio of Savage or the full 4-man of Alpha 7. And that's the blessing of that coastline, is you being able to have full control, full sight lines of the teams kind of rotating. And we can see it in the top right there. Yeah, Ayuya, the buggy rotation, the back tire was what Alpha 7 focused. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the knock and elimination. And with the circle still closing, so obviously the only action we saw was that Xforce rotation, which I really have to go back and commend them for. They came all the way from the far western edge. They heard the shots at distance, Taylor, and they were reading the elimination feed saying, hey, these two teams are brawling it out. This is our moment to find ourselves a spot in circle, and other teams need to make note of that. Some squads are looking for the third parties. They're actively doing it in the south pole on the zone, gonna allow VIP to stay there on the south, as well as 9Z and Wolves having their spread of essentially every compound, what it seems to be in that circle shift.
Absolutely
I personally
amazing.
love where VIP is at, by the way. If you could just get on board with them, I would love to see them get there. Oh, Milos, where you coming from, baby? Loving the gameplay with the hovercraft. Why stop there? Hit the shot needed. Well done. 24K will fall. Milo stays alive. 3 members from Xforce down and out, hoping Valak can pick them back up, but he's gone in the buggy. He wants nothing from Milos, who mows them down left and right. You want to talk about clutching up? He has a hair of health, but it's just enough to cover it. Well done, baby.
Oh, man. What do you even say if you're the Xforce coach there? You go into it, you had the 3v1 on the wall. I don't even think the 2 first players shot their weapon at him on Milos, and 24Ks afterwards. I mean, we saw the spray into the vehicle. It was all for naught.
The hovercraft seat swap.
Everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was cinema.
We did that replay on the break. Get it ready, but we'll get back to the action. Shoot to survive. Looks like Dark Light Klaus trying to avoid the INF grenades from above. So this is interesting because INF, they were going towards the new circle because it did shift towards the south. They saw a member of Shoot to Survive. I think they might have even taken a shot at him and instantly doubled back Enigma. Instantly did not appreciate those shots from behind, and it did look like it was going their way, INF, but things are slowly starting to crumble as Darklight able to put on a good defense for the time being.
Yeah.
Bob was knocked out on the rotate, trying to go a little further into the zone. Looks like we're going to be trying to send it, pick up Bob just in time. Can we get him? Nope.
Oh,
Psych, Bob. Psych. We ain't getting you, big dog. Yeah, that's your fault. But I thought they were going to get him. He had some boulder. He had some hard cover to work with. I mean, LaRosen's out there on the backseat of the buggy in the open taking shots down here. Yeah, it looks like Mythic's like, hey, what are you doing, buddy? We'll be trading him out. So it is just a bloodbath right now, Enigma in the north.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, if you're Influence Rage, you got to recognize what team you're going against. This is Shoot to Survive's bread and butter. They love holding you in the blue zone. Doesn't matter if it's zone 1, doesn't matter if it's zone 7. You've got to be able to go through to it, but we got to go back to this, man. I mean, Milos, boom, 1-2 onto the first 2 players, and then the jump shots, 24s, he hit the box next to Milos. All he had to do was just touch him with some of the buckshot there, but instead, giving it up to Milos, and that's where the difference comes in. The DBS versus the S12, the amount of shots in that gun, Taylor, can always do the difference. And I believe we even saw as well, what was it, 3-4 shots that 24K shot into the hovercraft might have been the difference maker in that sort of engagement there.
Well, he got into the hovercraft as the shots are coming through, and then he jumps out of it. So it was a beautifully executed play of using that hovercraft for its cover and then exiting exactly when he needed to. But you're right. I mean, that last shot from 24K, it looked good, but he hits the wall, and Milos hits the shot needed to clutch up in that moment, sending this final player of Xforce just running away with his tail between his legs. And that's Valak, who has no choice but to try and stay alive as a solo, but beautifully done. I'm a fan, Milos. I really am. You've had great moments. That's probably the biggest highlight moment of your 2025 PMSL America spring season, without question. So what do we got happening, boys? Well, Team Liquid is still alive with all 4 members. They've got to rotate in. Alpha 7 also still alive. VIP opposite of them. Sad days. They managed to get Ayuya, whose back tires were shot out. Alpha 7, like you said, they're pushing. They want VIP, Dave.
They are pushing. Looks like they're trying to backfill VIP's gas station. Looks like VIP are on the coastline. Alpha 7 using their vehicles to close the gap. Alpha 7 got a hovercraft. We're locked and loaded. They're going to be trying to open this one up with some grenades, some smokes, create that soft cover. VIP, though, scared. We see them on the shorelines trying to avoid the grenades, trying to avoid the gunshots. And Alpha 7 here, Enigma, the duo, getting the gas station for free.
Yeah, and I think Alpha 7 was hoping one of the VIP players was going to be in the gas station. It looked like they were able to clean up Ayuya on that coastline. We were wondering if VIP was able to pick him up. That wasn't the case, and that's really an info factor of why they're able to push it. But now we see Team Liquid. They're trying to have their mark on the compound. They pick up Reyes through the shotgun shots, but Chief gets straightened out immediately. Leave the Overwatch, make it make sense. The shotgun shots connect. The nades flying through as well. Remix landing one on the Mythic. Now, a 1v2 situation here. We have Remix, the Star Stellar NA player, now playing for one of the Latam squads. Can he clutch up? This is kind of a repeat, Taylor, of that Miramar match. He doesn't have the shotgun. He has the UMP M4. Can he find himself the moments to clutch it out? But this time around, it's only the 1v2. It's not 3 players he has to deal with. And Team Liquid now, they're starting to get active on him.
They are. They're pushing up. They're starting to pressure into Remix, who's laying low, but I was wondering when a third party was going to happen, and it is here and now. United for Gaming, and as well as the solo from Xforce Phallic, who dipped out after 9Z Globant. Milos took down the rest of his roster, has also happened to get a finish. Granted, not long, at least not lasting that long in the moment. He's just going to try and get any shots that he possibly can. But yeah, bad news for 9Z Globant, whether his Team Liquid, Xforce, or whoever was rolling in, they're going to be fully eliminated. But even though Team Liquid survives, it doesn't mean that they walk away with a huge win. Cardozan's last alive, and they just broke into top 10, mind you. There's only 9 teams remaining. We're not talking about a lot of placement points. So Team Liquid could very well be, once again, eliminated very early on with not a lot of eliminations. But that's just the way it goes. 9Z Globant is a team. You go against them, you better expect to be walking away with at least 2, maybe even only a solo from your team left.
Ooh, next circle goes up. I'm looking at Alpha 7. They got the 2-2 split going on right now, and their options are pretty limited. They do know that there's a squad beneath them on the shoreline right here. So Enigma, they might look to just kind of wrap around, support their duo, take that fight, and then move in right here, because you can assume they did some scouting. They recognize that is going to be occupied. So Alpha 7, we already see Mafioso trying to group up and support his squad mates here, Enigma.
Yeah, but Alpha 7, they got to go even farther south than this. They can't come through the front side of this gas station. They've got to go all the way around to prevent Wolves' third party. And it actually looks like one of the Alpha 7 players is going to be Revo holding it back, trying to keep Wolves from pressuring it out. So this is going to end up being a 3v3 situation, potentially through the VIP squads. And we're starting to see the taxi driving come through. Alpha 7, not really sure, I think, what they want to do. Understanding that, hey, maybe we do have to take the fight with Wolves. VIP doesn't have too good of a position in the circle with the coastline. I'm not sure if there's anything all for naught. And for the most part, Revo, he gives the situation away. Coops already set up for it. Alpha 7, the southern gas station players, Taylor, they're starting to drive in, and they're looking right at Wolves here.
They have to. Wolves, the main focal point. And Alpha 7, they want them, but they're not going to get too overzealous. It's hard to push forward. There's just enough open space where if Alpha 7 gets a bit too aggressive, maybe they get mowed down from a window up top. I say that, but they still manage to get up close and personal. You got 3 members from Wolves who are going to be ground level, and Doran, he was just upstairs in a second. Mafioso, though, also focused on AGG. So Alpha 7, 2 individual fights going down, and the question is, are they biting off more than they can chew? Because Alpha 7, Wolves, the pressure is being applied. Revo now down. Revo fully finished off. This could be a tremendous win from a team that has struggled the first couple of maps today on Sandhawk in the first area. Wolves could get a tremendous win. Squash Boo also gone, and I believe this is it. Alpha 7 quickly about to be eliminated. Mafioso, the last chance is here, and he gets at least a knock, but it's not going to be enough. Alpha 7 will fall in 8th place. 3 eliminations, and Dave, That's a big win for the Wolves.
Big win for the Wolves on their defense of their compound. I mean, they saw that one coming from a mile away right there. So I'm surprised Alpha 7 decided to make that crash Enigma compared to taking the shorelines up against VIP, who I'd have guessed they would have assumed is VIP just because that squad mimics your rotations 9 out of 10 times, right? And we did see them kind of pass them from behind on the beach circles ago. So making the call to try to win the hard cover there on the edge where the Wolves just set up, and they've been primed and they've been preparing for a push like that. So they are going to be walking away with 4 eliminations now, pushing out. They're going to be right between VIP on the shorelines and VIOUS Gaming in the north. And to make matters worse, here comes the blue zone, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for Wolves, you got to really be careful when these knocks are coming through onto your squad. Coops, thankfully, is right on the edge. He's going to get reset from, I believe, Baton or Doran, but you got to make sure that you don't have these situations like the Sandhawk come up where you're knocked as the team is right next to you. The shift does come through. It goes all the way onto the coastline. Unfortunately for VIP, they're down to just a solo. It's only going to be a matter of time until they're eliminated, but we see it off in the distance. Wolves, that knock onto Coops has forced them to play the shack, and they're really struggling to get up. I don't even think he's actually on his 2 feet yet. You need to get a player like Coops up, and for Wolves, looks like they got him now, but this is one of those timings where if you just had those last 30 seconds, you could have potentially gotten a lot more eliminations. Thankfully, though, Wancho, he got the one onto VIP, wiping him off the map. And now this is the moment we want to see, Taylor. Where are these squads going to end up? The north is going to be the congestion point. Who's going to be getting all the eliminations?
Yeah, that is the question, isn't it? I mean, there's still plenty of elims to gather. Still excited for Wolves, despite Coops being down. He's not out, and in fact, he's going to be picked back up. Wolves have a chance to have a tremendous game when they need it most. I mean, they have managed to get up to 7th place based off of game number 3. The question is, how far can they go? They're neck and neck with Xforce. Phallic has done his absolute best to stay alive, but I believe his time is running short. And in fact, there it is. He's going to be fully gone. So Wolves will continue to progress forward. Could very well be the top scoring North American team. Cardozen, snake in the grass. He's going to be mowed down. And that's going to be intense game taking them out. We now have our top 4 teams before us. Intense game. VIOUS Gaming potentially going back-to-back. Granted, only 2 players to do it with Wolves and United for Gaming. But as I've said, Wolves, all eyes on them, Dave. 7 eliminations, 4 strong. But they do have intense game, and United for Gaming potentially pinching them in the middle. That's my concern.
Yeah, it looks like Coop's going to be looking over this ridge, anticipating the push from the duo from VIOUS Gaming. Currently a duo right on the other side. VIOUS Gaming kind of stuck right now between 2 different teams. We got UT up there looking their direction. Then, of course, we're looking at the POV of Coops anticipating. So VIOUS Gaming, they have a little smidge of the zone to work with, a little hill. But the next circle does pop in. Well, they're going to be pretty much dead to rights unless we can clutch it out here and take out UT. But that is going to be one tall ask here as a solo Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, the nades, we know, he's going to get found out eventually. His teammate as well, I think, was knocked from one of the United for Gaming players. They're actually sitting at 5 eliminations currently in this match, with them only having 3 players up. I'm interested in seeing if United for Gaming actually tries to jump from the balcony onto the rooftop, having that sort of uphill advantage with the sort of field zone that is this final few circles is going to be, I think, a key component if United for Gaming can dwindle the numbers of Wolves Esports, or if they kind of get caught out in that open field gameplay that we've seen so much throughout the tournament. And my eyes, I'm really looking forward to is going to be Wolves. How do you play around Doran's off angle? How do you work around intense games, far southern spread on the coastline, or you start getting pincered like it is going right now? The nades actually as well, we could see it, Taylor, starting to come in close, but thankfully for Wolves, no one down just yet.
I think for me, if I'm Wolves, I want to challenge Padrino, who's going to be on the southern portion of that zone. I want to get them out of the way because you have just enough coverage away from United for Gaming, who's in a hardcover POI. But after all, it's not going to be easy, whichever team you choose to go forward on. But United for Gaming have such a good setup there, it's just tough to break. But I think everybody's going to wait, see where this next zone goes for 12 seconds at least. But Intense game. Also have to make the same decision. Like, do we want to challenge Wolves? They go across the open field. United for Gaming has infinite line of sights to be able to gun them down too. United for Gaming are in a great spot. They really are. And now this zone's just going to center up. It's going to keep collapsing until there's nothing left, which means United for Gaming has to push forward. Wolves can kind of stay where they are. Intense game is going to continue to reposition. I don't know, boys. I'm kind of up in the air as to who I think truly has the advantage here, at least between Wolves and Intense game.
Comes down to hitting them shots, man. Stage 9, it starts to just close on in. United for Gaming, a couple Uzis over there, a couple AKMs. Intense game. They have some vehicles to work with, though, here, Enigma. So they might be able to get like a grenade knock, maybe some runovers, you know, if the battle ensues, maybe some smokes to really cause that confusion. But for the time being, Coops has a boulder to work with, has the hard cover, and does look like the Wolves might be focusing on IG downrange. As meanwhile, UT, they're going to be creeping and crawling right towards the Wolves' doorstep here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in seeing how long Adrian is able to play here. They have a few buggies to work with, so theoretically, oh my goodness, just from afar, I think that was one of the United for Gaming players almost getting a triple nade knock onto the Wolves. Doran now forced to move forward, does get the one initial onto Piscu, now leaving it down to Joko and Mystic. Can they clutch up as a duo? Doran is trying to push the initiative. He is a player that can get the damage going, but the call-out's not there. Doran finds one through the ground, and now this is the play for second here, Taylor. Is he going to find the shots? Doran's getting it down, but he's got to find him on the sandbags, and he gets the one. IG now, 1v3, make it a 1v2. This is still very well doable.
Doran OP.
I feel it. I feel it. I think Doran's got this. I really do. Pedrino, he's going to try and get it off angle. Doran's going to... throws it a bit too short. Pedrino able to still close that gap. He's flashed. Doran's using everything in the kitchen sink. He's throwing it all out there. He's just trying to get a finish. He's trying to get anything. Pedrino's going to reposition. The mech gets popped. The DBS is out. Pedrino's going to drum now. Pedrino 1v1. Pedrino hits the shot just in the nick of time. Intense game will win by the skin of their teeth. But you cannot say that Doran didn't do everything he possibly could in that moment to win for the Wolves. He was put in an impossible situation, and he nearly made it out alive. Beautifully done. Whether it was Wolves or Intense Game, they both of those rosters performing so well to the very end.
Very close right there. We saw Doran trying to hit that last-minute heal, was able to swap real quick. Right when you saw that push, got that DBS shot. You love to see it, but IG at the end kind of sending both of their squad mates at the same time to get the pinch going right there, Enigma, and that's really what sealed the deal. But shout out to Doran. Clutch moment right there at the end to almost get the winner chicken dinner. Wolves still walking away. Second place gets you 6 placement points plus the 10 elimination points. That's a 16-point game. But yeah, winner chicken dinner. Intense game here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for Doran for the most part. I mean, I wanted him to have that right. He got him separated. Petrino or whoever it was on that final 1v1 opted to rotate around instead of playing it, ultimately leaving it up to those 1v1s. And yeah, it's like you said, Dave, it really comes down to who hits those shots. He hits it the first time, but not that second player. And for Intense Game, that is a big match for them. They had the 3 players on that coastline, right, guys? They had to work all the way and deal with all the shots along the coastline, ultimately ending up with the winner chicken dinner. But it all started at the beginning here, Taylor, kind of the same spot as the last Erangel. All these squads opting to take these early engagements and really just dwindled themselves down early in this match.
Yeah, it was loops of Royals of War early on, and both teams cannibalizing each other. And well, it got to the point where Xforce took advantage, as they typically have throughout this tournament. But it was Milo stealing the show. 1, 2, can he get 24K? The answer was undeniably yes. As you mentioned, one pellet would have dropped him behind the wall, but he clutched up. That was truly impressive from 9Z Globant's perspective. Milo's a guy that's had so many highlight moments. They would be finished off in 11th place, but still, 9Z Globant, a dominant force, so very strong. And then we saw Wolves, opposite of Alpha 7, Dave, and they took it to him.
Hey, Mafioso. I didn't even notice the ammo count right there, Enigma. He only had one more magazine with the M4. towards the end, so really needed to hit every single shot possible. But Adrian from Intense Game, that's what I call mowing down the grass right there. Ba, 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 letting them have it. But here's the door and push up right there. Boom, I'll take that, DBSLP. There's one, the quick flick right there, but the DBS pre-fire just too strong for Doran to dodge those bullet slugs here.
Yeah, and Pedrino just dapping up, the teammates, making sure that we all understand it was close, but thankfully we won that initial 1v1 at the very end there. And the stat lines, they don't speak volumes too much outside of Rafa, who has, 800 total damage. He was kind of the one-man army, it seemed, out there, putting down the pressure onto all these squads. And, the end game there really can go anyone's way depending where the knocks come from in those final few moments. And for this squad, it's definitely one of those moments where it puts you back up the leaderboard, right? It allows you to get those points under your belt, because it's like how you said it, Dave, just last match. Those advancement points, they're nice, the bonus points, but they're basically out the window now.
Yes.
You got to be playing the points now, the 18 matches you have, the 3 games that have already passed with only 3 remaining today. Taylor, you've got to be able to come into these matches like on these match standings we're seeing here and start putting up real numbers.
And real numbers were put up from Intense Game, 17 points, 16 for Wolves Esports, United for Gaming with 11. Those are 3 teams that desperately needed to elevate themselves up the leaderboard. This game, that will help them out without question. But you also had Team Liquid walking away with 7, slow but steady. They're keeping at least in the conversation. They're not jumping up as they once wanted to, though. VIOUS Gaming came in first place off the back of their game number 2. The 6 points, Dave, is going to help them stay up there, I think.
Yeah, so those advantage points to get you in the club, but not in VIP. All right, and that's what teams are looking to get now here. Enigma is in that VIP, popping them champagne bottles. But going over here, iNCO Gaming, 1 point. Loops, Loops, 3 points going their way. Shoot to Survive with 2 as well. So I think 9Z, the standout team down here on the second page with their 6 elimination points. So let's see what this does to the overall. VIP keeps slipping and sliding. That's what feels bad. But guess what? VIOUS Gaming, they are holding on strong in that first place position.
Yeah, and that's 8-point difference. Their Intense Game as well is going to be that squad that moves up there, Taylor. And I'm really kind of starting to wonder, these Brazilian squads that we were making note of early on, Loops, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and even Team Liquid, still farther down the leaderboard, and they continue to move down. A rare trend, I think, that we haven't seen at all during the tournament so far.
Sorry, no, very rare. Very rare indeed. I was not expecting to see Alpha 7 so far down. It's quite shocking. Also shocking to see Wolves Esports up there based off their couple of maps at the start of the game. Sandhawk and then Erangel, but that map 3 helped them out a ton. Just 2 points away from honestly being in second place. Enigma, right? They could be in second place.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Hey, we had them in the list for a reason, okay? Wolves, Alpha 7, which isn't in there for the most part, but at least I got one of my picks right there. You got the list. You got the list on the side. You're going to have to keep tallies throughout the days, okay? How many of our predictions are in that top 3 section? And for the most part, I'm happy that at least my NA pick is the team that's up there. I'd like to see it as being 3 for 3 for NA, all of us going to EWC for the most part, but we know that's not going to be the case, unfortunately. But Dave, for these squads going into that match, they've only got one more Erangel left to go. I'm interested in seeing which squad is really going to be able to turn up the heat. We haven't seen too many of those top performing squads from the last 2 phases really show up today.
Yeah, we're turning up the heat in the kitchen here. Gucci 09. I'm looking at the Wolves, though. They came so close to getting that winner chicken dinner, especially with their 10 elimination points. Reflections, you gotta assume going into the final angle of day number 1 today for the finals, they're prime for that winner chicken dinner. So I'm making a prediction now before the break that the Wolves will win this next match.
Wow, from second place to first, what's a possibility? And hey, if they do get a win, along with the elims that they just accomplished with 10, that'll put them in first place. North America would be looking real good at that point in time. Well, when it comes to this tournament, again, it's a land experience. For some, it's brand new. And for others, well, maybe their first time in Sao Paulo. We had a chance to catch up with 9Z Globant as they tried some candy, not only from Brazil, but also the USA. Let's see what they got into.
Hola gente, aquí estamos con David, con Remit y vamos a probar unos dulces brasileños de Estados Unidos y no sé de dónde más. ¿Ese qué es? Te enseño.
Gushers, así dice. Son como gomitas.
A ver.
Vamos a probar.
Son gomitas rellenas, también buenas.
Están buenos.
7 de 10.
Como un 6.
6 también.
Doritos, patrocínanos.
Doritos de pizza. Están buenos. Le doy un 9.
8 de 10.
7. 7 de 10. Ok, es como un brownie, algo así de chocolate.
Un 5 le doy.
Como un 4, está muy seco.
Y un 3.
¿La pasoca? ¿La probamos?
Ya lo habíamos probado una vez, en el split pasado.
Yo no me acuerdo, pero deja abrirla.
Yo no. Para mí sabe como unos M&M, más o menos. Sí. ¿No?
Yo le doy un 3.
A mí me sabe como unos M&M.
Es que no me gusta mucho el cacahuate a mí.
Le doy un 6.
Un 2. Tortilla sabor a churrasco. No, es como si estuviera comiendo un tomahawk, algo así.
Sí sabe a carne, güey.
Les dije. ¿Les gustó? Sabe a carne, marino.
Un 5.
Quiten esa palabra que dije.
Un
También
5.
un 5.
Un 5.
No me gusta. Estos son bis. Son brasileños.
Ah, pero te estás comiendo todo. Ah, pensé que eran los Doritos.
Estos son mis favoritos, yo le doy un 9.
Está riquísimo. O sea, tipo como en papitas así de salada. Para mí gana el del churrasco. Y en dulce para mí gana este, el de chocolate. Como una galleta de chocolate.
Diría lo mismo, pero en dulce cogería esto.
Y un dulce para mí estos, que son mis favoritos.
Vamos a probar un Circus Animal. De
Quiero la rosita.
Un blanco.
Bueno, cogemos la rosita ahí.
Con glaseado de dulce o no sé qué sea.
Sí, como un glaseado.
Están buenas.
Está rica.
Están buenos.
Pero no las comería diario.
Un 6, no.
No, yo tampoco.
A mí no me gusta tanto el dulce.
No, a mí tampoco.
cuatro,
Le daría un
¿no?
7.
Yo le doy un 6.
Un 7. Esto sería todo en esto. Aquí estamos con David, con Reyes. Nos despedimos. Gracias.
Ganaron los churrascos.
Vice strip, it's getting tight. Diminor's moving up. Watch out! Like a zombie in the night. Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Mustache Dave and Enigma. That was, I'm not going to lie, Enigma, pretty fun watching them try the candy from Brazil and USA. The only travesty, in my opinion, was Gushers was a 6 out of 10. I love Gushers, especially the ones that are like trending, right, with the sour things.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, come on. The sour Gushers are unbelievable, bro. But I can't blame them for the barbecue chips winning, man. Those look pretty fire.
Hey, I mean, the barbecue chips, that sounds pretty good. He was saying a tomahawk steak. Like, he really speaking volumes to me, but I'm kind of with you on the Gushers. A little criminals, a little low down on there, but maybe they're just not used to that texture, right? That sort of gushiness inside. That's why it's called a Gusher, for the reasons being. But for the most part, these players right now, hopefully the candy's not tripping them up too much right into these matches. 9Z we saw in that last one being able to clutch up the 1v3s, and that's always a nice sign to see, right? Day one, you're coming in as a squad, you got decent advancement points, but you're still able to show up and show out, get those eliminations and placements under your belt. With there being one last Erangel, you want to make sure you finish off strong here today, Dave, because going from the Erangels, if you have a solid performance there, we kind of expect those same results on Miramar coming the last two matches today.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Wolves. You know, they're feeling the momentum. 10 eliminations, second place that last game, 16 total points, almost clutching it out right there. They also had a nice defense up against Alpha 7, which was pretty textbook right there. So Wolves prime for a winner chicken dinner. But going back to the candy, we should have gave them some licorice, you know. We should have gave them some candy corn. You know, we should have just gave them all
candy corn.
Listen, all the gross stuff we got. Let them try it, you know. I'm sure there's a third one I can think of. You know, those hard candies that your grandma has wide open in the bottom of her purse that gets like, you know, mushed around for a couple years that she doesn't even know is there. Like we got to have them really try their taste buds here, man.
Yeah, it's like you reach in the bowl and you think you're gonna get something sweet and you end up getting a cough drop. Like, how'd that end up in there? Why is that in there with the sweets? Yeah, like, yo, hey, I got that back in the 1980s when I visited Hawaii once. You know, they had the saltwater taffy. Well, why is it still in here in 2025, Grandma? What are you doing? You know, things get weird. But candy corn, look, you either love it or you hate it. Personally, I like it. I really do. It's nothing but pure sugar.
That explains a lot now that I think about it.
No,
wow.
okay, does it?
That's hard.
Now I get it. Now I get it. Wow.
It's good because I like culture. I'm a cultured individual. Okay?
Oh, that's
candy corn,
culture there.
But I will say there is a difference in candy corn. The regular candy corn is the best. The little pumpkin ones, I don't like the pumpkin ones. It's too much. But the candy corns are just perfect because then you get to taste the orange side, and then you taste the white side, then you taste the yellow side, and each flavor is just distinctly unique on a candy corn.
Sure.
It's right. Candy corn's great, but
many flavors.
They should next time you need to be in charge of that content piece because you would have some fun candies going out there. Although the Brazilian side we would be lost. Let's talk eliminations though, because eliminations obviously you want to have the guy leading the charge in your roster. It was Revo for the longest time. This time around, though, who is leading the charge when it comes to the overall elimination MVP race? Well, wow! So VIOUS Gaming takeover first. Enigma, shocker. Demonor at the top, Fate just below him, but VIOUS Gaming dominating the top 5.
3 out of 4, essentially the same elim, same damage. That's really the sort of stat line that you love to see, as well as obviously Fate being up there. We saw them having really brilliant moments in a lot of the matches so far today, but Loops as well. You got to give credit where credit's due. They always seem to have a player, even if we don't see them much in the late game, they still have someone fragging out, and it just goes to show these players, the level of talent, the skill when it comes from I guess you could say league play towards this grand finals day one pressure and gameplay. It's something that's really a sight to see from these squads. And I mean, BG, man, really speaking volumes of just having 3 out of your 4 players up there, as well as no one really kind of outshining the other. It shows that everyone, Dave, is putting the work in when they need to.
Yeah, and you know, it's the damage. I think the damage is what really stands out to me so far as we go into the second half of today. VIOUS Gaming just firing on all cylinders, and I believe the overall they had 22 total eliminations with that one winner chicken dinner and 18 total placement points to get their total here on the overall. So I think VIOUS Gaming kind of just checking off the boxes of, you know, what a good team is looking for here on a day one of the finals here. Reflections.
Without a doubt, I'm so happy VIOUS Gaming is playing as well as they are, because they were a team we highlighted very early on. You could tell with the way that they were fighting, this is a special roster, but they hadn't reached that point where they were consistent in the placings. They would fizzle out way too early. That was the biggest complaint about VIOUS Gaming. The question was, what could they do with the eliminations they're already getting, but also getting the placement points? Well, the answer is first place, right? I mean, they're unstoppable at the moment. They look incredible. They look great. And that's so exciting because, you know, certain teams start off the tournament super strong. They're hot and ready, and they dominate the competition early on. But there are certain teams that get better and better in a long format style tournament like this season is, right, for spring season of 2025. Yeah. And VIOUS Gaming is that roster that has limitless potential. They make it to EWC. They still have more time to get better. They go into EWC. My goodness, they could become the next Alpha 7. I know I'm reaching here, but this is how stories start for dominant rosters, and there's always going to be a changing of the guard, and teams are going to, you know, elevate themselves to the top, and they're going to drop off, and someone else is going to take their place. So whether it's Alpha 7 reclaiming control, or in this case VIOUS Gaming, who knows? I'm here for it. I just want the Americas region to continue to improve. And Enigma, I think we truly have improved as a region, and the standings show it. No longer do we have a team that just truly dominates. It's a hodgepodge, right? And everybody's got to earn their spot and fight super hard to get the EWC.
And the exciting thing about it is when we have these sort of really lower end teams from the last two phases being the top performing squads in the first three matches, essentially all of day one. I expect it to kind of be a repetitive theme throughout the rest of the day here today, guys. But the fact of the matter is with those bonus points that Alpha 7 has, these other squads performing, you come into that match format style of the smash points on the final day, right? If the leaderboard is close, you could have 3, 4, maybe even 5 squads coming around to the final game if it reaches that point here, having contention of winning off the smash format. It's not going to be just 1 or 2 teams, I imagine, being our top performing squads. We expect Team Liquid, Alpha 7, as well as, you know, the likes of Intense Game or Influence Raids to turn up and move up the leaderboards even more. It allows this realm of possibilities that if you're a fan of Alpha 7, you're not liking it one bit. You want to be the dominant force like you've been the last 2 phases. And Dave, it's all about this idea of when you're at the top, can you stay at the top, or will someone else dethrone you in the process?
Yeah, king of the hill, without doubt. And not only that, when you're constantly at the top, that just puts more eyes on you to kind of study your play style, the rotations, and all these other teams now are aware. You know, they're aware of Alpha 7 and, you know, what they're able to accomplish here. So they might have been able to prepare, come into the finals. Circle number 1, though, military base, going to be getting some love. Team Liquid are going to be really happy. 9Z, pretty dead center in their very pure drop spot as well. So I think this circle is going to be pretty interesting. I still have high hopes that we might get a military base finish, even though most of the mainland is in play. It still could hard shift. It could go that direction. But Reflections, you brought up a great point of being hot and ready. Dude, they didn't heat up the Pop-Tart. I mean, can you even rate a Pop-Tart? Can you even rate a Pop-Tart that's not toasted?
No, and they like it's dry. Well, heat it up, man. And you know the chocolate, and they got a chocolate chip cookie Pop-Tart too. Like Dave, that was a travesty. Heat it up
and dip it in the leche.
And dip it. You know how it goes, but again, like they're trying snacks from around the world. They just didn't know the sauce.
It is what it is.
They didn't know how it's supposed to go.
It is what it is.
Secrets to success.
The secrets to success: have a nice cold glass of milk and heat that Pop-Tart up, baby. So talking about more secrets of success. VIOUS Gaming. Currently in first place, 47 total points here. Bring up the map. All right, bring up the map, because VIOUS Gaming, and I want to kind of get your guys' opinion on this. We see, boom, they're right there. Enigma, you pro player, you've been here, you know, I'm VIOUS Gaming. Am I taking this bridge, or am I like just slowly inching my way, or am I going up here maybe to be proactive, gatekeep all those squads? Like, you're feeling good in first place. What does VIOUS do here in this situation? Not to mention they got Savage right behind them. What do you see playing out here for VIOUS, the first place team so far in our lobby with this new circle?
I think you take option number 2. You take it nice and slow. You come through that farm area. You allow wolves. Yeah, you allow wolves to make the rotation first. They actually will loot less, meaning they'll rotate earlier in front of you, allowing you to make that rotation. Kind of that VIP Alpha 7 rotations where they allow Alpha 7 to go first, and then VIP kind of piggybacks along throughout it. So VG, expect them just to go straight west, take their time. The only issue, of course, is like you mentioned with Savage, all the way at Mill to Power, kind of right on their backside.
What do you do with
I think you just got to watch your backside. If they come after you, you go for that fight. You take out Octi first. That's the game plan. Hopefully, that's the star player.
Yeah.
But if Savage, I don't think you have the option really, especially with the last Erangel today, to really kind of be poking the bear at the first place squad. And VIP, they're not doing that. Come on. No. Well, Alpha 7 didn't go there. Alpha 7 went straight in. We know VIP is going to do the same rotate, Dave. Come on.
Too much power.
Just trust.
They said I'm done. I'm still looking at VIP's rotates, man. They're going to get a boat. They're going to get hovercraft. They're going to get a glider. They're coming. They're your way, so you better watch out. But yeah, I love the breakdown right there, Enigma. I love kind of picking your pro player brain. And, well, we'll see what VIOUS, our current first place leaders in the lobby, end up doing here this match here, Reflections.
Well, Alpha 7, they are bolting straight forward. They want to get towards Primorsk, an area we've seen them go so many times during the round 1 of the league play. Bit separated, which means Mafioso Revo could be in a bit of danger. You have, of course, one of the other rosters, United for Gaming, chasing them. Intense Game was in hot pursuit, but they backed away. United for Gaming not letting it go just yet. Mystic and Hate are hot on the trail of Mafioso and Revo, but finally they'll pump the brakes and let them go. And I thought Alpha 7 was going to go towards Primorsk, but no, they want to encroach on 9Z Globant towards the ferry pier. A potential early engagement going down, and I still see United for Gaming staying on the trail of Alpha 7 potentially to keep them in check. I'm thinking they're thinking it's going to be a third-party opportunity. But Alpha 7 crashing in on Kogoat, who's by himself. The question is, can he get out with the buggy? Should he leave now? I think the answer is undeniably yes. He'll dip away, and Alpha 7 has, without firing a shot, effectively taken over Ferry Pier from the 9Z Globant roster.
Yeah, I think one thing that's kind of a key takeaway there is Alpha 7's rotation is in front of essentially everyone other than 9Z. Carrillo understanding that you don't have to go for that early engagement. Alpha 7, I think, has struggled throughout the day solely because they're taking some of these 4v4s in some spots where they really should just be playing a lot more passive. Carrillo kind of, maybe it's even the coach giving them the insight of, hey, we got the rotation, Ferry Pier especially, we can fan out on the coastline because we can't forget, guys, still zone 1. There's a lot of water in play. It's centered around this western bridge. So for Alpha 7, I think this is one of those moments where you don't play the edge, of course, play around that center spot, and you try to have as much ground as possible to work with the circle shift. And for the most part, obviously, this southern Millie Island, there's going to be the 2 regular squads. We've seen Team Liquid and All Glory Gaming trying to decide which bridge they're wanting to cross. But unfortunately, Taylor, you kind of brought it up at the start of the show with AGG having VIOUS Gaming holding on. VIOUS Gaming, of course, still holding that eastern bridge, not letting them cross. And they didn't even do what I thought they were going to do. They didn't rotate in. They just sat right on the edge and saying, well, we'll wait right here for the bridge.
Yeah, they say, hey, I don't care about your options, so I'm making my own out here. But they might take option 1. They know AGG dropped Nova, so if they're looking to be proactive, get into some team fights, we'll have to see what chaos unfolds as Influence Rage out here on the edge. Going to be going right behind Savage Esports. So both these teams clashing for just a moment. Ooh, missing that boulder. Okay. But looks like they are going to be able to pull off just in time. And kind of going back to 9Z, I feel like Milos and Reyes, Man, the driving. Milos and Reyes have been like the 2-star players today for 9Z. Yeah, we saw Remix with the clutch grenade last game, but I'm waiting for Colgo and Remix, the dynamic duo, to show up here tonight, fellas. Reflections. I mean, what's your call on that one?
Hey, dynamic duo. We've been waiting for it, right? 9Z Globant, 3rd place. Now's the time to strike when the iron is hot. Let's get in 1st place. Let's jump up. Let's elevate ourselves. 9Z Globant's going to be ahead of the game by going straight across the military, across the left side bridge to challenge that of Team Liquid and AGG. We're looking to set up center zone. Alpha 7 making a boat tate. And meanwhile, VIOUS Gaming, Papa Blue, focus their intention up ahead on Influence Rage, which I say up ahead. They're locking down this right side bridge with Enigma. You know, going back to our conversation at the start of the day, VIOUS Gaming, they love camping this right side bridge.
Yeah, and the blessing for VIOUS is AGG chose to make the rotation, so they're going to be the only team on this bridge side, which, by the way, we didn't get to see it too much with the map showing, but Influence Rage, Savage, iNCO, Loops, and Xforce. I don't even know how many teams I just said, but they're all congested on that eastern bridge, really kind of just waiting to see who's going to cross first. And, oh, man, if you're VIOUS Gaming, I was honestly hoping that you'd continue to camp it out, but instead they opted to rotate towards the melee base, allowing these other teams to come in. And that's the scary part with these melee zones, especially these hard shifts, is the fact that there was really only 2 teams on this melee base island, resulting in everyone else having to either cross the water. We're talking the bridge rotations. Maybe you're just going to take a glider for the most part. Who knows? But all these other squads going to have to deal with teams like Team Liquid already set up. And you see it now. I mean, Loops are actually opting just to wait all the way away from the bridge, not trying to get any sort of, I guess you could say, motion their way, because with it being stage 2 here, Dave, you're not really wanting to fight at all on one of these bridges.
Not too much here. So Loops really playing this one nice and slow. Looks like Savage are going to be on the approach on that east bridge that you were mentioning, calling out all those squads. iNCO, another squad similar to Loops, not really moving yet. And well, popping over to the opposite side here, that's going to be Rose of War, who they look like they might have been aware of United 4 Gaming out there on the coastline. So they're anticipating a potential crash, but right now we're kind of just waiting. You know, everybody's just trying to survive. They're trying to come up with a game plan on how to make it into the circle, because like you said, Enigma, it was AGG and Team Liquid, the only 2 squads with first dibs, and you have to assume they centered up, and that's exactly what they did. Reflections as we go and look at Alpha 7 and the monster truck.
Ooh, and the zone centers up right there nicely for Alpha 7 to lock in the coastline. Team Liquid also relatively center. I will keep my eyes out on their positioning between AGG and 9Z Globant, but Alpha 7 have struggled today. We've talked about them, you know, floating down the leaderboard from 1st place all the way down to 6th. But not too far away, you know, again, no alarm bells being sounded. Alpha 7 still very much in the conversation. They are the champions after all, and they surely will come back up. And this is their best opportunity where they're currently at. So I'm foreseeing Alpha 7 having a very, very strong game to close this out. For Loops, we're back on board with them still over in blue. And Enigma, I don't know. I've never, it always makes me nervous watching players stay this far and this long in the blue zone. It gives me anxiety, and I know it gives the players anxiety as well.
Yeah, but I think Loops is really playing this to textbook perfection. They're allowing these other teams to make the rotations and really kind of dwindle themselves down. We saw one of the VIP players actually knocked from snacks across the bridge, so both squads already taken 1 or 2 players knocked. And if you're Loops, you waited for this moment. You have the 4 players up. All you have to do is hit the shots on these weakened players. The blue zone taking you down as well. But oh man, nice shots from Nenabete. That's the opening you need. And with Rafina already on the rooftop, if you can find these knocks and eliminations on the VIP Esports, you're going to be able to make that bridge cross for free. But Still got a minute 30 on the zone timer for it to fully close. Then it goes into that stage 4, and around that stage 4 range, Dave, that's when the blue zone really starts to tick. And Vitten, he's not trying to wait for that. He's going for the action, baby.
Yeah, Vitten was the number 2 player on the overall from round 1, round 2. Going to be tossing a grenade with the fadeaway onto Legend. Legend right behind the smokes, trying to heal up. But Vitten with the follow-up grenade. Gonna be missing the mark. Poppy Sour downtown on the bridge, though, already done and dusted. And there goes VIP Esports. I told you they would use this East Bridge to rotate, and that's exactly what they did. But listen, Loops, they got the win. They're looting up. But one thing I guarantee you Loops aren't thinking about right now is a team that might be coming right behind them, because the entirety of this time, every single shift, iNCO have been content. They've been big chilling in a compound, you know, doing some powwow action, and now they're finally making the move. So they're gonna be right behind Loops, and I guarantee you Loops are not expecting anybody to be behind them. So iNCO might have a good opportunity to backstab Loops at their little win here.
Yeah, I mean, how could you expect a team to be behind you with how long they've been in blue and how long that right bridge fight took? It's going to be infuriating for Loops, depending on how this ends up unfolding for them. They'll get in zone. Meanwhile, Savage Esports in a fight. AGG, a much-needed win. We'll take down a couple from Savage. In fact, all of them. AGG's been struggling. They have been on the struggle bus. They've dropped all the way down to 15th place. That's where they currently sit. However, that win might give the momentum needed. 9Z Globant still chilling, but they've got to work their way in. Royals of War, Alpha 7, Intense Game also all have to get in. And Loops have finally joined everybody else inside of military. They're just on the outskirts. They're fine. But again, it's that question of iNCO. Does iNCO crash into them? And for Nizelda, for Inabete, hey, keep your head on a swivel, baby. iNCO, they're starting to roll up behind you.
Yeah, and the sad part is Nenabete actually got knocked to zone there, ran out of either bandages or first aid. The zone timer really doing wonders for Loops, and for the most part, it looks like iNCO, you're wondering if they took that southern Millie Bridge all the way in, possibly driving straight into the Wolves 4-stack. And a lot of these teams, they're on the edge, now forced to move towards this little downhill compound area, this street line of buildings that these teams have accumulated. And Team Liquid, surprisingly, they've had the first pickings of any spot in these last few circle shifts here, Dave. Somehow losing a player early on, really uncharacteristic of a squad. And for them, yeah, they get a knock here, but you can't do anything. You don't have all 4 players. You're really struggling to find signs of life on the milli zones. You should be thriving in.
Yeah, it's going to be Mythic, too, the player that was tagged and bagged. The thing is that's also starting to concern me, and we see, you know, they're all stacked up. They got plenty of ammo, but they're going to be letting it rip. You know, they're going to be using this ammo, trying to pick apart, just kind of apply some damage, you know, to those teams and those vehicles down in range. But I would hate to see it come late game and they got no ammo left, similar to what we saw last game from Mafioso with nothing in the reserve. But Mafioso, nice little grenade action right there. Squash Mafioso, the only 2 Alpha 7 members alive, and I was looking for Kolgo. I was looking for Remix to start to show up here tonight, and guess who's knocking at the footsteps of the duo of Alpha 7? It's going to be Kolgo. It's going to be Remix trying to toss out some grenades here. Squash Pro, about 50% HP. Did get the heal off just in time. Let's see who has the golden arm right now, Reflections.
I'm seeing a lot of them. I'm seeing some nades fly a long distance. 9Z Remix with the hovercraft. I got to give them the edge. But Alpha 7, we know how strong they are. And Remix is looking to face them head on. Squash Boo down. Alpha 7, I said they were going to have a great game. They were set up well. But now, once again, set up for the third party is VIOUS Gaming to mow down some of the members. The hovercraft is dipping. Remix is out of there. Mafioso's now like, where'd you guys go? I thought I was fighting you. Hey, the rope-a-dope is in. Remix is back from the hovercraft. Mafioso is down, and Alpha 7 is out with another abysmal placing in 12th with only 2 eliminations. But one thing is for certain, you said it, 9Z Globant knocking on the door of first place. Well, they're going to continue that narrative, but so is VIOUS Gaming. They don't want 9Z Globant to pass them up, and VIOUS might be the next team to gatekeep them as they move in.
between a hovercraft and a hard place. That's what we're going to have to say on Erangel every time now, because not only did they have one, they got two hovercrafts here on it. Rez was using his right on that northern edge. And
ooh, fixing it up,
baby.
baby.
As well. Bring it back into the game, baby. Make sure you can keep both of them up. We see it as well there on the map. They're going to have a free rotation in to that northwestern compound. And for the most part, VIOUS Gaming finding a really nice opportunity there, having all 4 players up, getting a free elimination onto the Alpha 7 players. We see it now as well. They have one of the Intense Gaming members stuck in the blue zone. Yeah, this is a stretch. I'm not sure if he's even going to be able to get a placement here, right? But nonetheless, Padrino maybe could get the knock here, but they're not even giving it to him, Dave. It's just, this is looking like a 0-point game.
The goose egg right here, unless they can pull off and maybe focus on something else out there in the distance, because iNCO, the clap, there it is, the frustration in the player cams. There they go, done and dusted. 10th place, as now VIOUS going to be up here on the hilltops, and iNCO showing up not too far from them. 7-8, I see them in their vehicles, pushing up just a little bit. So VIOUS Gaming currently our first place team in the lobby.
Oh,
we're gonna be doing some investigating, some scouting. Hygar popping out with the scar 3 times. Oh, squad mate trying to get the run owner out there. Duke's a hazard, just not going their way. Reflections.
Not at all, not at all. But hey, vehicles are flying. I'm having a good time. Vitali from the low ground has bodies in front of him. Now it's a matter of picking and choosing. Who do I want to focus on for Nunez? Nunez has an opportunity here to clutch up for his team, which is much needed for VIOUS Gaming. But the question is, can he pick and choose the right angle on the rock? Yes, he can. The answer right before us. iNCO will fall. Nunez will clutch up. And VIOUS Gaming, against all odds, will stay alive, albeit with just 2 members to face off against some very healthy rosters as the zones start to collapse on down. But the important part, Enigma, VIOUS is alive, but heartbreaking for iNCO, who has yet to get anything going.
Yeah, that was looking like an iNCO win in my books. Unfortunately, just really coming down again to a 1v1 scenario. VIOUS Gaming as well, really getting by with the skin of their teeth, because we saw it just on the edge of the screen. Coops made a rotation up. Thankfully for VIOUS, though, Coops wasn't able to thirst any of those iNCO knocked players, 3 of them right in front of him, but just a half second too late. Wolves really maybe missing an opportunity to take out the first place team, right? That's a squad that's up above you over 10 points. Make that, what is that, 15? Almost from 5th to 1st. So if your Wolves maybe a little bit too passive in my mind, looking for that engagement, they're only sending the 1 player, but nonetheless, they're going to play it out as a 4-man. A lot of these squads having 4. We're talking Xforce again, having 4 with Wolves, and AGG, surprisingly, Dave, having 4 members up. They're the team that had that 3 eliminations right earlier on. Being able to have the center spot in circle is definitely, I think, going to do wonders this game.
Yeah, similar story to Team Liquid, right? I mean, the other team that drops a military base island, they had Nova, they got their loot, and then found this nice little crossroads position. And right across the street, of course, Team Liquid, the trio, as both these squads going to continue to be favored zone after zone after zone. Team Liquid sitting on 1 elimination, and All Glory Gaming taking a little more advantage of their circle luck here. They will be sitting on 6. So looking at teams who have been the most proactive here this match so far. VIOUS Gaming, they lost 2 of their squad mates, but they got 6 eliminations going their way, over 1k damage done. But fellas, you see what I'm seeing? I'm seeing Coops, and I'm seeing Coops with the P90. You know what that means? That's that winner chicken dinner. I can smell it. I can smell it. And guess what? Who predicted it last game before the break? Just saying.
You.
Just saying.
The wizard, baby. The wizard making an educated guess. The Professor Dave.
There it is.
That's got a ring.
The Professor Dave. I love it. Wolves, honestly, I'd be so happy if they got the win. That would be incredible. Because look, they're so close. They're knocking on the door being in 2nd place. Not first, but being in 2nd. That'd be wild. We've got a lot going on. Hovercraft forces a leap into the corner. We're out now. Remix. Not only making plays on Alpha 7 and the likes of others of 9Z, or excuse me, of others just before, but also onto Xforce. The third-party Warriors will get third-party themselves, and they will fall in 8th place with only 1 elimination. Boys, I gotta tell you, I'm a big fan of this hovercraft once again. Enigma, we watched it throughout Titan Series, 9Z Globant, they're taking notes.
Yeah, and for the most part, they're making it work in every scenario. The jump out from both players in that hovercraft was the cream of the crop, to say the least. And now Remix, yeah, go right back into it, baby. I'm not sure if Vitin understands the situation, but a big key component here, Taylor, has got to be that each of these squads, your duos, Loops, 9Z, and VG, are all struggling to have the man advantage here. And if you're Remix, yeah, I think the best play is just sit quiet, allow these other teams maybe to pick each other off, because you want to survive. It's top 7 situation. You're only getting 1 or 2 placement points in this situation. You got to be the last team to come out on top here.
2v2, 9Z Globant versus Loops. Of course, not counting anybody. Oh, I don't know about that one, bro. Yo, he went up there a little bit too long. If 9Z was ready for it, Vinton was good as dead, but luckily he manages to get down, and he wants to attack this angle so badly. But he's getting gate kept by Remix and Co. And Kogo, is he looking to make it? I think he is. Smoke's going to be out. Kogo, and I think he's going to swing the angle wide. He doesn't. Vinton was ready for it. But now with Remix taking a bit of a pause, did he play this appropriately? Mind you, the hovercraft is dead, so that's great for cover. Are we going over top? Are we? Oh, and it won't work out. I liked it. I did. Vinton tried it, but he went down. Remix now on the ground, forced to bleed out unless he can get back onto his feet, but I don't think he will. But the question is, Dave, can Loops successfully push up? Do they feel like they can? Because they never know if they're going to get third-party or not.
No grenades, no Molotov, so no follow-up right there. The revive not happening yet, though. Kogo, DBS running out of slugs, using that little slip between the crates to get some type of information. Looks like Loop's gonna be looking to pull off of this one. See you later. We are driving, and we're driving right towards Wolves. No, psych. We're pulling right back around here. Dropping out, prone, going for the spray down. Some grenades getting tossed in this direction. The Wolves, they got the Loops dead to rights right now, and well, that's going to allow Remix to get picked up at the hands of Kogo.
Yep. That's insane. The fact that he gets back up in the fight is crazy. And 9Z Globant, their run to first place, still very much alive. VIOUS Gaming only has 1 player left. That's going to be Nunez, who is in the area, mind you, and Loops is gone. Loops is completely gone. Kogo will fall to the zone, and ultimately Coops would get the cleanup. And 9Z Globant with just 1 player remaining. Loops completely out. A lot of funky stuff happening. And by the way, I just want to say, all in this chaos, Team Liquid is still dead center zone, just chilling. They haven't tried to fight. They haven't moved. Team Liquid is like, hey, we're getting a top 3 finish, even if we don't have any eliminations to follow up.
Hey, sometimes it be like that, Taylor, okay? Sometimes you just got to take what it's worth, understand the situation you're in. Maybe if they had a 4th player, they could have sent up that hillside potentially when 9Z was taking that engagement with Loops and VG, but nonetheless, you got to understand the situation you're in, get the points where it matters most, and with them having the centralized spot, we see Wolves holding that eastern edge, Influence Rage down south, and then the All Glory Gaming squad just to the west side of the road. And with this being stage 7 here, we are going to have 1 more final shift before we center into nothingness. I'm not too sure if any more players are going to be thirsted outside of getting knocked here in the circle, but the next shift, Dave, it's going to be the true test of which squad's going to be coming out on top.
Wancho, nice little knock right there. Not able to get the confirmation, but they're making sure that they cannot push across that little gap right there. Little boy was able to toss out the smokes. No pre-fire coming out. Coops, M4 ammo, not looking the hottest as they are anticipating the next circle push. And there we go. Looks like Coops was able to get the refill on the 5.56. So taking a glimpse at what's ahead here. 4 members alive for the Wolves, 4 for AGG, and then you got INF and Team Liquid with a trio. It looks like AGG though here, Reflections, they're gonna be crossing the road right into Team Liquid.
They're going for it, and they've got to finish this fight quickly. You've got Influence Rage up ahead who might crash in. You also have Wolves to your left. Team Liquid holding their ground. This is their first true test, their first engagement they're really getting into, and they're making the most of it. Cardozan, beautiful shots onto Melgar, who tried to push in, or excuse me, onto M2M. And well, there's Wolves off at a distance. Influence Rage will also pick up a couple of them. We're down to our top 3. Team Liquid, Wolves, and Influence Rage. And exciting stuff all around, right? Because Wolves predicted by Dave to take this win. They could go from second in the last game to first place here, potentially go all the way up to second place, which would be massive for the North American region, but also for Team Liquid, a team that has struggled to break into the top 3. A real opportunity not only to, well, they're already here in top 3, but not only that, but a chance to get first place would give once again faith to the tremendous organization, the tremendous team that Team Liquid is. So Wolves, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, Enigma, who's going to take it?
I'm looking at Team Liquid right now. I mean, we're just talking AGG got full 4-man wipe, not even getting a knock onto the TL players. And right as we were swapping to the Influence Rage, I believe Diego's POV, Coops biting off a little too much, trying to get center spot, getting knocked and eliminated. I'm not sure if Wolves, it doesn't look like they have any vehicle rotations. And yeah, this is what I was worried about here. Ayala, roof spot. They're the closest to center circle. If Influence Rage can rotate just in time for Ayala to stay on this roof for maybe 5-10 seconds at most in the circle shift, we could start seeing Team Liquid laying down the lead across range. And the smokes are starting to come out. The nades flying. This is where people start dropping like flies, Dave.
Stage 9, and yep, I love the rooftop position from Ayala, and I believe had 5 grenades. So as the zone starts to shrink, those grenades become that much more powerful here. As Ayala sees the smokes from both INF and Wolves, trying to get the pre-fire, trying to get some damage. Ooh, position compromised though. Diego, 1 grenade, 1 Molotov, gonna be trying to pull mine up. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4 grenades getting chunked out there right now from the Wolves here, Reflections.
Yes, indeed. Influence Rage are being put into the mini red zone. They're getting blended up. Will it blend? Yes, it will. But the question is, will Team Liquid get the win? They get active. They get involved. The smokes are out. Team Liquid are closing in. But Influence Rage isn't down and out just yet. 1 player remains. That's Lil Boy Wancho, desperately trying to find out where he's at. Meanwhile, Team Liquid will be focused onto the Wolves up ahead. The nades will be returned straight into Wolves, who are desperately trying to stay alive. And they're not having a good time, but Team Liquid's also getting mowed down. Who's going to take it? TL's gone. Lil Boy's last alive, and it's a 1v1. It's Doran versus Lil Boy. Lil Boy's got the car to hang, or it should be the rock to hide behind. You've got Doran with the tree. Utility is running thin for both. Lil Boy, no choice but to try and dodge this last nade that comes in. And now what does Doran do? He's got to push up. So does Lil Boy, but neither one wants to make the first move. This is for a win. The Wolves have already successfully got 2 back-to-back second, but they want it all, and they're going to take it by force. Wolves, North America, on top with 9 eliminations.
Professor Dave, we're sticking with it, Taylor. We gotta keep it throughout the whole day, okay? Wolves, man, I mean, even with losing Coops early on in that zone, or I guess even early on for their standards, being able to come out with that 3v3 engagement, Team Liquid getting all the nades at the end there, really just showing the nice timing. Maybe it's a blessing if Coops goes out early there, being able to potentially support the more unvested players like Juancho or Baton Dave. And I mean, I was really feeling for Lil Boy, but as soon as I saw he didn't have the helmet, I was thinking it was Wolves every day of the week.
No utility either. Lil Boy had nothing, nothing to his name. And same could be said almost for Doran at the end. Doran had like 3 bullets left in the M4, so that's why we had to swap to the UMP. But had 2 grenades, had 1 smoke, and then, of course, the sticky bomb to really flush Lil Boy out from behind the boulders. So coming out on top, the Wolves, 9 eliminations with the winner chicken dinner here, Reflections.
Yes, I mean, come on, guys. Let's be serious. North America, did we expect this kind of performance? I think everybody could say no. We knew we were improving as a region, but for us to get a win this early in the finals is just tremendous. And more importantly, inching closer to first place. We could finish today. We're still early going. We have 2 more Miramars to get through, but North America, first place. It's a real opportunity, and I'm loving every bit of it. I really am. But let's talk about 9C Globant. So well done from Remix's perspective, using the hovercraft masterfully, and even getting into this fight against Loops. I'm thinking they're done for, but Loops has to back away. 9C Globant gets back into the fight. It's short-lived. They eventually get finished off over in 6th place, but either way, well done. And well, then we need to also talk about Team Liquid Influence Rage with one of their deepest performances yet. They go the distance, and then we end up with this chaotic, crazy end zone enigma with nades being thrown everywhere.
Yeah, and I really would have just felt bad for Doran as well. We got to make note, 2 1v1 situations for first place, winning the second one, thankfully, this match around, and at the end, they're great kind of overhead view of it. The zone, both the tree and the rock seem to get out of play right at the same time. So Doran maybe having that sticky bomb was the recipe to success, but nonetheless, we can see the stats here right now, man. Yeah, Coops, obviously we've been talking about him a lot, but he's on the back burner. This stat page, Doran, Baton, Juancho, all putting up the damage, and the elimination counts, that's where you get the points, Dave. Gotta be looking for every single one of them, and Wolves were able to do just that.
Opening it up for his squad mates to pop off with the damage. Hey, that's what you want to see. It's a team game, and you saw the player cams right there at the end. They were just pumped up. That had been such a feels-good moment right there for the Wolves to get that winner chicken at dinner. 19 points going their way. Influence Rage surviving the barrage of grenades by not one but 2 different teams right there, walking away with 11 points. Then Team Liquid, we know they dropped Military Base Island, so this was their home turf, walking away with that 3rd place here. Reflections.
Yes, sir. VIOUS Gaming came into this game with first place, or in first place. We had 3 out of the 4 players on the top 5 MVP run for eliminations. They'll walk away with 9. That should still keep them in first place. Wolves Esports getting dangerously close, however. Truly, truly impressive. Shoot to Survive had some great moments today, but they have since started to fall a little bit behind. They'll finish off in last place here. But let's look at overall. This is what I'm really excited for. How close is Wolves to first place? Oh, they're tied! Dave, they are tied, baby!
Yeah, look at that. 28 elims for VIOUS Gaming, who are just holding on by a thread. They also 6 eliminations this last game. They were really proactive, and this is something that we haven't seen in round 1 and round 2. VIOUS Gaming being so proactive, so aggressive here tonight, just really keeping them ahead. But the Wolves, Enigma, 2nd place, baby.
Hey, man, it's not just Coops either. People were hyping up, saying Juancho's turning up. We got production saying Doran's got ice in the veins. That's what you want to see, is multiple people on your squad getting the limelight. And I mean, for the most part, yeah, they're down in terms of eliminations for VIOUS Gaming, but the reason they're equal is because of those advancement points, baby. They're making sure that they're able to perform on these matches. Shout out, of course, to Influence Rage as well. They got a few eliminations and placements that game as well, getting the top 3. That nets them a tie between 4th and 5th place. So a lot of these teams really clustered together here, and I'm really eyeing right now, Taylor, this 8th place spot, even though it's 37 total points right now. 3rd place, if you were to look at the minimum, that's an 11-point difference. Any game can make that difference up in a heartbeat.
And that's a great shout, Enigma. The big storyline, right? We have a lot of money to give away, but top 3 earns the spot for EWC. $2 million on the line. I mean, we're talking literally life-changing money. Alpha 7's already earned that from last year. They're looking to do it again this year, but I don't know. Wolves getting me excited, getting me very, very excited for North America. This is our best chance, our best shot to qualify outright for Esports World Cup through PMSL Americas. What a storyline, what a day it's been, and it's not over with just yet. We've got 2 more games to go, but we have a special thing set up for you. Sarpatch had a chance to speak with a special friend of ours that I think you'll recognize. Check it out.
Guys, look who I found if it is in these 7 worlds. Bro, very nice to meet you. Been watching you for a long time in the NA server. Big fan. Welcome to Brazil. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. A little bit sleepy. I came in at 5 a.m., but I'm excited. The matches so far have been fantastic.
NA's doing good. That was a good match for Wolves there. Dorin almost clutched it up. It was so close. But let's talk about the whole thing. How have you been seeing the whole event, everything here in Brazil, this new PMSL 2025?
I mean, some surprises to start off with. In Sandhawk, we had a top 3 finish for NA teams. I was not expecting that. I'm pretty sure you weren't expecting that either. As you mentioned here, Dorin almost clutching it up. That was hype. But Brazil, I mean, it's not the Brazilian teams that we usually expect. It's now different Brazilian teams starting to show up. So I'm trying to figure out how Loops, how Alpha 7, and how Team Liquid are going to be doing for the rest of today.
I want top 3. If you have one BR there, okay, fine. But the other 2 from somewhere else, I will be so happy. Dude, pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Brazil. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the day one of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Professor Mustache Dave and Enigma. Dave, you get it done, baby. Wolves, such a good performance. Second place, map 3. First place, map 4. North America looking great and tied for first. Dave, I know you predicted them to win that last game, but did you predict Wolves or North America in general to be this close to first place?
I got Wolves in my top 3 to move on, and I made this prediction last week, my dude. So yeah, I predicted this. But no, shout out to the squad. You know, Baton. Shout out to Coop, Store, and Wancho. I mean, they're the ones putting in the hard work, just allowing me to look so smart up here for stating the obvious. All right, the Wolves top 3, baby.
Top 3, top 1, dude. Johannes, it's
I'm talking about
crazy.
Like EWC. You know, I'm talking about not tomorrow, but the next day. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about sending them to the big stage.
But how historic would that be, Enigma? That North America outright earns a spot for EWC through the qualification process, right? Through Americas. Like, that would be tremendous.
Well, it'd be night and day comparing to last year, to say the least. I mean, we weren't even close in any regard to making it to last year's EWC this time around. Maybe it was just bringing back our international superstar Coops and saying, hey, you know, NA, we got to get the American flag cape back on you. We got to get you for the USA, the NA reps in this sort of lobby. And for the most part, yeah, it hasn't been Coops maybe performing in some of these highlight moments, but nonetheless, that squad themselves have been performing phenomenally today. And I think a lot of it attributes to their changes from phase 1 to phase 2, and now from phase 2 into grand finals. We were talking about, you know, who's going to be our top 3, who's going to be our squads. And we had said Wolves, right? No, they're wanting to be the top 1 slot. They want to be the best in the West. So when they go to EWC, they say, hey, it's not just Alpha 7. We're here to game 2.
They are here, man. They're looking great. Alpha 7's been a big story, but now Wolves, an even bigger one, with Alpha 7 still struggling to get anything done. Currently 7th place, but with 2 more games remaining, I do get flashbacks, Dave, from the at least round 1 of qualification, or round 1, I should say, phase 1 of the spring season, where Alpha 7 had one of the biggest Miramar games we've seen. I'll double back and check. 16 elimination winner chicken dinner. They get that. They're right back in the driver's seat, really, and everybody else is just fighting for second.
I mean, where they belong, though, right? I mean, talking about historic facts out here, Alpha 7, they are the alpha dog in the lobby. Sure, they might be having a off, start to the weekend, but at the end of the day, I'm all about the Wolves top 3. But at the end of the day, I think we all know Alpha 7 are qualified. I mean, there's just a fact, right? If they don't, who's going to replace them? VIP Esports. So I think Alpha 7, they're a team that they don't get stressed. They don't get worried. Say they got a couple bad matches, it doesn't phase them. We saw it in round 2 last week, and we've seen it from this team multiple tournaments in the past, right? So kind of going on your point, though, this could be that game, right? The Miramar, it's their map. It could be that game where we start to see Alpha 7 be like, okay, everybody, I'm glad you had some fun, but now, yeah, we're going to go right back into that first place spot, and everybody else is going to chase us down.
Get one of those Amazon gift cards, chat. Get it. Enter it in. You got to be quick. I don't know how you guys do it out in chat. I really don't. Some of you all are just insanely fast with earning these gift cards. In fact, it's probably already been earned. I'm going to be real with you. But let us know in chat, what do you buy, what you get, and who ended up getting it. Talked about Alpha 7 with their 16 elimination win during the phase 1 of the league play, but also 9Z Globant, not far behind either. They get a winner chicken dinner right after that with 14 eliminations themselves. And, well, on the leaderboard, they're currently 3rd with 48 points. So a lot of big shakers and movers to play on these final 2 maps, and an opportunity to set yourself up very healthy and well in regards to the points going in to day number 2, which will be a big day. Day 2 is all about setting the standards. Who wants to be at the top of the food chain, setting the threshold for everybody else? That's what we have to talk about. Of course, that narrative will be even deeper as we head into the second day of competition. In the meantime, let's get into our first Miramar. 2 more maps remain. This is one of them right before you. Enigma, where are we dropping?
Oh, we're looking right at Monte Nuevo. First place team, or at least the tied first place squad, right? It's going to be Wolves, Esports, a little bit of a spread. Coop's going to be just to the east, just going for some vehicle spawns. Playing path isn't too terrible unless you're one of those squads that likes to land Puerto, Impala, or maybe even El Azhar. Some squads I'm looking at though, Taylor, it's got to be loops. It's got to be intense game. These teams that we've seen a lot of brilliant moments out of them, but they haven't been able to close it out too much outside of the IG win earlier on in the day. And for the most part, these squads, you said it best, tomorrow's the most important day, setting the standard going into finals. But today, it's all about preventing people from getting any larger of a lead, that sort of spread, that points. We could see it on the right there as well. 56 currently is the standard. If you're one of these other squads, these middle of the pack teams like Team Liquid, Alpha 7, even Xforce, to say the least, you're wanting to try to get a lot of these points yourself in these Miramars to make sure the top doesn't get any further. And for the most part, I do believe that one of these squads in this match here, Taylor, is going to have that pop-off performance like you want Alpha 7 to do, but I'm not really sure if it's going to be them. We're talking they started at 27 points, if I recall, only getting 11 total from the first 4 matches. So in my mind, unfortunately, I'm discrediting Alpha 7 today at least. In these last 2 matches, I think someone else like TL or possibly IG are going to step up and play.
They're going to have to take it. I mean, that's what Alpha 7 does historically anyways. I believe Dave is correct. I think they're going to be just fine. But today's been a rough day for them, and can quickly get away from them if they're not careful. They need to step it up. By the way, Wolves dead center of the zone, poised for another great game. First place, maybe, but we know they got first place after map number 4, and luckily we had Sarpatch on the scene to talk with Doran from Wolves after their incredible Game 4 win. Let's listen in.
Winner with a chicken dinner for North America. Doran is popping off. Dude, you're carrying the team. You're not carrying the team, but you're doing really well. How you feeling?
We are doing really well. Like the first 2 games we throw it, but now we come back and we're really happy. We got the confidence back and we're gonna still keep going.
The first game was harsh. You had the zone, but you didn't finish. The second game, you did almost that clutch.
Yeah.
How you feel about that clutch, almost clutch in particular?
I feel very, sad because I missed my shots and but at least I revenged myself with this last game. I win my one, so I'm happy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it was really close. You got 2 guys. The last guy, you couldn't get him. But still, we're really excited with you guys. You guys are doing great. Congratulations. Keep going. Let's go NA. Let's go NA.
Let's go NA. Let's go.
Let's go.
Doran, the Iceman, the Icebox is what we're going to call him here moving forward, as they are going to be holding down Monte Nuevo. But the Wolves have been on a steamroller here today. Consistent matches with nice elimination points. And I was talking to you guys, it's due time to get that winner chicken dinner. Enigma, like you said earlier on, I am all about that momentum. And the Wolves, they've had nothing but momentum here today. So same with VIOUS Gaming, but hopefully they can continue and just close it out here in the next 2 Miramar games. That way, come tomorrow, like you're setting up Reflections, they're not playing catch up. They're the ones defending. They're the ones trying to maintain a nice point lead between them and everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, who wants to fall behind? Nobody, right? I mean, you start to worry if you're further down, like on the right-hand side, you can see AGG, Savage iNCO, just Royals of War. It quickly gets away from you. And it's a daunting task when you head into finals. Not only do you have to match or surpass the threshold, then you have to win a game after that. And that's tough. That's hard to do. I want to go into the final day at least setting the threshold or being incredibly close to the threshold, so I can at least maintain a top 3. So not only can I potentially get top 3, go to EWC to play for $2 million, but also have a chance to win this entire thing. And what an honor it would be to win the 2025 season, which has been dominated by Alpha 7. A chance to have a new victor would be huge. And here's the opportunity to try here. Alpha 7 not performing as well as they've wanted to. They got second place to Loops during the round 2 league play. Like, Enigma, this is the time to strike. This is the time where the changing of the guard happens.
Yeah, and I think for Wolves as well, some of these zones have really been a blessing, I think, to the mental, especially with this Miramar right on top of them, able to take the center spot. And for the most part, with Wolves, they're comfortable playing these splits, right? They usually have Doran or Coops playing those solo spots, understanding the situations and the dynamics they're in when it comes to some of these circles. And a lot of these teams, I think, are struggling to kind of find their form in these matches. Those Erangels were very apparent with some squads. I'm looking at this middle of the pack to even lower end teams, right? VIP, for instance, they won a match, but instead not even top 8. I'll have to put a note in it though, because Team Liquid, they're wanting to take the initiative here, Dave, finding 2 elims on to United for Gaming, but one of them being knocked. This is a crucial player. If he's trying to body block him, pick him up. Oh my goodness. I don't think they're gonna get him.
Car tosses smoke, going for it. They don't want to have Mythic bleed out here for another fight. We saw last game Mythic was thirsted pretty early on. Okay, we got the pickup. Now here comes a Yala though. So United, they are just taking shots. They're not too happy that Hate and Skew got confirmed behind the tree moments ago, and looks like they're going to be trying to be really aggressive here and clap back with their high ground position. They got the Scar, they got the 3 times, and also the M4. So United for Gaming, I mean, you're kind of alluding to it. A couple of these squads not really finding their foothold so far come the grand finals, and yeah, it's showing. You know, they're kind of falling apart here at the seams, not really playing grouped up together like you would expect a team at the bottom leaderboards to be doing, because they don't got that confidence, you know. Then that's kind of what they're looking for here. And well, United specifically, it's not gonna find it this game, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, the scary thing about it is when you're really just that far down the leaderboard, you start stressing even more about the fact that you have to get points somehow. You have to look for these plays, and we haven't seen United for Gaming really look for a setup like that on the Team Liquid. Maybe one of those secrets these teams are looking for. Maybe it's one of those acts of desperation, right? Imagine with seeing the circle shift, if United for Gaming and Team Liquid didn't take that engagement at all, both of those squads could have been the 4-man up, but unfortunately for them, they chose to do it. They live in the bed they make, and for the most part, there's 2 squads up there in the Northeast. We see it right now, Xforce and VIOUS Gaming, 2 squads that definitely have had their moments in these matches off of either third parties or winning engagements, both being able to find a pretty good spot, it looks like, in the zone, Taylor.
That's what it's all about. Get inside that zone, feel comfortable, so then you can live to fight another day. And for Loops, IG, AGG even, and even Wolves potentially very soon, set up quite nicely. Intense game. A roster that's been on the precipice of success with 39 points. They've had flash in the pan moments, including their Erangel win, right? Where clutched up, I believe it was Doran who, or one of them clutched up, excuse me. I think it was Padrino, excuse me. Padrino clutches up from Intense game to win it for them. But aside from that, hey, we need a little bit more so they can break into the top 3 position. They're right there. They have a chance to do it. It's a matter of taking it. For Team Liquid, I think they understand the gravity of where they're currently at. Dave, you pointed out earlier about teams that are constantly successful, who are always in the limelight. You get studied, right? Teams are looking at you a little bit more closely than they would if you were towards the bottom. More importantly, the fan base, they love you when you're on top. They hate you when you're not performing well. For Team Liquid, I don't think it's that extreme just yet, but they know where they're currently at. They know the pressure that's on them. They know what they need to do to be successful. And although we've been very critical about them, Dave, they're still in 7th place with 39 points. They don't have a large gap to clear to hop up into the top 3. So I'm going to put them in the same conversation as Alpha 7, at least for this day 1 competition. We know their potential. We know they could be at the top, but they still need to get there off these next 2 games.
Let's see, Cardozo getting separated from his squad mates who are slowly getting just pinched from Xforce, trying to take advantage of their positioning. All it takes is a couple grenades and the duo in the bunker should be done. Chief trying to pop out, trying to get the US, little seat swap action, trying to get some intel. Cardozo knocked. Yep, and here comes the collapse. X4 should be able to clean this one up. Chief, though, still in the US. They don't know Chief's there yet. Chief's going to be popping up.
Oh!
Surprise from behind, missing a couple shots, so they know where Papa Chief is now. As now you got 3 guns looking in your direction. Valak, a ton of ammo here in the M4. Looks like they're also getting peppered across the way with a little third-party action. But there it is. Team Liquid eliminated first here on this Miramar game with only 2 elimination points here, Reflections.
Only two. That's a tough break, man. I'm highlighting them. I'm picking them up. I'm trying to get something going in the narrative. And 16th place, 2 eliminations. 1 more game to go today. I'm ringing the alarm bells for Team Liquid. Chad, I don't know if you agree with me, but they need to do something, and they need to do something now, because whatever's been going on just simply is not working. But that's the way the cookie crumbles at times. The zone, stage 3 is about, or the next stage is about to be upon us, and starting to get pretty tightly compacted towards Power Grid. And I'm looking at VIOUS Gaming currently set up with the hardcover POI. Everybody else trying to get up top. Wolves Esports getting active with the monster truck, and Baton tries to run away. He can't. Coops from the high ground doesn't have a line of sight to protect anyone on the Wolves roster. And Wolves, is this the chink in the armor? Is this the time, or going to be one of their worst games we've seen today? Still speaking volumes about the roster, Enigma, but Wolves in a bad spot.
Yeah, the rotation just too spread out. Unfortunately, VIP opting to go south through the field, full slamming, I think, Juancho's vehicle rotation, not allowing him to skate by whatsoever. And that's the trouble with Miramar, right? When it comes to these sort of points on the map, these congestion areas of the road with the mountaintops, Alpha 7 as well, potentially could have fully stopped Wolves Esports snare. And now, I mean, it's not even stopping for him. It's not just those 2 squads. The team that loves holding you in blue zone, shoot to survive, full chasing Doran down on the road. And I even wonder as well, you know, Wolves, what do you even look for in the circle? Do you look for the full send play in the center? Do you try to sit out in blue zone? We saw the last time when they had this Miramar setup here, Taylor, and it came to these sort of edge rotations, these plays, they crumbled on making it into the circle, especially in the stage 3, stage 4 shift. This is a team that definitely needs to find their feet when it comes to these Miramar matches, because with it being 2 each game, it's not something you can pass up, but a team that's still just desperately needing to find their groove. Alpha 7 being crumbled at the hands of not only VIP, but also Xforce.
Yeah, I think they're done for, too. My goodness, only 1 more player on his own 2 feet. It's going to be Sanab, who potentially has a chance to just stay alive, and as we know it, just play the survivor role. Go for a top 5, top 8 finish by yourself if you can. Maybe get some cleanups, but whether it's Team Liquid, whether it's Alpha 7, 2 of the heaviest dogs, the heaviest hitters in this tournament, struggling today. And I don't even think it's because they're getting pressured or getting focused on. It's just something fundamentally is wrong. And I don't know what it is just yet, but this Miramar, not going to go their way, it seems. And that opens up the door for other rosters like VIOUS Gaming to gain even more of a lead, potentially Loops, or 9Z Globant to hop up into the driver's seat, Dave.
Pull up the map. It's map time, map time, map time, because VIOUS Gaming now with the advantage to strengthen their gap on the overall leaderboards. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now, and these 2 players are crucial to making sure that the southern part of their power grid position stays theirs. Besides that, they also got the duo up here, pretty much just making sure this is going to be free and clear. There's a couple points up there I'm looking at, but yeah, with Coops, the last one alive for the Wolves right now. Pretty dead center. Coops, best case scenario, some placement points, but this is VIOUS's match to really capitalize on their numbers advantage and their position in power grid here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think for VIOUS, the key component is going to be how those 2-2s work. Do you ever leave the compound? Do you go out for these engagements like AGG and Xforce are taking? Do you look for these third-party potentials? Because if you're watching the elimination feed, we know VG is. You understand the team tied with you is down to a solo. You're not worried about him. Your only goal now is to get as many points as possible. We understand it's the first day, but you can still make a gap with 2 games left on the night. And for this team right now, already having the 1 elim, they're still keeping warm, tried and true to the map here. Unfortunately, though, for Wolves, they're looking like they're losing steam here. And now we're seeing the pressure unfold, the terrain, the map that is Miramar, allowing these players to really scrape by with just the edges of the mountains, the edges of these rocks, and the vehicle rotations. That might not be the best case scenario. So what I'm looking at right now is how does Xforce choose to play this? Unfortunately, Loops losing one player early on to the mountaintop. Taylor, there's a lot of stuff going on the map, and it's never going to be slowing down here.
Without a doubt, but I would rather be intense game in this moment. Up top, seeing everybody rotate in, desperately scrambling for any height. Staying up in this moment is going to be huge for intense game, and in fact is going to give them a big power play, at least for the time being. I'm utilizing this spot to just pick up as many elims as I possibly can. When we have to rotate, okay, we'll get onto that, but loving where they're currently at. For Savage, they're in a really, really tough spot. When you got to use the vehicles like this, you know things are getting a bit rough. For Loops up ahead, Savage Esports looking to challenge onto them while also avoiding the shots from intense game from up ahead. 9Z Globant also over there. I mean, Dave, this is just, I mean, it's typical Miramar,
Crazy.
right? But this is such a hard spot for Savage Esport and other rosters. I mean, where does Savage go from this point?
Savage, they're like an armadillo right now, you know, just tanking up, trying to make sure not to overextend it. Fortunate for them, looks like Loops like, nah, we don't want none of that. That was a bad push. So Loops, they're going to be pulling back and allowing Savage to have their little trench line for the time being, because intense game, well, they got their number, and I believe all these players really setting up, trying to prioritize this next zone. And fortunate for Savage, what that means is that they'll be able to survive a little longer. But Loops, they know exactly where Savage is. Same with 9Z. So 9Z might be in a good spot to possibly gatekeep on moving ahead, but we'll get to that because intense game. Oh, Loops, maybe you should have taken the fight with Savage after all, because they just got destroyed.
Destroyed indeed. Intense game. And they're still in the zone. That zone will shift over. Intense game, still perfectly happy where they're at. Padrino, I don't know where he's going necessarily, but yeah,
big
boom,
fights
boom.
happening there soon, man.
Big fights
happening soon.
And that's Savage, by the way. Savage, like you said, the armadillo, forcing to rotate up, baby. 9Z Globant staying pretty close, though. And Xforce is also rolling up on the AGG.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams as well, I really would have liked to see Loops take the engagement. Savage able to really just kind of crawl their way in to that next circle shift. But like you had called earlier, Taylor, the spread IG has, I'm interested in seeing what Rafa actually chooses to do, because he can hold the edge. He can get the pressure down onto that 9Z and Savage Esports fight, but it's all a matter of time. And the zone's starting to close as well. And Remix, he's trying to find the angles on a Savage. Has Octi down, the star player of this squad. The time and time again, I feel like we're almost caster cursing him at this point. Now getting the shots, 3v3ing, making it even. And with 9Z here now, they're going to have to be the squad pushing in. They've got to be the team working from the blue zone side. It's always a matter if you can find the shots. And actually looks like intense game opting to watch over VIP. So straight up 3v3 fight potentially here. And actually 9Z, Taylor, they're going to rotate away. They're not going to take the engagement just yet.
But where do they go? They go too far to the right. They run into Royals of War. Savage is still up ahead. And I think they will take the engagement potentially onto Savage as Reyes and Co start to move up. Xforce to third-party Warriors. This time, no third party, but still a chance to be the Warriors they are onto VIP. VIP had such early success. They catapulted from 16th place on up. They've since dropped down to 10th. This would be a big win against Xforce. If it ends up happening, I don't think it will. And, well, now you've got intense game up ahead as well. Xforce in a little bit of a tough situation. The Savage 9Z Globant fight finally underway. 9Z Globant has pushed up and made quick work of Team Savage Day.
There's that boom, boom, boom I was talking about. 9Z knew where Savage were, and Savage just spent too much time in that false sense of comfort and security, and well, they're eliminated. So Coops though still alive, 1 point on the board. But yeah, I'm looking at your fight. You were talking about them. Xforce, they had the whole squad up there in the north, and that fight is just almost at boiling point between them and IG. We did see IG toss a couple grenades their way, and that will allow IG to kind of pull back just a little bit. But look at this, Adrian. Where's my ammo, dude? Where's the ammo, Enigma? Holy cow.
I don't know if we're supposed to be shooting like that. We got 7 bullets. I don't even think that's enough to knock a player at this point with the amount of gear players have, but looks like someone's going to drop them a little bit. This is one of those moments where if I was playing, I'd be saying, stop shooting your gun. But Okay, I'm not giving you all my ammo. I'm keeping it to myself. You've only got the one elim to your name, but nonetheless, the zone kind of evens out. These players are able to figure out where exactly they want to play, and the next circle shift, it is going to be the main deciding factor which teams are going to be having to rotate through. And circle shift pop at dead centers onto Coops, who's still been a solo for what seems to be the last 2 or 3 circle shifts, if I recall. Now everyone on the edge, 9Z, Rolls of War, Shoot to Survive, Xforce, and even Intense Game, they're all going to have to start moving in. And I wonder if anyone's going to maybe try to contest VIOUS Gaming, try to fight for the power grid compounds, or are you going to allow the first place team to really control the match here, Taylor?
I'm glad you pointed that out, because I'm looking at the map, seeing VIOUS Gaming posted up in the hardcover POI, and thinking, okay, they only have 1 elimination, but this is also your first place team. Wolves only has 1. 9Z Globant is starting to inch closer and closer. VIOUS Gaming has a great chance to hold on tight to what they got and potentially finish the day in first place. And do you challenge VIOUS? I don't think you do, especially now. Maybe if you're Xforce, you crash into them. Maybe if you're Shoot to Survive, the potential to crash in is there. But I think the teams have been so focused on playing the outskirts, playing the natural terrain. They're not really focused on VIOUS Gaming inside the hardcover POI. So I don't know if anybody's going to crash into them. Again, Xforce might, but with Fate going dead center, I think they might be encroaching on where Coops is currently at.
Yeah, too tough, right? I mean, there's so many different little nooks and crannies for cover for power grid. So I think Xforce making the call to kind of hope that the next circle doesn't favor power grid and push them out of their hard cover and really be in a good spot to gatekeep them. I think that is the call that Xforce are going to be implementing, but they also need to be cautious of IG kind of free roaming out here in the distance as well. So VIOUS Gaming, they're gonna be a pest, honestly, from their hard cover. They're gonna be trying to take shots at anything that moves. And looking at VIOUS Gaming, they're only sitting on 500 damage with 1 elimination point. Talk about a team that is feeling it this game. Intense Game, over 2,000 damage done with 7 elimination points right now, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think that's just the squad where they've been working that mountaintop on the western edge. Not only the south, but also these northern squads getting knocked consistently onto the Xforce players. We can't stress enough, right? How crucial having the smoke grenades, the vehicles, the utility is in this Miramar matches, especially with how this zone plays out, because a lot of these squads, we can see it on the battle tracker, if I'm counting right, that's going to be 4 squads with full 4-man teams. So even though it's a top 8 position, a lot of these teams still having the full force that is for Miramar. And for the most part, if you're a VIOUS Gaming fan, Intense Game, Influence, Rage, or even Xforce, you're hoping that they're able to keep true to that just a little bit longer, maybe into that stage 7 or 8 range, because we're talking at stage 6 right now, Taylor. The zone is already going to be doing a lot of damage, but it always gets closer and closer, and this is where we start seeing it, man. Just the damage starts coming through. Who's going to be able to survive here?
Xforce, Lean Falls. I was going to say they're in such a tough spot, but if they can make it out of it, they could potentially catapult themselves past Alpha 7, Team Liquid, Loops, who knows, breaking the top 5. We would have 2 North American rosters in the top 5, but I think they're going to lose out here. 24K, the pressure is on. DBS is out to drop 1 to the left, but he'll fall. Now you got Valak last up to try and be the hero in this moment, and he's going to get taken out from the back, as I believe that was, I want to say VIOUS Gaming. Yeah, I think it was, no, it was actually Intense Game who ends up taking down Valak. So 24K, all the crew gone for Xforce. A valiant effort, a good game with 5 eliminations, but they get pincered between a couple of different rosters, and this zone will shift. VIOUS Gaming, for the first time, has to lead their hardcover POI, Dave.
Yeah, VIOUS looking to be proactive, looking to get within grenade range and really take apart IG after that last engagement. It looks like it did work, as IG, they're getting peppered from multiple angles right now. 10 eliminations, so they're going to be feeling pretty good after this game, of course. But Adrian, the last one alive. Oh, David with a nice little roll down right there on that grenade, taking out Adrian's health about 50%. And Adrian, see ya! Sticky bomb forcing him from his little dip he's got right now. Everybody Everybody wants this nice little elimination point right here on the edge, but Adrian's got something to say. He's got a Molotov. He's going to be popping up. He's going to be chucking it towards High Guard's position. But now we got 3 members of VIOUS just collapsing. And, well, the clutch god not clutching out right there. Still, regardless, 10 points when it comes to eliminations. They're feeling pretty good. So, fellas, we got a straight up 4v4 versus Coops.
Yes,
right in the middle. Right in the middle.
Yeah, right in the middle, man. You got to feel bad for a guy. You really do. But hey, it doesn't matter. He's going to own it. He's going to own it through the smoke. Ah, he can't get it down. That's all right. Wolves will finish off with third. That's going to be a second, first, and third place finish over the past 3. You can't argue with success. They're still playing well. Now we got VIOUS versus Influence Rage. The chance for VIOUS to win 2 games today. They'll be the first roster to do so is in. For Influence Rage, a chance to take victory. They were so close on Erangel. Unfortunately, Padrino just couldn't clutch up. But hey, here we are. A chance for Influence Rage to take this victory. Same thing with VIOUS. And it's going to be a 4v4. And we've got distance between the 2 rosters. This is going to be a long extended fight, Enigma. That might take a little bit. But whoever wins, it's important, man. Having those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners or one for yourself is going to be big.
Yeah, and I'm really just loving this overhead view. I wanted to make a quick note of it because Influence Rage has 2 players holding the center spot ridge that VIOUS Gaming is going to have to rotate to, while having Lil Boy and Lorenzen holding the edges. They've got to be the players that find the damage when they full slam Law and friends in the center here. You've got to make sure you keep the players up. And look, VIOUS, they're actually trying to taxi cab teammates up. They're understanding that, hey, we cannot be playing split here. We see it there on the right side of the screen. Influence Rage, the goal is to apply as much damage as possible. Put the pressure on the first place team. You need to put them in the hot spot here because, Dave, if you allow VG to full slam, you even get a knock here, you're losing this game.
And it looks like they're trying to make a move happen right now, trying to eliminate those off-angle sight lines. They're going to be using this little hill within grenade range, trying to get it going. Law, Diego with the MG3 right now, Reflections. He's locked and loaded, man. He's ready for his final engagement.
Without a doubt, and this would be a big win, their first win of the day if they can get it. Diego, a big reason as to why Influence Rage could take victory in this very moment. Demonor, our top slayer of the day, or at least was when we had a peek in the MVP standings, is inching his way closer and closer. Apex and the hill, but VIOUS Gaming are crashing behind. They're going in, and VIOUS Gaming is looking to take this for themselves to get their second winner. But you mentioned Diego, and Diego will knock down Nunes. Gigor is also going to fall as well. VIOUS Gaming only 2 players to fight. Diego is the man on top. He refuses to budge. He is the king of the hill in conjunction with Law. Marlon from the backlines can only do so much. Dimonor, he took advanced position on this hill, but now he's backing away. He's scurrying behind the rocks, and now you got Influence Rage. All 4 back up. Dimonor will fall, and I think this is the beginning of the end. Marlon, last alive. He'll go into the blue zone to finish himself off, and Influence Rage will secure their first winner-winner chicken dinner of the day with 10 eliminations.
That's just the moment you want to see, right? The 4v4, you're seeing who's able to hit the shots at the end, and I really enjoy seeing VIOUS trying to go for that off-angle player all the way down south, but in the end, the MG3, man, I mean, the amount of rounds and that gun and the damage is just going to cease to amaze anyone that tries to contest it, and it really was the king at the hill there. If you have those 2 players up, like you were mentioning, Taylor, you're going to win that every single time, and they made it in fashion. And Dave, I know you were noting it on the right side there where those 2 players were at. They actually ended up full grouping after getting those 2 knocks, so Influence Rage is playing that textbook perfection.
I love how they got the win and is like pumping up the crowd over there in Brazil. He's like, let's go. But yeah, I think I got a hot mustache Dave 3 100% win conditions. All right. And when I see this in the late game, I already know for a fact who's taking the dub. All right. Here's one. End game hovercraft. You got that, you're winning. All right. End game P90. You got that, you're winning. Endgame MG3. You got that. You're winning. Those are the 3 100% Mustache Dave trademark pending win conditions here in PUBG Mobile. So keep your eye on that, fellas.
Well, you heard it here. You shouted it out and they get the win, so I can't argue with you. I absolutely cannot. That's a big win for Influence Rage. That surely will catapult them up the standings. 10 elims, one of our top scoring games of the day. VIOUS Gaming, but I got to give it to them, man. The consistency for their performance has been something to behold. And Enigma, I really think they're a team that can even be better than this. I really do, honestly. And I would love to see them in EWC and have that chance to continue to prepare and continue to get better. But for Influence Rage, another roster, another org that we've been watching for a long time, Enigma, getting their first win, Larazan, 4 elims leading the charge.
Yeah, that was the man which, when we had that sort of show matches on Rondo, he had a 1v4. Obviously, we haven't seen that in any of the tournament plays so far from him, but him putting up almost 800 damage that game, he's the guy that's standing up there on that player cam, trying to get the crowd hype, trying to get the love that they're wanting to feel. And for the most part, if you're Influence Rage fans, doesn't matter from NA, Latam, or Brazil, you're going to be feeling it with that match. And for the dominant force that they showed going through with the most even match it could have been, with it being a 4v4 at the end there, being able to secure yourself 10 elims, making it 20 out of the first Miramar. I mean, you're loving every single time when they put those numbers up.
Without a doubt, 20 points for Influence Rage. That's excellent to see. Intense game comes out of nowhere, by the way, with 14 points themselves. They did an incredible job picking up 10 eliminations. They were consistent talking points without question. 9Z Globant also had plenty of times to shine. Granted, only walking away with 5. Xforce, Dave, I really hope they didn't get... I wish they wouldn't have got pincered between the two rosters, man, because I really thought they were going to take a victory.
It was tough, but they still walk away with 5 elimination points, so they were definitely putting in work. AGG, another consistent 5 elimination points going their way, and once again, 5 elimination points going the way of VIOUS Gaming. My bad right there. I was looking at something. I was looking at Diego's scorpion tattoo, and I was thinking, yeah, I'm serious. I was thinking, like, this is their map. You know, scorpions live in the desert. So Influence Rage.
You went deep with it, huh?
Hey, I went deep with it. That's why I had like a brain fart right there, because I was like, you know, there's a connection connecting the dots. But yeah, Influence Rage. Let's check out the overall.
Let's do it.
Influence Rage with a nice little winner chicken dinner. Gonna be in 3rd place now. Alpha 7. Holy cow. I don't think we've seen this all tournament long. Alpha 7 on the 2nd page.
Holy. Yeah, that is a oof. That's a big oof in the chat.
Callback.
Alpha 7. And mind you, look, 38 points to 6. Let's just do 61, right? I mean, they have a pretty decent gap to cover just to break into top 3. That's 23 points. And as far as I'm concerned, at least from VIOUS Gaming Wolves, I don't see them slowing down. Especially VIOUS Gaming. They've been so consistent today. I don't see them slowing down one bit. For Alpha 7, if I'm them or anybody on that 2nd page, Team Liquid even in 8th place, look, this last game is all you got. You've got to try and go big in this moment, because you're running out of time, at least for day 1. You're going to surely be running out of time on day 2. This tournament might be 3 days, but day 3 is going to be upon you before you know it, in a blink of an eye. And when that happens, if you're that far down on the 2nd page, your chances of going to EWC become less and less. I'm worried. I really am. Alpha 7 coming as the champions, but they might be leaving as a team not even qualifying for EWC. We'll find out all that and more. We got one more map to come. One more map. It's going to be Miramar once again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Probably. I thought about that as I was saying it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day one of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Enigma. 5 games done, 1 more to go, and already our stand-ups are looking insane. The usual suspects who finish at the top, well, they're not there, nowhere to be found, and we've got some hidden gems that have moved their way up into the top 3 position, which VIOUS Gaming, I think, would be the biggest hidden gem. Yeah, we talked about them. They were great, but they weren't this good. I don't know what happened from at least the qualifiers to now, but I'm loving every bit of it. I really am. And for Alpha 7 on the second page is such a tremendous shakeup without question. Top 3 qualify for Esports World Cup to play for the $3 million prize pool. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is earned, at least from this region. Even Alpha 7, as far as I know, doesn't get a direct invite. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so that means you're going to have to earn it. And, well, it's not going to be easy, as we've already seen. Dave, let's talk about 2 rosters.
Yes, sir.
Wolves from North America and VIOUS Gaming, who's currently in first place. We look at their stats, and you got to really question VIOUS Gaming. Yeah, they've been consistent, but Wolves is hanging on tight.
VIOUS Gaming, the secret to their sauce is having you here, man. I mean, that's the truth. Last week you were here. Wow. They were nowhere to be found. Week 1, you were here. They were doing all right. So, like, listen, Reflections, our #1 fan in all of North America, is on the desk here tonight. So we are showing up. Almost 6,000 damage done. Survival time looking good. Average placement points 3.5. All around, I mean, the team is a team effort. They're all putting in an equal amount of work. I gotta say, we've seen some nice grenades from Nunez here tonight, some nice splits from Hygar, and not only that, just their overall positioning has been on point here tonight. You know, it's not you can't get lucky 5 games in a row. You know, you got to put yourself in those power positions, and VIOUS Gaming have been doing just that here tonight, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think as well, I'm seeing a lot of it in the chat, just the Wolf emotes, man. A lot of Wolves esports love going on, especially with the performance they've been able to show. We're talking 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and I believe another 3rd, 4 out of 5 games. So really being able to get those placements under wraps, but it just shows on the head-to-head here, even with the juicer positioning that this team is able to put forth, VIOUS Gaming still able to beat them out. So both these squads performing exceptionally well. We saw the split was really just a few points, right, Taylor? When we looked at that overall leaderboard, it really came down to those sort of, I guess you could say, advancement points that these teams got from the phases. And I do agree with Dave that I think you're kind of their good luck charm going into grand finals here. And whatever there's luck or skill, VIOUS Gaming, I mean, anyone will take it if you make it to EWC.
Without a doubt, right? I mean, that's the ultimate goal. Plus, again, there is still a ton of money to be earned from grand finals. So that's obviously up for grabs too. We're talking $200,000 for the spring season in general, which is pretty spectacular as far as I'm concerned. 1 more game to go, and we've had some shakeups. I think a couple of you noticed out there for Alpha 7. Squash was out, Sanab was in. Sanab, he goes by that in game. It's also Cinetexa, who you're probably more familiar with the name there, but Cinetexa in for Squash, making a change, and a change is needed as far as I'm concerned. Enigma, you said the point was to send a message, right? Hey, we're willing to make changes if we need to find success.
Yeah, and I think it really just sends a message to Squash saying, you know, you're the new guy. You've practiced with us over the last year. You finally come up on the big stage. We expect you to perform. And yeah, we have the backup plan with Cinetexa being able to come in and stuff like that, or Senab, like how you'd put it with his new IGN. But for Alpha 7, it's all about getting the performance, getting the results that your team is looking for. And the top 3, obviously, they were looking at top 1 coming out of the first 2 phases with those 27 advancement points starting from the first 2 phases. This is a team that's willing to make drastic changes when it's needed most. And I know it's not only them. Pretty sure we've gotten word as well that iNCO Gaming, they've swapped out McGrellin for one of their players. So these teams understanding the situation that is EWC on the line, the contention for that global stage. Because, yeah, America's the West region is a large enough tourney. Like you said, $200,000 on the line. but the goal has to be EWC. And if you're not willing to make these changes, you're not deserving to be here.
That's the goal.
Without a doubt.
That's the goal.
That's
But
the goal.
I don't know if I agree with the squash swap out, bro. Squash has been the one popping off, maybe not today, but has been the one with the squad since round 1, right? Round 1, round 2. Squash has been the player that we were gassing up, like, oh, you know, the synergy doing so well, the team's looking so good. And then we have one bad day, we're like, hey, Squash, sit down, my dude. Like, you know, Squash has been performing and has been here for the last 2 weeks, that all because we have one slow day, swapping them out. I don't know here, Reflections.
You know, there's a lot of things. First off, Amazon gift card, get it. The code's out there, baby. Hey, be quick. This is the last one we're doing today. I just want to shout that out. Let us know what you got. Let us know who got it. I'm always looking at chat to see who's out there winning. I'm keeping my eye on you. I don't know how you do it, but I want some tips. Hey, I don't know. The thing is, there's so much that goes into a roster. And there's so much that goes into a performance, and teams can just create things like, I don't know, vibes are off, something's not happening. Maybe Squash is, I don't know, sitting too far to the left. There's just a whole bunch of things. He's not squashing enough, right? I agree. He was phenomenal during the league play, but this is finals. You know, is Squash now starting to drop the ball a bit? I don't know. I need to look at the stats, and that's what I'm really curious about, because has Squash dropped the ball today? Well, maybe. That's why Cinetexa is hopping in. Is Squash feeling a bit sick? I'll have to get some clarification. But also for Gary going in for McGrellan on the side of iNCO. You know, McGrellan, he's kind of had it tough, hasn't he? You know, getting dropped or at least released from the Alpha 7 roster. Now over on this iNCO squad, McGrellan's a phenomenal player, world champion. He's looking to be on that stage once again, but now being replaced in place of Gary. And Gary is now there. And mind you, Gary's phenomenal. We've watched Gary so many times, and I'm not against a change per se. But you've got two heavy hitters, Squash the newcomer, McGrellan the veteran, right? Now being replaced on the rosters doesn't make a difference. Well, we're going to have to find out on the final map number 6 here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think match 6, maybe it's just the 1 or 2 game swap. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, tomorrow, what sort of 4-man roster, these lineups that these teams are going to stick with. Because, yeah, you have a sub on your list. Sometimes it's maybe just a coach in case there's an emergency, one of the players potentially getting injured. But outside of that, it's also got to be a matter of maybe sending the message to a certain member. But obviously, with it being the last match, you can't think about that. You got to think about what's in front of you, the points, the eliminations, the rotations that you're going to have to make. And unfortunately for these teams, it's going to look like another similar circle towards this western edge. Chumacera, just north of that's going to be the center point. Wolves really loving the circle shifts that they've been getting, not only from the Sandhawk, but also the 2 Miramars. And I'm really interested in seeing, we see it on the battle tracker on the right here, Dave. I'm interested in seeing what this 4th, 5th place squads are going to do, because not only do they have that 10-point gap over Luke's and Xforce, but they've got some ground to take up, right? Every team above them, 3rd and up, is around that 8-9 point marker in front of them. So with it being the final Miramar, do you kind of leave it up to just seeing how the game plays out, or you try to maybe switch it up here on the final?
Yeah. I mean, they got some ground, like you said. So hopefully you want to end day number 1 on a high note here. But I want to kind of touch on like what you said 2 times now. And I feel like, you know, you got the insights, pro player. You've been on multiple teams. You've been there. No, seriously. You keep saying send a message, right? Like, so
yeah.
Dive deeper into that. Like, who are they sending the message to? Why is now the time to send the message? Like, we've seen this in the past before with other roster swaps. It's totally normal. Like, what does it actually do here? And maybe get back to that in just a moment, because Xforce, this is a big fight right now. Xforce. Oh no, Valak's still lacking a decent weapon. Gonna be trying to find something. Off Yoso with the pump. Looks like Valak did find an M4. Carrillo not even looking over here in the open with the AKM, concentrating on another skirmish across the road. Now Mafioso is going to be aware of Valak's position with the Scar. 24K now has time to get the double pickups right now. And we see, we're talking about the swap. We're talking about the swap here, Enigma.
Oh, it's coming into play right now. Mafioso trying to win the 1v1 on Valak. This is a huge fight going on right now. This could be a potential thirst onto him, but Mafioso playing it to perfection, stalling it out. His teammate actually pulls up immediately, giving the support. They only lose one player, and this is the squad I always bring up about it's so hard to finish the players you get knocked. Alpha 7 just never getting eliminated on some of these knocks, and with it being the sort of full 4-man pull-up from Xforce, it speaks volumes, kind of the difference in the level of play the squad has. But you asked me the question, what does it mean to send the message to a player? And I think when you swap Squash like that, right, someone's got to say to your teammate if they're underperforming. I'm not sure, Taylor, if you've looked at those stats just yet. Maybe he's the one making the mistakes. Even though his damage might be up there, he might be the one giving incorrect callouts or stuff like that. But I think you got to have someone that's willing to sit down and recognize that, hey, yeah, you know, we're friends and stuff like that, but we can't beat around the bush. I got to give it to you straight and say that you're the one that's making us not succeed in these matches. And I do enjoy seeing that it was near the end of the day for Squash. He had his redemption possibility throughout the matches, and I would like to see it more just be a today thing. He comes back tomorrow understanding that, yeah, you know, like, I need to lock in. I need to make sure that I'm not going to be weighing this team down, because we are a world-class caliber. We've seen the stat line from the phase 1 and phase 2 of not only Revo, but him being in the top elimination. So I think it's more of just that sobering up experience for Squash. I understand that maybe it's not too many LAN experiences for him. It might be the jitters, so to speak, Taylor, that we like to bring up. But
sure,
for Alpha 7, it's got to be a matter of performing. And for you being the first place team, you can't be afraid to call out mistakes.
You can't, and you know, as far as stats go, you know, that was that question for Squash. Stats are looking pretty good. He's the second elimination leader for Alpha 7, at least today, but followed by that of Mafioso, who's currently in first place. Revo only has one, Carrillo has one, Synapse and Atexa currently at 0. Granted, this is only his second game so far, but yeah, Squash hasn't been performing that badly, but also the rest of the roster combined for Alpha 7, they sit at a total of 9 eliminations for the day. Okay, we're talking about a roster that typically gets 9 eliminations in a single game or more, right? So this is totally unorthodox. Something is happening, and if Squash is the issue, okay, they made the change. They went to Sanab, who they had, mind you, in the last game. And the last game didn't go too well for him either. Alpha 7 finishing off with 0 eliminations in 14th place. So I think they're, at the moment, grasping at straws. Let's just try something different. And I don't disagree with that. I think that's okay. You know, there's no reason to bang your head against the wall and just continually do the same thing. That's what insanity is, right? You know, you're insane if you try to do the same thing expecting a different result. So Alpha 7 doing things differently, and I'm here for it. And they've already won a decent fight. They're at 4 eliminations, so maybe a second game is a charm. Subbing in for Squash with Synatexa. We'll see how far they go. Chad, after all, Dave is calling for an Alpha 7 win. Maybe they'll get it.
You know what? They really want to change it up. Let's swap in 7 Worlds, man. I heard he's at lane right now. Let's get him.
Why not?
Let's get him in on the action out here for Alpha 7. But hey, Alpha 7, 4 points right out the gate. Looking good, feeling good. The whole squad's alive. They didn't lose much. They're going to be in El Pozo. And of course, VIP following right behind them here. So I want to see one day where Alpha 7, they just straight up surprise VIP. They know VIP follow them. So just imagine if they're like, hey, let's hide in these buildings and wait for them to rotate the same pathway we rotate, and really just, you know, let them have it and teach them a lesson or something. But we might see that though, because Alpha 7, they're going to be in El Pozo. VIP also going to be in El Pozo, and then S2S as well. So a couple teams going to be up here in the north right there on the edge here, fellas.
Yeah, I think this game maybe not go for that camp. With S2S behind you, the third party would really kind of just put a thorn in your side, losing any players, even if you were to disengage. I don't see it going too well, but ever so slightly, we see the circle shift going down south towards Chumacera, Alpha 7 VIP. All of those on the northwest are going to have to move. But surprisingly, Taylor, a lot of the squad's already rotating towards the center spot of the map with that circle shift only moving ever so slightly to a better POI spot. And that's the difference between now versus last tournament with Americas. A lot of teams opting for the center. And with this being the last Miramar, it's really going to come down to how you take these engagements, who has the 4-mans, and who's able to really make these clean rotations possible.
Hey, clean rotations, that's what wins you championships, right? We've seen an impact. You go back to VIP on Sandhawk, their rotations were crispy. They got them to win. VIOUS Gaming has drastically improved their positioning, and therefore they're in first place. They were already slaying out. They just fixed the other portion of their strategy, and it ends up paying off big. So yeah, it's huge. VIP, by the way, still on that crash course with Alpha 7. They're following along basically the same trail line, and we'll see if that ends up unfolding shortly. Chief is down from Team Liquid, another roster that has struggled today. Chief forced to crawl in and get picked up. Savage are in the vehicles. Are they making this push?
I don't think so. There's 2 squads overlooking them from the south. It looks like they're trying to maybe stack it, but understanding that, hey, you know, that was probably more than one squad taking shots, not just us at the Team Liquid squad. And with this being stage 2, Miramar, definitely understand that not a lot of that play is going to be able to really kind of speak to fruition. Too many of these center spots we've seen, especially on those Erangel matches, the first one coming to mind of fighting center gets you third party. If it's on the edge, it's a different story, but these teams really just need to understand the difference when it comes to some of these lobbies and how it really plays out midterm, because you can prepare all you want. You can do all the VOD review, have all the theory craft you can come up with, but when you get into the game, that's when you have to really start having your intuitive thoughts, those sort of informative decisions that these teams like to make. And I feel a lot of these teams have struggled to really remember that, the basics of IGLing and making their rotations. So now, with it being the last game of the match, we see that sort of scores on the right side of the battle tracker. These teams desperately looking for their amount of points possible to really stay up close, because 67 right now, if you're anyone under top 8 here, Dave, that's a tall order to cross.
Yeah, and we're looking at Team Liquid right now, currently in 9th place, Royals of War. We see them kind of a little bit beneath them, Royals of War. Chumaceria, somewhat split for the time being. So looks like both these teams, it is going to cool off. Talking about a team with a little bit of pressure on them right now. Shoot to survive. Looks like maybe Klaus got left behind. Oh no, Bob and Casper. Okay, we got the buggy. Okay, I was getting worried for a second. Might have popped out to try to take some shots, but both of these teams, I mean, we're looking at them. They're in the blue zone. Just talk about the mess up here right now that we're experiencing. And looks like Klaus, yep, we're going to lose that tire. We heard that deflate over here. And if I'm iNCO, I'm going for the fight, man. You know, S2S, you know they're separated. You can see them just kind of getting separated in the mix. And iNCO are comfortable from the blue. I mean, this is their bread and butter right now. So looks like shoot to survive. Casper, Bob, going to be doubling back, actually. Here comes Dark Light, UMP popping out. Oh, the truck, and just crossfired from multiple angles here. And well, this is when keeping it real goes wrong here. You thought you were gonna help. You thought you were gonna help your squad mates, and you end up getting beamed.
It's just a fight that shouldn't happen as far as I'm concerned, but it did. And Klaus is sadly just bleeding out by himself. The rest of his team has left him. He's in the desert. He's surrounded by iNCO members, and they're just circling around him chanting. That's tough. That's tough for Klaus. Lovely guy, but terrible situation. Now on board with Wolves, though. Wancho on the high ground with VIP, who has rotated all the way from the north directly to the south, following in line with Alpha 7, are now working their way in onto the road, or through the road, I should say. In between Wolves, Influence, Rage, most likely going to take a couple of pop shots themselves. And who knows, if they've been following Alpha 7 to a T, they're going to go even further north all the way up. It's like they're literally mirroring this roster, which, Dave, actually, you called that out earlier. Alpha 7, VIP kind of following along the same rotations, and you're seeing it here in real time.
Pull up the map, map boy. Ring, 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 ring. Because let's check it out real quick. I mean, that's such a good point. And VIP, sometimes I feel like they're just YOLOing it, right? Because we saw them, they did a little bit of this, they went all the way down here, they saw the zone, like, okay, we're gonna do a little bit of that, and then we see them, boom, right over here, land it. I mean, that was literally their rotational path. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they're just like this, you know, such an easy little squeezy right there. And somehow,
But you drew an L. You drew an L there.
There's still...
Is there any relation with that L with Alpha 7?
No, the L was the easiest pathway forward.
Okay.
Meanwhile, VIP, you know, spaghettiing it up out here. That's my point. But somehow they're right on top of each other. I mean, that is just crazy. The magnets these two teams are.
Hey, maybe they just like spaghetti.
Who doesn't?
They like it's the whole idea of you're not supposed to copy each other's homework, and they just add a few extra steps.
It's like when you misspell a word on purpose. Be like, oh, I didn't use ChatGPT, but we know you did. You know what I'm saying? So next circle goes up though here, Enigma.
Yeah, and it goes all the way to the east. Alpha 7 is going to have to work right around VIP, but iNCO Gaming, they came in slow, and it's actually going to be the last remaining Shoot to Survive players cleaning up the squad. And Casper, I mean, oh my, look at that, 2 players. Did he get 3 of them? He got 3 out of 4 for iNCO Gaming. So what should have been a free 4 eliminations for iNCO, unfortunately losing the 2v4 fight on the edge of the circle. And unfortunately for Shoot to Survive, it seems like it's going to be ending their luck there. Wolves, hearing the commotion here, Taylor, they pull up looking for these 2 elims.
Yeah, Baton trying to clear out the 2nd level, but needless to say, he doesn't realize both Bob and Co are going to be just up ahead in front of him on the bottom level. The last 2 players from Shoot to Survive who were in just such a deadly, crazy fight over in Papa Blue earlier against iNCO. They were the victors.
Oh.
Nice nade. Casper's gone. So is the other. That's going to be Bob. Down and out. Shoot to Survive gone. Wolves with a very real chance to close out the day with a tremendous win. They'll have a little bit more work ahead of them as they break in past Influence Rage. Meanwhile, we focus on Rules of War. AGG, 2 teams that are very close in the standings, 11th and 13th, who desperately need to close out the day with a solid game so they can feel a little bit more comfortable heading in to day number 2, right? To try and elevate themselves up towards top 3, get closer to the point threshold, which ultimately will take effect in the final day. But for Rules of War, AGG, things cool off just a little bit. Both teams will separate for the time being, and I have noticed that Wolves have separated, and I am curious where Baton is and why he hasn't joined his roster, but I guess we'll see how that's going to unfold later on. Let's focus on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 making a roster swap. Cinetex is in for Squash. It paid off in the early fight. It's paying off now against Team Savage.
Yeah, free knock and elimination. Revo, the player that you're wanting to start to get hot, has 3 under his belt. 2, I believe, from that Xforce fight early on in that first circle. Actually, really just off drop. Being able to keep all 4 players up is allowing Alpha 7 to really kind of come to life here in the final match. And this is one of those teams where you'd expect Alpha 7 to capitalize on Squad's mistakes. Savage Esports, unfortunately, not having the best performance, currently sitting last on the day, really coming down to some of their players getting caught out in the open. And this is one of those squads where when they get the knock, yeah, they're going to start capitalizing, make it 2 players down, only 2 up for Savage. Revo forcing a 1v1 on the Mauer, trying to get the shots through the window, is going to almost get Revo 1 HP and then some. Could have been breathing on him. Now it was Monty left alone, trying to get the revive, but this is the difference with Alpha 7 from then to now, is the pressure, the aggression that they're able to come forth with, not trying to allow the reset to happen. And see the nades are starting to come through, not finding the mark just yet, but when they throw one here, Dave, they start clearing out angles. There's only so many spots you could be.
Yeah, the game sense, right? It's just so remarkable to see from Alpha 7 and their veteran status. We already saw Mafioso trying to get the ricochet grenades off the broken wall right there. I mean, that was the only spot that Monty could have been, but Monty was able to get the pickup. Octi really low. Looks like they're going to be tossing out some Molotovs to really keep Mafioso pinned in that corner. Allow Savage Esports a little more room to work with, but Revo starting to cook a grenade, getting ready to chuck 1 or 2 in this direction. Savage Esports back against the blue. It's going to be a 2v4 situation. Let's see, can Octi clutch this one out? We've seen Octi clutch out multiple engagements. There goes Mafioso, knocked out, bleeding on out. Carrillo with the DBS, running out of bullets, and, well, Savage Esports eliminated. Oh, third party out there.
Who's this?
That? Okay, Silence.
IG?
Yes, only Silence, though. Only Silence. So my dude's on a solo Rambo mission. But real quick reflections. If Alpha 7 get the win, dude, if I'm Squash, I'm sweating bullets, man. I'm like,
dude,
I don't know if I'm playing tomorrow, boys. You know what I'm saying? They make the swap, and they are already sitting on 8 elimination points. But, whoa, Baton, hello.
Yeah,
that's gonna hurt.
Just a Yeah, just to close that off, yeah, you got to feel bad for Squash, right? If Alpha 7 gets their win, you can look at it from last game. Last game, it still didn't work with Cinetexa. They finished off, I believe, in 13th place with 0 eliminations. But yeah, if they can, I mean, already we've seen a massive improvement. This is the best game Alpha 7 has had all day. As I mentioned, when I was looking at the stats, Alpha 7 collectively across 5 games, we're at 9 total eliminations. They've nearly surpassed that in game number 6 with this roster. So I agree. I got to feel bad for Squash, but at the end of the day, you've got to do what finds you success. And if Squash is out and Cinetexa is in his place, then that's what you do because you're going for a championship. Intense game started on Alpha 7 earlier, and now we transition over against VIP. As one player, Poppy Sour's down. Ayuya, though, looks to even up the odds. He's gunning down players. But is he gunning down enough from IG's side of things? I don't know. The door's going. Oh, no! Yo, Ayuya's doing this, baby! He's going for gold, and he can't get it. He'll get bronze. But, man, what a play for Ayuya to bring down 2 players to even put them in the conversation of winning. You can't discredit him, Dave. He made things exciting.
Made it happen, and they still got a winner chicken dinner game number 1, and kind of to put a bow on the Alpha 7 point. Even if Alpha 7 walk away the victors, even if you're on the bench, you still get the ring. You know, the whole team gets the championship ring. So doesn't matter at the end of the day. Whatever you got to do to make it there, that's what matters. So going back over here, though, VIOUS Gaming, Enigma, they have been extremely consistent here on day number 1. Looks like they're getting ready to send it right towards INF.
Yeah, and they're wanting to take that engagement back from the last Miramar against the same exact squad. So Higor, I believe, already getting the 1 elimination. It's actually going to be Nunez on the INF player, but Little Boy finds the nade, gets the instant trade knock, but it's all about how you play the ridgeline. Who's going to be able to overpeak? Who's going to find the utility knocks? And Marlon, he's out in the open. They find him on the M4 spray now. We're even up 2v2. Does VG decide to push? Do you go for the initial trades? Get the 1-up onto the squad for Lorenzen. He's pushing the envelope. The 2v1. Nunez nowhere to be found in the back, running away instantly. If you're a VG fan, that is something you hate to see. Now down to just the solo, and yeah, you lost Law if you're INF, but you're loving taking out the first place squad. If you can keep this clean, keep this down to just 1 player eliminated, but that's not what you want. Forced into a 1v1, and he very well could get 3 of them right here, Taylor. Little Boy forced to win it, and the shots they're both butchering, and he gets 2. Diego, he's nowhere close.
From Ayuya to Nunez, both players going nutty, buddy, trying to clutch. Nunez has a chance. Alpha 7 gone too, mind you. Yo, Alpha 7 is out. Cinetexa, I don't know how he died, but it was IG. They started the fight, getting the early knock, and they will get the cleanups on Alpha 7, who are now out of the way. We focus our attention back to Nunez, who is in dire straits. Diego setting up top. Nunez, he can't even heal up. He has none. He pushes forward. Actually, this is a chance. Diego's cooking. Nunez can get it. Push forward, my boy. No, he takes too much damage. Surely he dies in this moment. Surely he can't clutch, and he won't. If only he had X-ray vision.
He doesn't. He's out, baby. GG's to them. Here comes another big battle. Loops Esports, they're going to be down a member, but they're letting it rain. A mini red zone here on the final Miramar game of the evening. Ayala, the anchor player in the backline with the M4, trying to get the spray down, trying to keep Loops from cresting over that hill, trying to keep Loops from thirsting his squad mates. But it does look like at least 2 members of Team Liquid were thirsted, and now here comes the call to push up just a little further here, Reflections.
Just a little bit, and a bad take. Good shots down range. Team Liquid. Oh, Team Liquid gone too. Oh my gosh, what a bad day.
IG from behind.
IG is just the Grim Reapers in Game 6, boys. They're taking out everybody. Not only Alpha 7, but Team Liquid. Why stop there? Intense game. They're going for gold. They want this win. And they want to be the they want to be the only team today to win 2 games. And it's possible. Let's not forget, they won our second Erangel today. Game number 3 with 7 elims. They can win it here. They've got Loops. They've got Royals of War just in front of them. And Rafa is quite separated really by himself, and so is Padrino and Adrian. They've got an interesting setup, but hey, it's been working. Why stop here?
Yeah, I think for intense game as well, they recognize how the zone is played out. They've ended up dead center of the circle, having 9Z to their west, which they've been super quiet this game, only having 3 elims, but they're one of the only squads in the match left that have 4 players up. And with this being this congested 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, obviously Loops is a bit spread from INF's point total right now, but any win, any elimination count that reaches the double-digit range puts you above 3rd place. And when we're looking at battle tracker, all it takes is really one squad wipe from any of those teams to put themselves up into contention. And the main component is going to be the zone shift onto 9Z. Everything in between 9Z and IG is going to be completely down in the open, but Worlds of War, they're not going to take the initiative lightly. They're going right for the fight, getting both players on loops. The nade coming in clutch, softening him up. That's not the only spot. The Influence Rage solo. This is 3rd place here, trying to clean it up against 9Z, not finding one. Everything's opening up, and Dave, when it comes to these squad fights, you need to keep all your players up.
Wild. We are just losing player, team, everybody, all at the same time. Top 4 situation. Tonka. God, cooking up a grenade, tossing that one with the fadeaway, and here comes IG, here comes UT, everybody just stacked on top of one another. Meanwhile, 9Z big chilling, no problem, but
Tonka truck, baby.
Wow. Over the hill with the double reflections.
Oh my lord, it's only stage 7, mind you. This game could end before stage 8 even starts. This is nuts. Royals of War losing a player, getting mowed down by IG up ahead. 9Z Globant also getting a bit active. And now it comes, swings in the favor of 9Z Global, really. But I tell you what, Royals of War from the bottom of the leaderboard are desperately working their way up. IG's gone. We're down to our top 3. 9Z Globant, Royals of War, United for Gaming. 2 of those rosters have yet to even sniff a victory. I'm talking Royals of War and United for Gaming, but why not end the day on a high note? They're going for it, Enigma.
Yeah, and for the most part, it's all about getting that first knock. We're really just messing it up all in every angle. Unfortunately, Remix being the first player knocked, and the rest of his team, they actually left him. They opted to go back to the compound. We didn't see it yet, but all the way down south there, United for Gaming tried backfilling 9Z. So the call to leave Remix, it's a tough pill to swallow, but I think that's the correct play. It was 4v4v4 going in before Royals of War takes over that hillside, and now you're wanting it to end before stage 8, Taylor. That's not going to be the case. These players are wanting to see how this ends up, because we could see it now potentially from an overhead cam if we can get it. Everything in the center here is completely in the open. The elevation, the buildings is what's going to be in play. And for the most part, these players right now, you got to learn what to deal with. You got to understand the terrain right here.
You have to. You really do. It's necessary. Milo's getting active, taking down one player. Kogoat, he wants to push forward desperately. He really does. He wants to take down United for Gaming. Royals of War, they're going to let this play out. They're going to go for second place and ultimately try and steal the win away if they can. There's still 4-man unit. Talking Truck sitting on the rock in the back line. United for Gaming fighting uphill. Kogo takes a bit of damage. He'll back away. Good news is they've got the elevation advantage, so they can afford to. Reyes full sends it, baby, but it doesn't matter. He's taken down. Milos, though, tries to even up the odds. He can't. United for Gaming fighting tooth and nail, and now it's only one player from 9Z Globant left alive. It's going to be Big Kogoat himself, and he's stuck between United for Gaming and Royals of War. Dave, I don't know if he can steal this game away, but maybe.
Wild. 9Z just all over the place right there. Losing Remix early on and opting to still just get ultra aggressive. Kogo, though, in the closet, going to be hearing this fight unfold. And Kogo, last alive for 9Z, popping out the one story, getting the confirmation, but David with the shotgun. Kogo, DBS, not able to get it done. Royals of War getting the final winner chicken dinner of day 1 grand finals. There it is, baby. Feeling good. Look at that. They got the sunglasses on. They are big gaming here. Feeling good. Lots of elimination points going their way. But guys, the 9Z at the end right there, they lost Remix, and next thing you know, we're taking fights all over the place right there. It's getting wild for 9Z. And
that was the whole game.
I saw the play, though. You know, they wanted to take out United for Gaming, but they didn't. They underestimated Royals of War, right? Right when that started to erupt, Royals of War sent it with at least a duo in that buggy to really apply that pressure. Also, we had a nice replay because I was wondering what happened to Alpha 7. Savage Esports, the duo took them out, which was insane. I don't say that word ever, but that was insane. The duo from Savage took them out, I'm pretty sure. So what a end to day number 1 here, Reflections.
Insane, dude. I would have it no other way. Alpha 7 started off big against Xforce, who had an early exit, 16th place. The third-party specialist, fortunately, could not win the engagement.
Here it is.
Alpha 7 against Savage, and this is what you were saying. The duo. Oh, no, I think it was Intense Game who took them down ultimately.
Gotcha.
Because Intense Game, remember they had that solo on top of the hill. They ended up focusing themselves on the VIP. IUYA nearly clutching this up, and then followed up with nearly a clutch play by I believe it was Nunez. Yeah, down low.
Yeah.
And he nearly, I could not believe it. He nearly clutches this. If only he knew the nade was being cooked on the third and final player who was on top of the hill. He pushed it perfectly, but he didn't fully commit. If he does, he ends up winning that fight. He clutches it up for his team, but still such a great effort. And Royals of War, I can't believe it. They go from the second page. They're going to probably catapult their way up to the first page with the 12 elimination winner chicken dinner. And Kogot at the end makes things exciting as a solo player. I'm thinking maybe after all, watching Nunez, watching IUYA, and then watching Kogot try and clutch up. Jesus, I thought we were going to have another clutch moment, Dave.
It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Kogo is the GOAT. We've seen him multiple times. Pulling out the Neo. Shout out to Clint right there in the back line. Nailing that one. Nailing that one. Best movie, by the way, right there. If that movie's on the top 5, then I don't know who you are. I mean, I guess I know who you are. You like, what was those candy corns, so you probably don't even like
The new Snow White was really good, too. The new Snow White was excellent.
Oh, my goodness. So, Worlds of War, though, final winner, chicken dinner. Hey, I got to give it to Alpha 7, though, even though we didn't see them in the late game. And, well, the third party from Silence was just crazy to think about. But they did get a couple elimination points. This was their best game all night long. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't continue to see Senatexa show up tomorrow as well. I mean, hey, that's just what it is. But let's go check out the match standings. 9Z, 12 points. Okay, I'll take that. But the 22 Enigma for Worlds of War.
Yeah, and everyone, like I'd mentioned before, they were all sitting around that 6, 7, 8 elimination mark. It really came down to who was able to win their 4v4 engagements, and we saw Worlds of War, like Taylor mentioned, be able to sit back, let those two squads fight, and then come in to steal the first place, and that's exactly that. But 9Z, I gotta make note, 6 elims, 6 placement points, 12 total on the board. That's a big game for them. They came in with a lot of match bonus points from the first 2 phases, as well as being able to perform pretty well on the day. And we wonder what Alpha 7 was going to be looking like, Taylor. They finished with 8 elims. Unfortunately, those 0 placement points. You wanted them to double the elims. It looks like they felt just short of that.
Just short, man. Just short indeed. A lot of teams falling just short, which is it's hard. It's a tough pill to swallow for sure. Let's take a look at our overall. This will tell the tale going into day number 2. Were they happy? Were they not? Well, VIOUS Gaming is very happy. First place performance, highly consistent throughout the day. They get a winner chicken dinner on Erangel. Map number 2 with 13 elims. They don't slow down. Influence, Rage, hop on up into second. Wolves will drop down to third. 9Z at 65. Dave, the big thing that I'm looking at, Alpha 7, I want to break it down because look at, first off, for me, the biggest story, though, top 3 EWC, right? Look at how close the top 8 really are.
Yeah, and listen, this last game, definitely kind of like the saving grace for Alpha 7 because remember, they had 27 total advancement points coming into today as a whole. So that's what, 19 points they were able to acquire here. VIOUS Gaming, if we're talking about their advantage points, they only had 7. So 64 total points is what they acquired here today. So VIOUS Gaming, one heck of a day. And well, sad to say, but for both Loops and Alpha 7, just not really showing up. Not really showing
The
up.
curse.
Taking into consideration their advancement points, right? Yes, they're still on the first side, still within striking distance. All it takes is one winner chicken dinner, and we're eating our words, right? But the advancement points is the only reason they're up there right now, right? Here, Reflections. So
Without
pretty
a
wild
doubt.
day.
Yeah, pretty wild day indeed. Wild ending. That Miramar was crazy. Traditionally, one of the slowest maps turns into one of the most exciting maps, not only throughout the qualifiers, or I should say the regular league play days, round 1 and round 2, but also today, just nutty. Incredible day, a wonderful series of events, and tomorrow's not going to disappoint whatsoever, starting at the same time, which will be 5 Eastern time. But man, what a day it was. And for you, Enigma, you've been watching it all, right? And obviously casting throughout all of PMSL Americas. I know you've got a lot to say as we close out, man, because you're not on for the next 2 days. I'm kind of sad about that, but it is what it is. But man, you've crushed it, brother.
Thank you. And I really just appreciate the fact that all these teams show up, seeing so much improvement out of multiple teams from all the 3 regions that we get to see compete here in Americas. And for the most part, I expect Alpha 7 to be able to make those changes. Same with Team Liquid and possibly Loops to start moving up the leaderboard, because, man, imagine tomorrow we go into it. Those teams perform. Our squads at the top really only have that middle of the pack group. And then suddenly going into Smash Point format, we're seeing 8, maybe even 9 teams close to that top 3 contention, close to that Smash Point contention. So I'm hoping Wolves is able to keep weathering the storm, kind of keep their ship right, and getting these sort of placements and eliminations. The Miramars looked a little bit sketchy, but I think for the Wolves, especially with having someone like Coops and Doran, they're able to keep true and hopefully have Juancho and Baton perform with them, because I want NA to succeed. I want us to have multiple teams, but as of right now, I'm really only hedging my bets on the Wolves, and every other slot, it's still up for game.
Without a doubt, such a powerful performance. And again, Enigma, thank you so much throughout all of PMSL spring season here in 2025. You've been an incredible talent, and I always love working with you. And Dave, of course, you'll be here for the next coming days, all the way until the very end. But I'll leave it to you for your final words as we close out the day.
Yeah, well, I look forward to checking out your Reddit post later tonight about Alpha 7. Can't wait to see what you say about them on day number 1. It was a great day here, so I'm looking forward to kind of seeing how the next 2 days unfold here, Reflections.
That's it. Next 2 days. Today was only the start of the grand finals of the 2025 PMSL America spring season. 2 more days remain. 1 day to still accumulate points. What will our threshold be heading into match point, Smash Point day number 3? That's a question only the players can answer themselves. But we do hope you'll join us once again tomorrow. Like I said, same starting time, 4 Eastern time, because hey, we keep it going. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Mustache Dave, Enigma. Be back tomorrow, 4 Eastern. We would love to have you.
Him onto Loops here, taking a 3v4 engagement, but 7, he gets the first players. Big Tech's going to be the one challenged here. Nate is going to make it into this next circle shift.
Diego with this press M4.
I love this fight developing, however. Alpha 7 versus Loops. Loops the only team to mow them out. Xforce got to be very careful and has to avoid the damning VIP. Going to be in the victory circle. Winner, chicken dinner day. There we go. VIP. And map number 1 on Sandhawk. Xforce is on to relive the intense game. Silence can't get him. David, he's out of there. INCO not slowing down. Up close and personal.
Abilities coming through. Can they find the mark? They have 7 pinned on the back, but
he said, Vice Grip, it's getting tight. Diminor's moving up. Like a zombie in the night, but darn 13 eliminations. The winner, chicken.
They were at in the last Marigo match. Influence Rage opting not to make the same rotation. They full slam on United 4 game.
In for the third party. They're still far away. Alpha 7 was at 1 point in first place before they were overtaken with VIOUS Gaming off their impressive Game 2 performance. Loving the gameplay with their hovercraft. Why stop there? Hit the shot!
Rage, you gotta recognize what team you're going against. This is Shoot to Survive who's able to play here. They have a few buggies to work with, so theoretically, oh my goodness, just from applying the shots, Doran's getting it down, but he's got to find him on the side.
Trying to get anything. Petrino's going to reposition. The man gets popped. The DBS is out. Petrino's going to drive now, but you cannot say that Doran didn't do everything.
comes up, all you have to do is hit the shots on these weakened players. The blue zone taking you down.
Hate to see it come late game, and they got no ammo left, similar to what we saw last game.
Not first, but being in second, that'd be one. We've got a lot going on. Hovercraft forces a lead into the corner. So that's great for cover. Are we going over top? Are we this is their first true test, their first engagement. They're really getting is for a win. The Wolves have already successfully got 2 back-to-back second, but they won't.
Professor Dave. We're sticking with teams, right? VIP, for instance, they won a match, but instead not even top 8. I'll have to put a note in it.
A little longer, but Loops, they know exactly where Savage is.
They would have 2 North American rosters in the top 5, but I think they're going to lose out here. 24-8.
Yeah, VIOUS looking to be proactive, looking to get within grenade range.
Ian Marlin, last alive. He'll go into the blue zone.
Where you're seeing who's able to hit the shots at the end, and I really enjoy seeing VIOUS try.
Robinson of Texas is in for Squash. It paid off an early fight of Texas in this place, and that's what you do because you're going for a championship. It's gutted down enough from IG side of things. I don't know. The door's going.
IG is going to be completely down in the open, but Worlds of War, they're not going to take the initiative lightly. They're going right for the fight, getting both players.
The confirmation, but David with the shotgun call goes the grand finals. There it is, baby. Feeling good. Look at that. They got the sunglasses.